Ladies and gentlemen, could we get you to welcome our host for the morning, Susan Hayes Culleton.
Good morning, everybody. If I could ask you all, please, to take your seats. We are about to start. We are going to be starting off today on time. We'll make sure that the day runs throughout in this way as well, but obviously I will need your cooperation too. Thank you very much indeed. Well, first of all, you're all most welcome here to the beautiful City Hall in Cork. I want to give a special shout out indeed to everybody who's joining us online from all over the world. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good night to wherever you're joining from. You're very, very welcome indeed. There is an absolutely action-packed day in store for you all here today. There's going to be lots happening. We're going to ask for your interaction as well. We're going to ask for your questions. We're going to ask for your answers. And of course, we're also naturally going to ask for your attention as a really interesting group of people have been brought together here to join us in Cork. We will indeed also have some people who are joining us from online on the stage with me. So we'll make sure that all of your voices get heard as we go along the way. Now, first thing I just want to mention is that we do have 2 hashtags, so whatever means of social media that you might like to interact on, we would love for you to use hashtag Fair Seas and hashtag World Ocean Day. As you can imagine, it's very likely that on Monday, the 8th of June, when we do have World Ocean Day, then a lot of what the conversation that will be discussed here today will be picked up also on social media. So we really do encourage you. And just to repeat those again, that is hashtag Fair Seas and hashtag World Ocean Day. In addition, there is a QR code in front of you. That is the programme, but also there's the hard copy of the programme in front of you as well. And as you can see, we have lots and lots going on, but you'll be able to follow along as you go along. And I will be giving the QR code after we hear from various different people so that you can interact with your questions too. So very briefly, my name is Susan Hayes Culleton. I'm a Cork native. I was born in Dripsey. Well, I was born in the hospital in Cork, to be very specific now about it. But I was born in Dripsey. I went to school in Coachford. Any of you that are from the area will know that. And as I was walking down this morning, I was talking to one lady who I will be interviewing on stage later on. And I was just saying that I went to school here. I went to college in Galway. I now live in Dublin, and I did my master's in Belfast, so I really have covered the diamond of the country. Today, I am, and for any of you who are joining us who isn't from Ireland, it's a big day today here in the country because it is the start of the Leaving Cert. And the Leaving Cert is the exam that teenagers do, about 50,000 teenagers in the country today will be doing the Leaving Cert, the start of it, which is an exam that leads them on then into their choice of whether it's college or an apprenticeship, etc. So today, of course, is a big day for all of them, but this always is the day as well that starts the transition of the current pipeline of talented employees into their choices that will come in years to come. I've co-authored the Leaving Cert Economics textbook for that subject 3 times over the years, so I'm watching very, very closely in a couple of days' time to see what will be there. I'm a presenter for News Talk. I present a show called Taking Stock, where we look at international economics and what's going on and the intersection that the economy has with so many different other areas of the world. And in addition as well, I'm so delighted to be back. I emceed this conference 3 years ago, and I'm intrigued to see and to really delve into all of the issues that have happened since then, the progress, the challenges, and so on from there. But first, what I would like to do is I would like to call on a very special gentleman to join me on stage in order to get the conference open to an official start. If I could ask you all to please put your hands together to welcome to Cork City Hall, Councillor Fergal Dennehy, Cork Lord Mayor.
Díodh agus cé míle fáilte go gach duine Cllr, a Cllr, distinguished guests, colleagues and friends. Susan, you just gave me PTSD, reminding myself of the Leaving Cert all those years ago. Very exciting day for many of our children here in Cork. It is a great honour for me as Lord Mayor of Cork to welcome you all to City Hall this morning for the Fair Seas Conference 2026. I'm delighted to see such a diverse gathering of people who share a deep commitment to the future of oceans. Scientists, policymakers, community leaders, fishers, environmental advocates, industry representatives and international experts who have travelled to be with us here today. Cork has always been a city shaped by the sea. Our history, our economy, our culture and our identity are inseparable from the waters that surround us. From the harbour that has welcomed generations of sailors, migrants, to the coastal communities that sustain livelihoods and traditions, the sea is a part of who we are. And so it is fitting that Cork hosts this important conversation again today about how we protect, how we restore and steward our marine environment for generations to come. Today's conference takes place at a pivotal moment. Ireland is committed to protecting 30% of our seas by 2030, a goal that is ambitious, a goal that is unnecessary, but also a goal that is achievable, but only, of course, if we work together. Delivering well-designed, well-managed marine protection areas is not simply a policy exercise. It is delivering well-designed, well-maintained marine protected areas. It's a national project that requires collaboration, requires us all coming together, requires trust, requires a shared purpose across every sector that is represented in this room this morning. What gives me great confidence is that the people gathered here today understand that protecting our seas is not just a burden. It is an opportunity. It is a very big opportunity, an opportunity to restore biodiversity, to support sustainable coastal economies, to strengthen resilience in the face of climate change, to ensure that future generations inherit seas that are healthier, richer, and more vibrant than those that we know today. Fair Seas has played a vital role in bringing us to this point, convening voices, building evidence, and fostering dialogue. This conference continues to work by enriching a space where difficult questions can be asked, where perspectives can be shared openly, and where solutions can be shaped collectively. I want to especially welcome our international speakers who bring global experience and insight. Ireland has much to learn from the successes and, of course, from the challenges of other nations. We also have much to contribute with our scientific expertise, our marine heritage, and our growing network of engaged communities. Ireland can become a leader in marine protection on a world stage. To all the participants here today, thank you. Thank you for giving your time, your expertise, and your passion for this effort. The conversations that you have today will help shape the future of Ireland's seas. They will influence policy, they will guide implementation, and they will strengthen the partnerships that are essential for real progress. As the Lord Mayor of Cork, again, thank you for allowing us to host this conference for the second time. I hope you find inspiration in the city. I hope you find the energy in your discussions and renewed determination in the shared mission that you are all here for. I also want to extend a huge welcome to our city, and I hope that, in addition to the work that has to be done here today, that you have a few moments to explore a beautiful city. We talk about all of the heritage that is in our city. Take a few moments to see that, to walk our streets. The weather isn't too bad for you today, thankfully, so enjoy it. We're absolutely delighted to host you in this historic building here today. Have wonderful deliberations, and thank you, each and every one of you, for the huge work that you do in protecting our marine environments. Go Míle maithagah.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Lord Mayor. And it's important as well for any of you who aren't from Ireland that we teach you some language as we go along the day. So when you've just heard there an invitation to walk our streets in the weather, what we call today is a grand soft day. That means that the rain is only slightly falling down, but it's grand and fresh as well, which means that you get plenty of fresh air into your lungs. And for those of you joining us online, you know what I mean. Now, okay, so I think there's a lovely quote there in what we just heard from Councillor Fergal Dennehy, which is, the sea is part of who we are. And I think today, if anything, is going to be a demonstration of that as people discuss what that really means to them, and I'll be asking you about that. And when it comes to the economic contribution, I think it's worthwhile just putting this figure in context. There's around about an extra 1 million people in employment in Ireland over the past 10 years. And as you can imagine, that is quite a significant uplift. So if you take into consideration, around about 2016, there was 1 million fewer people in employment. But when you look at the blue economy, in 2009, So the year after the financial crisis, as we certainly were feeling it, and also the year before our IMF bailout, there was 43,000 people employed in the blue economy. By 2017, that was 71,000 people. And the latest figure that we have here, sorry, before I get to that, then there was a significant workforce decline of 58% between 2019 and 2021 due to what had happened with COVID. But then there was a really strong recovery, particularly due to coastal tourism, where jobs registered a year-on-year 425% increase. And the latest figure that I got, it's from the 2025 report, is 65.5 thousand people, and that is around about 2.6% of the national workforce. So when we look at the sea as part of who we are, it's part of who we are socially, but environmentally and also economically, it's particularly strong as well. So now I'm going to ask Dónal Griffin to join me here now on stage. He is going to give you a welcome from Fair Seas, and he's also the Fair Seas campaign coordinator, as well as probably known to every single one of you in this room. Will you put your hands together, please, for Dónal Griffin?
Thank you, Susan. And you're all very welcome to Cork City Hall today and to the Fair Seas Ocean Week Conference. And before I say anything else, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to the Lord Mayor, Fergal Dennehy, and the team here at City Hall for looking after us so well, not just today, but 3 years ago as well. We really appreciate it. I'd also like to offer a particularly warm welcome to An Taoiseach Micheál Martin and Minister Timmy Dooley. They'll be joining us shortly. And I know we are, and I am genuinely delighted and honoured that both the Taoiseach and the Minister will be joining us today and addressing us. And their presence, I feel, reflects the importance of the moment, as we are here now in 2026, the importance of the moment for MPAs, and for more broadly for achieving those better outcomes for marine biodiversity and also for coastal communities. Because while marine protected areas, and the Lord Mayor mentioned it earlier, while marine protected areas are often discussed as an environmental policy issue, and of course they are that, they're also about much more than that. They're about how we value and invest in our future. They're about how we value and invest in our coastal communities as an island nation. And they're about how we steward one of the greatest natural shared assets and last remaining truly wild space that we have, our seas. And the decisions we make now, the legislation we develop, the stakeholder engagement we undertake, and the relationships we build over the coming months and years will directly determine how our marine environment is managed, not just as we approach 2030, but for decades to come. And that is why getting this right is so important and why it matters so much. This year marks about the 5 years since the beginning of Fair Seas, so it's kind of hard to believe sometimes, not so hard to believe other times. We're a coalition of 7 different environmental NGOs and networks in Ireland working under the one banner, the banner of Fair Seas, and supported over the years by 4 different funders. And over those 5 years, we have often described our work, and indeed our work has been to help build a movement of ocean stewardship in Ireland. And if I'm honest, that took some figuring out. You know, what does ocean stewardship mean in an Irish context? How can Fair Seas contribute positively to a national conversation on marine protected areas? How can we help create space and inform for discussion, learning, collaboration, sharing, and ultimately to achieve the outcome of better decision-making for our seas? Those are the questions, I suppose, that we ask ourselves, and it has shaped and guided our work over the past 5 years. And this conference is very much a part and an outworking of those thoughts and discussions and that journey. And as has been mentioned, this is the second time that Fair Seas has brought stakeholders together from across Ireland and beyond into this specific room to discuss marine protected areas. And I'm very incredibly proud of the team, the Fair Seas team, our steering committee, all our partners and our funders for making that all happen. Because what we're trying to do today is, I think, in essence, quite simple, but incredibly important. It's about gathering people in the one room, under the one roof, to discuss why and how Ireland should progress marine protected areas over the coming years. And just as important, building connections across industries, across sectors, across groups, rather than working or talking in silos. So Because if Ireland is going to deliver a successful network of well-managed, ecologically coherent, monitored, enforced MPAs, it will require collaboration, it will require listening and genuine stakeholder engagement, and that is exactly what we hope will bear out today in this room. We've put a great deal of thought into the structure of today's programme, and we hope it provides an opportunity for us all to learn, reflect and engage with the themes and discussions that come up. And I would also like to extend a Céad Míle Fáilte to our international guests who have travelled from across Europe and beyond and taken time out of their busy schedules as we approach World Ocean Day. Very busy time for us folks, I think. So really appreciate it. In fact, I'd like to extend a sincere thanks to all our speakers for giving up their time, be they coming from far or near, and sharing their knowledge, their expertise and their insights so we can benefit from them. We're hugely appreciative of all your contributions, and I'm really looking forward to the presentations and the discussions that will follow. So 3 years ago at the 2023 conference, I stood on the far side of the stage, and I said it was an incredibly exciting time to work in marine conservation in Ireland, and I think that's still very true to say today, if not more so. The progress we make over the next few months and years will have a profound and a direct influence on whether Ireland succeeds in this mission in managing its seas for both biodiversity and people for the future. And for me and for Fair Seas, success is not simply 30% designation, although you will hear Fair Seas mention 30% in 2030, 30 by 30 quite a lot. But our ambition is for marine protected areas that are developed collaboratively, governed transparently, and managed effectively. Marine protected areas that deliver genuine recovery of species, habitats, and ecosystems, while also going a long way in strengthening the social, economic, cultural fabric of our coastal communities. That is the prize we are fighting for. That is the prize Fair Seas is fighting for. And I suspect most of everyone in the room, that's the prize that we're all fighting for together. So finally, from me, I want to thank each and every one of you for being here. I hope you enjoy the conference and that we all leave here today with a better understanding of the challenges involved in progressing MPAs here in Ireland, the opportunities and potential of progressing MPAs here in Ireland, and the path ahead over the next few months and years. And I also hope we leave with a better understanding of each other and each other's perspectives on MPAs. And I think that is a very strong basis. If we achieve that today, I think that is a very strong basis and grounding for delivering successful MPAs in the future in Ireland. Gura Mogov. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Dónal. And he particularly pointed out that there's two things that he hopes to see here today, apart from genuine listening and stakeholder engagement. Number one is, he said, a focus on ocean stewardship, and secondly, a very important national conversation. Now, as I'm about to introduce our first keynote speaker, you'll see that the conversation is going to start off with a very global perspective. But I just want to take a moment to reflect on what a national conversation means. There's going to be conversations all day, but it's the national bit that I want to look at. Often when we talk about Ireland in the context of Europe, I mean the continent, not the EU, we do mention the fact that Ireland is 1% of GDP, and it's also 1% of the landmass. However, if we look at the Marine Institute's real map of Ireland, that conversation changes completely. Because if we're to take into consideration the marine territory of the country, actually Ireland is one of the largest countries in Europe. In fact, the marine territory means that the marine territory is 10 times the size of the land, of the entire island. So therefore, moving from what can be a very traditional European-focused conversation, when you take into consideration marine territory, it genuinely gives an entirely different perspective on the national conversation. And therefore, it is with that context that I would like to introduce a woman that we're delighted to welcome here to Cork, Minna Epps, Global Ocean Policy Director, IUCN Centre for Policy and Law. Please give her a very warm welcome here.
Good morning, distinguished participants, all courtesy observed. It is really my true pleasure to be here with you today. but also I'm very grateful for the warm welcome to beautiful Cork. So I want to thank Fair Seas, the network, and all the organizers behind this event. So it's really a pleasure to be here in Ireland, whose history, culture, future are deeply intertwined with the ocean. So standing on islands on the Atlantic edge, we are reminded of a very profound truth, which is that we often hear the ocean mentioned in plural. But scientifically and ecologically, we have one interconnected ocean. So it is one single ocean. So what happens out in the high seas doesn't stay there. What happens anywhere in the ocean matters absolutely everywhere. We know that the ocean is our Earth's life support system. We've heard the UN Secretary General many times talk about the ocean being our life support system. We know that it produces the oxygen that we breathe, but also regulates our climate, provides food security. So it's really absolutely essential, and it underpins, the livelihoods of billions of people, but also other economies and cultures, which we heard Dónal refer to before. But for decades, the ocean has shielded humanity from the worst impact of climate change, providing us services. But today, the ocean is sending us an unmistakable signals of distress. The ocean health is measurably inclined. We've heard it many times for the UN Special Envoy of the Ocean. So it's a present reality that is reshaping marine ecosystem before our eyes. It is not in the future distance. I recall a recent conversation with the Minister of Tuvalu, and we talked about protecting and restoring coral reefs. Coral reefs, which is 0.2% of marine ecosystem, and yet it really sustains 25% of marine biodiversity. And he looked at me and said, but our corals are already gone. We've lost 50% of half the corals, and perhaps in the next 20 years, we'll lose the remaining corals. So these are global problems and need global solutions as well. The ocean is also absorbing 90% of excess heat. So if it wasn't for the ocean, our planet would be 36 degrees warmer. So as a result, we are seeing more and more heat waves. They're becoming more frequent and more intense. So marine heat waves are really extended periods of extremely warm temperatures. It could last for weeks, but also months or even years. And also we're seeing a large shift in marine species. They are moving to more favorable conditions. They're shifting geographically, but also vertical migration within the ocean column. I've already mentioned coral reefs. We are actually still experiencing the fourth global bleaching event. It's still going on. Fisheries are changing in a way that affects communities and economies around the world. At the same time, the ocean is also becoming more acidic. Could you imagine that millions of years ago, the ocean was actually a CO2 emitter, and today it's absorbed 1/3 of the greenhouse gases that are being emitted? It's a great service, but the ocean cannot continue to provide those services because we have tempered with its chemistry in the ocean beyond belief. And that really threatens our shell fisheries, but also the plankton that form the foundation of all marine food webs. Oxygen level, I don't know how many have heard about ocean deoxygenation. On average, 3 to 4% of dissolvable oxygen has declined. That's on average. But in some regions, we can see decline as steep as 30 and 40%, which in one hypotoxic event could wipe out corals, communities. So we're seeing a lot of these events taking place. And it also affects our fishes like tuna, for example. They're fast swimmers. They have high metabolism. They need oxygen-rich waters. And we often refer to what's happened out in the sea, out of sight, out of mind. If you're in an airplane and you're looking down and you can see an area has been deforested, you can see that a habitat has been lost. But the same is happening in the ocean. When oxygen is declining, that's called a habitat compression. The animals then will need to leave this area. So, yet perhaps the greatest challenge is that these pressures, they do not occur in isolations. So marine ecosystems are not experiencing one threat at a time, but they are confronting multiple interacting stressors simultaneously. So it's ocean warming, acidification, and deoxygenation. So if we then combine that with overfishing and pollution, and the different pressures, and also potentially emerging industrial activities that are potentially looming, such as, for example, deep seabed mining. And I also like to congratulate Ireland for being a country that has signed up to moratorium deep seabed mining until we have enough science and we can really ensure that there's no harm to the environment caused, so harm to none and benefit for all in areas beyond national jurisdiction. So we have this issue. The science is clear and the urgency is undeniable. And the response required is actually transformational. This is an area where climate disruption, geopolitics, but protecting nature is no longer simply a conservation goal. It's our survival and resilience strategy. Marine protected areas, which is a focus of this conference, are the most powerful tools available to conserve biodiversity, protect critical habitats, enhance ecosystem resilience, and support sustained ocean economies. When well designed and effectively managed, MPAs work. They allow ecosystem to recover. They protect breeding grounds and migration corridors. They strengthen nature's ability to withstand the climate impacts. And they also safeguard the ecological function upon those that we as people depend on. But around the world, we have learned one important lesson. Declaring an MPA designated is not the same as protecting an ecosystem. Law matters, the legislation, targets matter, designation matters, but what matters more is the implementation and the effective management. But legal protection without effective management, monitoring, enforcement, the real stakeholder engagement and long-term financing will not deliver the outcomes that nature needs. So designation without management is just an aspiration, is not protection. For more than 70 years, the International Union for Conservation of Nature is the world's largest network. We comprise of state agencies, members, civil society, as well as indigenous peoples' organization. We have worked with government scientists, indigenous people, local communities, and conservation practitioners to advance protected and conserved areas around the world. Through globally recognized definitions, so the definitions of marine protected areas, the category established by IUCN was as early as 1974. We've now come a long way from that, and we also have experience of what good conservation looks like. Because it's not just measured by what's written on this map, it's measured what's actually happened and what is protected. So as countries are working ambitiously to global biodiversity target, we've heard that the national implementation is key, and that's also what IUCN helps to do. IUCN is a global standard setter, and we have the IUCN Green List, and it's become such an important global standard. The Green List provides an internationally recognized benchmark for protecting conserved areas and demonstrate good governance, sound design, effective management, and successful conservation outcomes. It is the only global standard, and it also has made it into the global biodiversity framework. So we don't need more paper parks. We know that the coverage matters. Effectiveness matters even more. If you think about that, we have all agreed, all nations, to protect 30% of lands and seas. If you look at what is our economic exclusive zone, so basically the coastal waters of all nations, that's about 36%. And we're not going to protect all of that. We have competing demands, so we are absolutely dependent on the high seas. So Ireland, like many nations, is working to translate ambitious commitment into practical implementation. And I know that important progress is underway. New legislative pathways are being developed. Marine spatial plannings are evolving and being deployed. Scientific assessments are helping to identify these ecologically important areas. Ireland's challenge, however, is not unique. It is the challenge faced by every nation seeking to move from commitments on paper to conserve the outcome of the water. As Ireland expands its marine protected area network, the opportunity not simply is to achieve these targets, it's to build a network that delivers demonstrable conservation outcomes to meet these. So if we look at, again, what is it that we need? We need the legal frameworks, but we also need resources. Management plans require funding, monitoring requires funding, enforcement requires funding. So without the sustained investment, even the strongest legislative cannot deliver its promise. And I also like to come back and say, if we are committed to protect 30% of the ocean, what happens to the remaining 70% is vital. We need to ensure we have 100% sustainable ocean management. And I would like to also talk about the BBNJ agreement, the High Seas Treaty for sure. This is absolutely the biggest progress that we have made in ocean governance and conservation, and certainly in my lifetime. And what we're seeing is that the ocean was very, very fragmented. It wasn't lawless. It were about 19 governance bodies that were looking over the high seas. The high seas is 2/3 of the ocean, 64%, and in volume, it's almost half of our planet. And in 2023, nations agreed and then adopted an internationally legally binding treaty to protect biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, as well as sustainable use. So Ireland is not only a signatory, but also having ratified the BBNJ agreement. Ireland has also been very, very engaged in this negotiation within the EU group, as well as supporting other developing island states through its BBNJ clinic program. And it's really about national coordination when it comes to building a home for the BBNJ agreement. And what the BBNJ agreement is that it's a legal framework so that now we can establish marine protected areas in the high seas. We can conduct environmental impact assessment, as well as access and benefit sharing of marine genetic resources. And finally, also allows for capacity building and the transfer of marine technology. In my view, this is the first internationally legally binding treaty that is really there to advance science and technology. And in many ways, we saw scientists coming into the agreement and taking the diplomatic elevator up and engaging in this. So it demonstrates that the world can still come together and prove that multilateralism works in the pursuit of a shared vision, our common ocean. But hope alone does not protect ecosystem. So the true test of the BBNJ agreement begins now. There are 89 countries that have ratified the agreement. That's not even half of it. It's entered into force, but we need to make sure we get universal adoption. So this is also what we need, science-based identification, where are the priority areas. We have initiatives such as the First Movers. These are countries coming together with scientists to see where those areas should be designated. Living High Seas is an initiative where IUCN, together with partners and countries, are working to co-design and co-develop area-based management tools in the high seas. So, and we also need to make sure that we need equitable participation in the benefit sharing. We need capacity building. And therefore, IUCN has been trusted with the EU Global Ocean Programme to set up a technical assistance facility for developing countries. But we're not going to create a single marine protected areas in the high seas without political will. Every single proposal needs to go to the conference of the party. And this is also why I'm very proud that IUCN is hosting the Secretariat for the BBNJ High Ambition Coalition. 48 countries, including Ireland, is part of that treaty, which has signed a declaration on ambitious implementation, fast, fair, and equitable. So this is very honorable. But we still need that investment in the monitoring, the compliance, and in people itself. So the lessons learned through protected area management, including IUCN, is that governance standard, management effectiveness framework, and the green list standard can help ensure that MPAs deliver genuine conservation outcomes rather than symbolic protection. So the legal protection really creates the possibility. Implementation creates the protection. So we created the momentum, we have the standards, and the standards, they create the confidence. So we need to make sure that we can really deliver on this promise. And in conclusion, I'd like to really highlight that we may be the last generation with the opportunity to actually change this trajectory that we're on. So this is worth reminding, and I think the High Seas Treaty is one of the best. It really is a beacon of hope that we must cherish. So we need to deliver on the promise of marine protected areas. So let's deliver on the promise of BBNJ. We need to act with urgency and this moment's demand for our one interconnected ocean, for our future, for climate, and for future generations. And I really, with that, would like to thank you all. And I would also like to wish Ireland the best of luck with the EU presidency that they're taking on next month. and really to see how we can advance the Ocean Pact of the European Union. It is really, really vital at a time. So without any further ado, I'd really like to thank you for your attention and all courtesy observed. So thank you very, very much, and I look forward to interacting with you over the day. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you very much indeed for that, Minna. And if I could ask the team to please switch over the screen, because I'd like to give everyone the QR code now so you can submit your questions, as I'm about to have a chat here now with Minna. So just hold up your phone and you can hold up your camera to the QR code. If that isn't working for any of you, you can instead go to menti.com and put in the code 4713-7667. It's the same for all of you online as well. Please do feel free to either use the QR code if you're joining us from a separate device, or alternatively go to menti.com and put in the code 4713-7667. Now, all of those then are going to come in here to me. I'll be able to see them, and you can upvote your questions as well. Now, at the moment, I can see over here we have over 100 people. And give me a thumbs up as well while you're there. It's always good to have a good Cork welcome that way. Right, so where are we at? We're at 123 people now, and if you push the button multiple times, it's the same number of thumbs up, by the way. I'm getting a lot of energy coming this way. Brilliant, okay. So please do submit your questions now, as you might like, and I'm going to take a seat over here. Now, Minna, first of all, I've taken a lot from what you've said there, and I'd like to come back to you on a couple of different points, but the first thing I'd like to ask you about is something I saw on your LinkedIn that you posted 6 days ago, which is that you said the ocean has become an asset class of its own kind. Can you elaborate on what that means, please? Because often when we think of asset classes, we think of things we buy and sell in stock markets. What do you mean by this?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, and it takes us to the whole concept also of the blue economy, which is one of the fastest growing economy. I think we all know that nature has been severely undervalued, so it's really about not just because they say the fundamental challenge is not that monetizing is the foundation of protecting biodiversity. So it's basically, if you create it as its own asset class, you are really trying to capture it like in terms of its value. For example, we know that rain protection has a lot of co-benefits, so to say, but how do you get that onto the balance sheet? I mean, at the macroeconomic level. So there are initiatives such as the Global Ocean Accounting Partnership. We're still trying to figure out how can you get those co-benefits and get them onto the balance sheet. And I think that if we go a little bit further and think if we succeed, and we've heard it a lot, and I know Karen Sachs is here in the audience, and his favorite topic is to talk about building an asset class. If we succeed in doing that, what safeguards do we have? And that's really where the regulation and policy comes in. How do you safeguard it for future generations, beyond maybe the political cycle, whether it's a sovereignty or debt fund, etc. So I think that is really, really important where we need to head. And also thinking about this kind of transformation. So we've been very focused on extractive industry, seeing the ocean as an instrument. How do we move slowly towards a regenerative ocean economy that can kind of sustain itself?
So when you say regenerative, you mean in the context of both economics as well as environmental?
Absolutely, absolutely. But it's regenerative rather than an extractive.
Okay, and I just thought it was interesting how you mentioned in your speech there how the ocean changed its character from being a carbon emitter to a carbon absorber. In fact, if I have the number correct, it now absorbs 1/3 of carbon emissions, which you say we've tempered with its chemistry. How did the ocean change so much along the way?
So when it absorbs the CO2, it changes the pH value in the ocean, right? So it's becoming more acidic. So all our shellfish, etc., that we have along the coast that are really dependent on a certain pH. So as it becomes more acidic, it becomes very difficult and really threatens our shellfish, which are calcareous and needs a different, more basic pH.
Okay, well, I'm telling you that there is lots of questions flying in here, all right, and they're becoming upvoted. So please, I'm going to ask one more question to Minna and myself before I start putting these to you. But let's just say we've lots to talk about, that's for sure. There is something else I'd like to ask you about, though, and that is because 3 years ago on this stage, I interviewed Valerie Hickey, Yes, Valerie Hickey, another Cork woman who is now in the World Bank. And you quoted her this week as well when she said, no amount of blended finance can compensate for the absence of functioning markets, enabling policy environments or public infrastructure. So, do you think that the global or even European conversation is focusing on the wrong things as opposed to cohesion among the whole?
Well, first of all, I love the fact they're being held accountable here on stage and that somebody reads my LinkedIn post.
Yes, I do.
No, Valerie Hickey is absolutely, she's a really prominent figure in the space internationally. Mm-hmm. So we work a lot together closely. And I think what we're seeing now, not only because of the geopolitical climate, but overseas development assistance, which most of the organization, international organizations, but also on the ground are dependent on. And that is not going to change. So what we need to do is also how can we actually use the public funding and in a more catalytic way, or what they call this blended finance, which is simply you're mixing public and private financing. And there's also a concept that often referred to as like de-risking, trying to attract investors to the ocean space. The challenge with that is that when you talk about de-risking, who are you de-risking for? It's for the investors. Mm. And maybe that will bear the cost for maybe communities or the publics or governments, right? So I think there's a lot of emphasis in there. And, let's face it, we're not going to have the same return on investment for these nature positive, at least not yet that we have. So I think that blended finance, there are some good examples. For example, there is the Global Fund for Coral Reefs, which is this kind of blended finance model, which then is to restore and protect coral reefs, and basically finding a financial mechanism that it becomes investable. So, for example, IUCN has a global standard, or the only global standard for nature-based solutions, and there you have 8 criteria to really look at safeguarding environment and social challenges to address them. And one of them is looking at, of course, biodiversity, but also on trade-offs, as well as economic viability. I think that the challenge we see is getting conservation projects from being economically viable, but all the way to investable. So that's the kind of the journey we're on.
Economically viable to investable, there can be a big distance in there, and depending on, I'm thinking about this on a graph visually, that would be if I was to measure that upon, let's say, return on investment or return for the taxpayer. But then you've also got all of the other elements as well, whether it's preserving rural entrepreneurship or ecotourism, and they're of many of the conversations we're going to have today. Okay, Minna, I need to get over here because 17 questions have been submitted so far, but this one has been upvoted 17 times. Attempting to get to the global 30 by 30 now seems out of reach. How can we attempt to achieve this goal more quickly? What are the key areas of focus for pushing forward? I want to first of all challenge the assumption that's made in the first part of that. Do you think it's out of reach?
For the 2030, well, I've been a strong advocate for pushing for the BBNJ agreement, saying without the BBNJ agreement, we cannot reach the 30 by 30. As I said, all of the world's EEZ is 36% alone. And I think it's not out of reach. I think that, unfortunately, geopolitics, again, played a big role in New York when we were negotiating, in the sense that a lot of it did not have anything to do about ocean conservation, but it was a bit of a delayed. So in order to be able to create marine protected area, it's not like, okay, it's entered into force and now we have MPAs pop up. You need to establish the institutional arrangement and mechanisms. So you need to have a scientific and technical body where you can put the proposals, etc. So that timeline has slightly shifted. So that's why I emphasize the political will and leadership, maybe through the High Ambition Coalition, is really needs to push so that we don't lose the momentum saying, oh, we cannot have high seas MPA for another few years. But it's definitely not out of reach. And we need to do the same thing in the Southern Ocean. There are MPA proposals there that has not moved forward. Again, we need that political will to get through.
You mentioned within the BBNJ that 89 countries have signed up. Is there a geographical concentration around that?
I would say absolutely. Small island developing states have been leading the way. Palau, small Pacific nation, was the first country to sign the BBNJ agreement. I would say even with the European Union, there are some laggers, so to say, that have not pushed. They are still part of the High Ambition Coalition because, you know, it doesn't distinguish from the ambition. There's like different countries are at different stages, and it takes time. We are seeing even landlocked countries, and they see a real hope on the BB&J for the capacity building and a transfer of marine technology, as well as access and benefit sharing. So I would say small island estates, they are really, really pushing this. So I think it's more some of the big developing countries. They are on the way. I mean, Canada, hopefully very soon, Australia, Germany, etc., are all working towards ratification.
This is still getting upvoted as I'm even asking you the question. So I do want to put the second part of it to you again. How can we attempt to achieve this goal more quickly? What are the key areas of focus for pushing forward? Like, is it law, or is there more effective monitoring? You've mentioned a range of different things, capacity building. What are funding, of course, as you've already alluded to. So what do you think are the key areas of focus for pushing forward?
No, the key area is that political momentum.
Okay.
Like we need to really push that. So once we get those decisions and those institutional arrangements set up, it can become operational. But with that, you need that political push. It is absolutely essential. And of course, financial mechanism. And for it to work in practice, you need to have a very collaborative approach, which I think we will speak about later, is the collaboration between these different international bodies and regime. That is it's really, really key. So we need to work in parallel, so political momentum, but in parallel, we need to work with developing these high seas MPA proposals. And the first cohort is going to be a bit like guinea pigs, you know, it'll be a trial and error, but they need to be good proposals. So that is all that engagement with the different stakeholders, etc. That's parallel process. It's not that you don't wait until you have it's operational and then you start develop. So these are the two parallel tracks that will have to happen.
Okay, so here is a summary of what I've taken from you this morning. First of all, we talk about oceans being plural. You say that we should be looking at this instead as an interconnected system. That it has, I love the way you say the ocean is provided with a great service. It has shielded humanity from the worst of climate change. I just want to make sure that I heard this correctly. Did you say in the next 20 years, all remaining coral could be damaged? 20
They
years?
could be gone, yes.
20. Okay.
Within 20 years. So we have a global bleaching event, which is still ongoing.
But that's 20 years. Okay. In addition, I also want to make sure I heard this one right. When I think of the Paris Accord back in 2015, would you say that the world's land would be 36 degrees warmer without the ocean? I heard that correctly as well, did I? Okay. You referred to vertical migration, and also you highlighted the fact that Ireland has signed up to a deep sea mining moratorium until the science looks and really evaluates the system. I think this is a really pithy point that you make that is coming through here in the question.
These are in areas beyond national jurisdiction, so the common heritage of human
exactly, and that's an important distinction as well. You said that declaring an MPA doesn't mean an ecosystem is protected. And I think that's something we will refer to more and more. You say we don't need more paper parks. You also highlighted that Ireland's challenge is not unique, and the three things needed are legal frameworks, capacity building, and you say management and monitoring need funding. You also then refer to, as you did in our conversation there, the first international binding agreement being the BB&J. 89 countries have signed up to this. I loved your phrase as well that
they are ratified. 145 countries have signed, so that means the intention to ratify, hopefully. But it currently stands at 89, and 60 were required to trigger entry into force, which happened in January this year. Okay. So there will be a first BB&J COP, Conference of the Party, in January 2027.
Okay. 145 and 89. Then you said scientists have taken the diplomatic elevator by virtue of this. Well, I think Ireland has taken a geographical elevator by virtue of its marine territory as distinct to land as well. Over and over and over and over, you've referred to the point about needing the political will. And you also said that the global ocean accounting framework is the way in which partnership to get the value onto the balance sheet, the value from the ocean onto the balance sheet. You also asked the question, how can we use public funding in a more catalytic way while de-risking? But then you posed the question, who is this being de-risked for? Is it for investors or is it the community? And finally, then you say that what we need to be always considerate of is the trade-offs between economic viability and investability when thinking about blended finance, but the political will is the start of all of this. Minna, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great, thank you so much.
Okay, so speaking of political will, we're now going to hear all about that, as I'm about to now ask you all to give a very warm welcome to Minister Timmy Dooley, TD, who will give us an address and introduce us to An Taoiseach. If you could give him a round of applause, please, and thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Susan. Lord Mayor Fergal Dennehy, Taoiseach Micheál Martin. I know there are a number of other politicians amongst us. I see Deputy James O'Connor, and I believe Senator Malcolm Noonan is also with us, so I just want to welcome you. Just in my short address, I want to thank Fair Seas for your invitation to join you on this really important event here in Cork today as we celebrate World Ocean Conference of 2026. I want to thank Dónal for your support and presence here. And of course, I want to thank Minna for that very thought-provoking address, and some of the statistics and some of the harsh words for us, I think, fall well with us. Your valued insights and thoughts in your opening speech are really welcome to this audience and certainly helpful to us that are charged with the political responsibility to address this ongoing issue. We look forward, obviously, to working more closely with you as we develop and implement our maritime environmental strategy in the years ahead. And indeed, I've had a number of conversations with your organisation already, and I want to continue and deepen that engagement. Today, I think we have an excellent opportunity to explore how we can effectively and collaboratively deliver well-managed marine protected areas at the start of World Ocean Week. And I intend to address this in a little bit more detail about how we intend to get there and how, from an Irish perspective, we're very much on track to achieving those goals of 30 by 30, notwithstanding the amount of ocean space that falls within our jurisdiction. We have, I think, almost 8 times more ocean space than we do land-based, but we're well tooled up to address that. The government, driven by An Taoiseach, has recognised really the importance of our marine area and, to some extent, the fragmented nature of the responsibilities across various government departments and marine agencies. And with that in mind, in his wisdom, he appointed me to lead and improve that coordination, cooperation, and most importantly, delivery right across the marine area in my role as Minister of State for Fisheries and the Marine. And I want to thank the Taoiseach for his vision and his leadership in this area. He has long been a champion of our marine agenda. And indeed, as you all know, the marine ecosystem is complex and symbiotic too. Our ways of working here have to reflect this, and we are bringing greater coordination to that. Although my functions sit across 2 government departments, you've Department of Agriculture, Food and the Marine from the fisheries perspective, and of course the Department of Climate, Energy and Environment on the marine planning and the marine environment section. And I've been operating across those on the basis that there is a virtual department of the marine. And I have to say that it has been really enjoyable in trying to bring all of that together. To provide a more coherent leadership, I've established a coordinating structure across the department at senior level, across the departments at senior level, and through the interdepartmental coordination grouping Project Ireland Marine 2040, which meets regularly. And I want to thank, I know there are a number of those people here today, I want to thank them for kind of getting outside your comfort zone and working towards the government agenda of that unified approach. The Oireachtas too has reflected that change by establishing a new committee, the Joint Committee of Fisheries and Maritime Affairs, and heretofore activities on the marine planning and the marine environment were handled just in the Environmental Committee, and fisheries issues were handled by the Agriculture Committee, and I think the coherence was lost there. So that committee was established to shadow and scrutinise proposals and initiatives under the portfolio that I have been given. I will acknowledge too that it's not been without its challenges. However, by driving greater alignment and cooperation, I am trying to ensure a balanced vision to provide a clean, healthy, productive and sustainably used marine area. Perhaps future government formations will include a single department of the marine, but for now, the structures to drive the greater coordination are an important step in that direction. Regularly, because we're, I suppose, confined as a state to the departments of state set out in the Constitution, of which there are 15, we regularly bring forward new ministries. But when we bring forward new ministries, we've had to do on children and housing and other areas of importance, we've got to suppress the activities of another or co-join them. I think the time has now, not for this administration, but for future administrations, to recognise the importance of our marine space and how that plays such an important role in terms of climate change, etc. And perhaps at some stage in the future, we'll see that single department. Last November, the government's preparation of a general scheme of the Maritime Area Planning Bill to amend the Marine Area Planning Act of 2021, and I'm pleased to inform you that the work is well underway in that regard. And this bill will provide a legislative basis for the designation and effective management. And I listened to what Minna had said about not just putting in place the legislative framework and not just designation, but the management thereafter is of critical importance. And when we get that bill through, it will also provide for a number of other amendments to the Marine Planning Act of 2021, and the need for which has been identified through the implementation of the Act so far. So we are progressing well with that. It will streamline the MPA designation process with the current designation system for maritime spatial planning, creating a more efficient system for implementation and effective management of MPAs, using what we have referred to as that DMAP spatial planning tool, which has worked so well in defining areas of our coastline which are suitable for offshore renewable development. The same tools, the same engagement with the public, and the same systemic approach based on data is really what we have in mind with this approach. And this will build, I think, on the work already undertaken on the previous standalone MPA legislation, which was in gestation for a long period of time. I think we've found an effective way now of moving it forward. To the concerns of some who expressed that it would be the previous bill in a light format, I can assure you that it's not. That's not my intention. It's about having a system that works and is in place. And the core features of the legislation will include extensive and meaningful public and stakeholder engagement, the identification of species, habitats and ecosystem services requiring protection and/or restoration, and an ecosystem service being a benefit derived by humans from the environment. The identification of optimal locations to protect these features, the designation of marine protected areas with clear conservation objectives, the appointment of management authorities for MPAs who must put in place those management plans. And I think that speaks to what you have asked us to look at today. A requirement for bodies authorising, licensing or permitting the activity in an MPA to have regard for its conservation objectives too at all times, and where necessary, the regulation of harmful activities in an MPA with associated offences and penalties as appropriate. And I'm very strong on ensuring that that features strongly in the final legislation that will go to the Oireachtas. Our department also leads on the MPA Life Ireland project, and this is complemented by the work of the MPA Advisory Group, who've delivered successive ecological sensitivity analysis of the Western Irish Sea and the Celtic Sea, and are currently working on a similar analysis of our Atlantic area. Some of us had an opportunity to visit Tom Crean this morning, part of the Marine Institute, which plays such a vital and important role in capturing the data that informs that decision-making process. And these will enable us to identify features to be protected and suitable areas where they may be found, so that we will be able to make early MPA designations once the legislation is passed. And this will facilitate meeting our 30 by 30 targets online. So just to be very clear, just while the legislation is progressing its way through the Oireachtas, we're still out there working on the identification process, so that as soon as the tools are in place to make the official designation, the work will have been done, the sites identified, and it will be just a matter then of making the designation and putting in place those protections. We're also working on the implementation of what is commonly known as the BB&J agreement ratified by the Taoiseach in September of 2025. And of course, we all know that the BB&J is the first dedicated global treaty on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity of the high seas, and the deep seabed. And Ireland's early ratification demonstrates our commitment to working with the international community to develop and realise the full potential of that agreement. During Ireland's presidency of the European Council in the second half of 2026, and I've been using that term for a while, the second half of 2026, it's about 4 weeks away now, or a little bit less, and that has its own challenges, and that's why I'm really pleased that the Taoiseach has been able to take time out to be with us for this today. So as an island nation of the EU, we're fully cognizant of the strategic importance of our seas, including their vulnerability to the triple threats of pollution, biodiversity loss and climate change. And it is a recognition of this importance that we're joined by Taoiseach Micheál Martin, whom I know would like to welcome and deliver his opening address to this conference today, and thank him for his continued support of the work that we're doing in this area. Taoiseach Micheál Martin.
Ard Vera, Fergal Dennehy, agus Ara Timmy Dooley, agus Minna, agus a Queenús le Cllr Bwalam dúspáide mo bhéchas a gháil le Fair Seas agus le gach éon duine a chóirí chun an tamach seo a grú. Agus níl éon áras ach go bhfuil ach faoin luachfar filethe going in Éirden in ár bharagaí. Agus leis na mílte bliain tá muintir na tíre ag buin tarifa asta, agus ag marach táil leis an buil atá inníta ló. Mar sin féin is léir doing an ish go bhfuil an muir hímpelacht fi bhrú le dúchláin agus feidirachtaí nua roing. Is doinge atá sé don an lec leis na dúchláin chéine. Agus sin mon na hibre is gá a ahand go bhfuil an airge fitte fuite len ar tradiisiún, chomá len ar bhéanúlacht cultúrtha. Agus tá bhrí sin cahamid Cllr ibrú as lábha a chéile mar bheitheal chun an airge a chorú agus a chuimhnú. Ní doing féin a bháin a thuairimid féin bhachtas seo ach ar son na glúnta atá roing. Onas gur féidir lo son, las a bhaint chomá as an muir atá haar timpeall oring Cllr. Good morning, everybody. And I'm going to start by thanking Fair Seas, and Minna, that was in our Gaelic language just there for anybody else who may not be familiar with it. I want to thank Fair Seas for organising this conference and for your continued ambition for Ireland with a renewed appreciation of the ocean, becoming a world leader in marine protection, giving our species, habitats and coastal communities the opportunity to thrive. And the conversations that will happen over the course of the day are important because they concern something central to who we are as a people, our relationship with the sea. And as Taoiseach and someone who's proud to call Cork home, the sea has shaped our sense of who we are. In our coastal towns and villages, it has sustained families for generations. And I want to thank Minister for State for the Marine, Timmy Dooley, for his work and his leadership as Minister for State. And he did reference an important point in terms of how we structure both our political and administrative response to the issue of our seas. I'm not that happy with it so far in the sense that we do have constitutional constraints, and just to explain, we can appoint 15 cabinet posts. I would love to have a senior cabinet post for the Marine. We did have before, actually, when I started out as a TD in the 80s, we had a Minister for State for the Marine. I think Defence was with it for a while. But there's this kind of shopping about, if you like, or reorganising departments from time to time. Society evolves, and we do need that extra capacity. It would need a constitutional referendum, to be frank. Wouldn't probably be the most popular constitutional referendum to suggest we need additional cabinet seats. But we do need to discuss it, though. We do need to discuss it and debate it, because it's a serious issue in terms of where lies the sort of focus for a developing Irish nation and Irish society. We're an island nation. We're surrounded by our seas, and there's something missing when we don't have a stronger department of the Marine, independent but working with other departments. And it's an issue I'm deliberately throwing out there because there's lots of cynics out there and so on. But we need to get serious in terms of how we organise ourselves. And it's not about saying we don't need that other department, let's get rid of that. Actually, the state is growing, society is growing, you need additional capacities as society evolves. And we know that the seas, and particularly our sense and vision of the seas, has expanded, correctly so. If anything, we were less ambitious and less visionary in the past. If you combine the climate, energy, food, and the broader economic the dimensions of the maritime experience, you can see that we're now in an era when that is really developing at pace in terms of the state's attempts to deal and to manage with that. And as Minna has said, it's a race against time in many aspects, and we need to shape up. And I appreciate the work that Minna and others are doing internationally. And Ireland has been strong and proactive internationally, not just because it's the right thing to do, because I think that puts a reverse pressure on us. It's not just good enough for us to be doing the right thing internationally and globally. I think it does shine a light back at home to say, well, okay, we have signed all the international and ratified them. How are we shaping up in terms of that agenda? We work well with the small island developing states, the SIDS. We've worked well with them, particularly in the context of climate at the UN. We have provided supports. We now do scholarships with some of the small island developing states to try and strengthen that relationship. And I've had a very good relationship with the leaders of many of those states. I meet at various conferences. We contribute to their own strategic vision plans and so forth, and we will continue to do so. Rising sea temperatures, biodiversity loss, degraded habitats, pollution, and climate change impacts are no longer distant warnings. They are realities already impacting marine ecosystems and coastal communities. And we see those changes in our own waters. We see it in dwindling fish stocks, pressures on biodiversity, and the increased vulnerability of coastal environments to storms and erosion. And we know that what happens beneath the surface of our seas will shape what happens above it, for our economy, our climate resilience, and for our communities. And that understanding creates an obligation to act with care. I welcome that the conference brings together advocates, the fishing community, government, industry, and other key stakeholders. And I'm delighted to be here and to be part of those conversations as we map out Ireland's next steps for designating and managing a network of marine protected areas. The government is committed, as Timmy has outlined, to addressing these major policy challenges through restoring healthy, functioning, sustainable marine ecosystems. Ireland's exclusive economic zone covers an area of more than 420,000 square kilometres of sea, stretching from the Irish Sea to the deep and exposed Atlantic Ocean. And within this vast area, we have extraordinary resources of marine species and habitats. And this supports a thriving maritime economy and heritage that have nurtured coastal communities for centuries. Intensification of human activities on land and at sea is accelerating marine biodiversity loss in Ireland and globally. Achieving a balance between transitioning to offshore renewables, coastal enterprise, seafood sustainability, and ocean conservation is challenging. And we need a stronger, not just engagement on that, we are engaging with all the stakeholders, but we need all stakeholders too need to accept that it can't be our domain or no one else's. This has to be a joint effort in the overall national interest and global interests for that matter. And if you think of the climate issue, offshore renewables to me are a no-brainer. We want to reduce our dependence on fossil fuels. We've taken certain decisions domestically already on that front. And I've established a clearinghouse at government level to bring industry in with government departments, and indeed we've brought regulators in as well, to try and look what are the systemic barriers to development of offshore wind, and can we at our level accelerate those, be it in the planning, be it in whatever areas have been identified. And there are many challenging aspects to this. But if you look at the overall picture, if we accept that overall it helps in terms of the climate, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and so on, if we can essentially reduce and eliminate our dependence on fossil fuels, then we all win and the oceans win as well. However, that's okay to articulate as an objective, yet I'm very conscious of the significant challenges in bringing that through. In other words, many of the stakeholders have perhaps different perspectives. We have to do it properly, and that's why demapping and all of that is very important. And I think the next phase, in terms of how we're doing that, is important. I just want to sort of highlight that it will take at some stage give and take on all sides to get the desired outcomes here. The National Marine Planning Framework has brought together all marine-based human activities for the first time. That sets out the government's vision, objectives, marine planning policies for each marine activity. And the NMPF outlines how these marine activities will interact with each other in an ocean space under increasing spatial pressure. Hopefully, and our objective is that it will ensure the sustainable use of our marine resources out to 2040 through supporting actions necessary to effectively manage marine activities. Programme for Government has set out the framework for a sustainable blue economy, huge economic impact, supporting well over 100,000 jobs. So we are uniquely positioned to expand renewable energy, and as I said, we've committed to the fast-track offshore wind development. The National Designated Maritime Area Plan for offshore wind, approved by Government in 2025, will designate sites around Ireland's coast capable of delivering 15 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2040. I'm also very mindful of the urgency to establish MPAs as we work to secure this sustainable and resilient future. We are committed to fulfilling our role as stewards of our maritime area, trebling current designations, and placing 30% of our maritime territory under legal protection by 2030 will halt species decline and restore marine ecosystems. And I accept fully what has been said by Minna and others. The management, implementation and operation of that is going to be key. But we have to start. We have to create the legislative framework to enable the subsequent monitoring, implementation to happen. And of course, protecting Ireland's unique marine biodiversity and meeting our climate and energy ambitions will always be challenging, but it's essential. We do have to bring people with us. I accept that. And that's in many respects the job of politics too, and all of the stakeholders, as I mentioned earlier. But we have to work extremely hard to bring people with us, because failure to do so creates oppositional forces, and people go back into the trenches, and sometimes you delay and don't get to the promised destination as quickly as one would like. But we have to continue to convince people it's in all our interests that we do this. Sustainable resource management means meeting social needs, particularly in coastal and island communities, while harnessing the abundant renewable energy from our seas. I want to assure you that a review of options for delivering a legislative basis for MPA designation and management, including work on the legislation, is well underway, as Minister Dooley has outlined. The general scheme nearing completion should be published shortly. This will provide for designated area maritime plans used for offshore renewables and to design and designate MPA site proposals. We will create an ambitious, coherent and representative network of effective MPAs within the shortest time frame possible. Extensive scientific research will be required to enhance our understanding of protected offshore species and sensitive habitats. To prepare for the legislation, the government supports analytical coverage. This screens for and identifies suitable areas meriting MPA protection. Ecological sensitivity analysis is complete in the Western Irish Sea and Celtic Sea. Work is ongoing to complete coverage on the Atlantic seaboard this year. University College Dublin, University of Galway, and of course University College Cork have partnered on MPA Life Ireland since 2024. This 25 million 9-year project will co-design outcomes in close collaborations with marine stakeholders. And I'm pleased to see that among the many research initiatives and monitoring programs which the government supports to achieve good environmental status in our seas, Munster and Cork feature very strongly. and I don't want to be too parochial, but the Observe programme is, for example, a European leader and major marine scientific initiative established by the Government of Ireland. And since 2014, it has gathered high-quality data improving knowledge about marine biodiversity, including the distribution and abundance of species such as whales, seabirds and turtles. The third phase of this programme is a large-scale aerial survey project based out of University College Cork, and that will inform our marine environmental assessments and maritime spatial planning and ensure that MPAs are targeted in the most appropriate locations. Another example of research which will inform MPA designation is a groundbreaking research project into the highly endangered flapper skate. Led by UCC and funded by government, it focuses on an area of interest off Courtmacsherry Bay, County Cork. Coincidentally, I spent 3 to 4 hours early yesterday morning traversing the Seven Heads Peninsula with full observation of not quite the project, but of the immense abundance of those seas. And again, I understand fully how the local community there, the sea angling operators and the fishing community are learning to work together. And it illustrates, by the way, that what might be perceived to be a threat to maybe an existing function or activity can actually become an opportunity for other opportunities, which can maintain and sustain economy and activity in coastal communities. Mar a deran seanochel ní an trá le fear maul, time and tide wait for no person. We must proceed at pace together to achieve our pledge of 30 by 30. MPAs are a key instrument to ensure clean, healthy, resilient and sustainably used seas as we move towards climate neutrality and energy security. I want to thank all of you for your participation today, to wish you every success with your discussion, and to reaffirm our commitment to work with you on an ongoing basis and a regular basis to achieve our desired common objectives. Thank you very much indeed. Agus go míle maith agah Cllr.
Thank you very much indeed for that, An Taoiseach, and before him, Minister Dooley. So a couple of key points stood out for me there. One is a point that Minister Dooley made, but An Taoiseach really reinforced, which is that legislation is one thing, but management is of critical importance. But also, as Minister Dooley said, is that it's not just about the legislation process as that's developing, but they're continuously working on the identification process at the same time. Also, in picking up on the point that Minna made, is that Ireland ratified its participation in BBNJ in September 2025. And indeed, the EU presidency is very, very close indeed. We'll all be watching that for sure, but particularly dealing with the triple challenge of pollution, biodiversity and climate change. It's interesting, An Taoiseach said the sea has shaped who we are. And the reason that I think that that's interesting is the Lord Mayor before him had said the sea is part of who we are. It's just interesting, both of them spoke about that point. That challenge around the 15 senior ministerial posts, as An Taoiseach mentioned, is certainly a challenge. And as our country, our society, our population, our priorities are evolving, that certainly is a challenge for sure. But the fact that it would need a constitutional referendum also then requires very public and national conversation about that if and when the time comes. He quoted one line, which I think is something that I'll be repeating as we go through the day, which is what happens on the surface of the sea shapes what happens underneath it. And therefore, while we may not always be able to see it from land, this room of anybody knows the importance of what's happening underneath it. So that is something that I do certainly want to pick up on. The stakeholder engagement element, he said, all stakeholders too must accept that it's not our domain and nobody else's. And it's that challenge that I will be very much challenging, particularly in session 2 and session 3, is that how do you plan for an ecosystem, bearing all of that in mind? And he also mentioned as well about the supporting nature of the analytical coverage that happens along the way. I do want to make the point that 25 times at this stage, one question has been upvoted, which is, how should we actually enforce MPAs in practical terms? Do we have the resources for enforcement? What does enforcement even mean? We should be having conversations about what we mean by this, and that will be the starting point of session 2. So now I want to invite you all to please make your way out for the coffee break. We're right on time. Please come back in punctually at 11 a.m. and we'll continue the conversation. But we'll start off with that question that you clearly want to discuss and to get answers from. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much indeed, and I hope you enjoyed the networking break inside. I certainly did as well, and well done to the event organisers today to make sure that there's lots of time for those conversations that are happening. Serendipity matters and who you can bump into, and you may also be reconnecting with people who you've known but haven't met in a while. So that's very, very important. And as you can see from the programme, we'll make sure that gets adhered to right along the way. Okay, so if I can ask the team, please, to swap the screen over. And can I ask you thank you very much. Okay, now, here's what I'm going to do. I would love to know, from your own point, I'm just going to ask you all now to answer a question for me before I hand over and introduce the next session. So what does the C mean to you? Okay, just like to put that out there. So like I said, there is 155 of you there, okay. Happiness, life, okay. Okay, it's my home. Life, biodiversity, freedom, perspective, health and energy, origin, magic. Okay. Keep them coming there. There's 166 of you on Menti, and also to all of you who are joining us from all over the world. If you would like to participate, which we'd love if you did, I'm just going to ask you, if you've got a separate device, hold up your phone or whatever, an iPad, etc., to the QR code. Any time that I pull up Mentimeter, we'll be doing that. If, on the other hand, you're on the same device, you can go to menti.com, menti.com, and put in the code 47137667. Now, that is also the way that you can send in any questions anytime. Right now, we have 27 questions, and as I was saying to people before the break, the one that has been upvoted now the most, at 25 times so far, is how should we actually enforce MPAs in practical terms? Do we have resources for enforcement? What does enforcement even mean? We should be having these conversations about what we mean by this, and that's absolutely the point that I want to bring our conversation to next. Okay, so around about half of you have answered me at this point. Could I ask the team, the AV team, could you just press the space bar, please? If you just press the space bar, thank you very much. Now, what's happening over here is there's a piece of AI now that is categorizing everything, and so far, I've seen 9 groups in particular. 30 out of the 85 so far has said livelihood. 16 so far have said peacefulness. 13 have said freedom. 11 have said vitality. If you just scroll down there a little bit, we'll take a look there at what the rest are saying. And the reason that I wanted to ask you this question is really to get a sense of course, what does the C mean to you? But also it's important to get your opinions, and that we don't just look at one particular dimension, that we look at many. I've had a good look at the questions. As you can see, there's 28 of them there now. You can see them all. If you go into Menti and go over to the Q&A side, you can see them all. You can upvote them. And there's a couple of trends that I'm seeing. One is, how do we make sure that MPAs are not just lip service or paper parks, but that there's more to it? Another area is balancing stakeholder engagement. And another one is a risk, and perhaps this arose out of some of the conversations that happened so far, a risk of only looking at the blue economy as distinct to all of the other dimensions that are there. And I can assure you that what we'll be doing right throughout the day is addressing all of those areas. So please do keep the questions coming. We really do want to see them. Okay, so it looks like we've almost 100 answers to that question there now. And I'm just going to highlight, yep, okay. If we want to switch back over, so thanks very much to the team. So session 2, different format entirely this time. So what's going to happen is 4 people are going to be delivering a keynote. 2 of them are here with us today in Cork. 2 of them tried to be with us here in Cork, but they couldn't. So instead, they're going to be delivering them online. And so you'll be, as you can see here, there's 2 massive screens. You'll be able to see them. Everybody who's online, it'll probably mean the same to you. Then after that, I'm going to bring Minna back up on stage, and we're going to have a panel discussion with 5 people. Okay? So all 5 will be here. 2 will be here virtually, and then 3 will be here in person, and I'm going nowhere, right? So therefore, that's the way in which this is going to work. Please do send in your questions. I'm watching them all the time, and I will put them to the panel as we go along. So, from designation to delivery, making marine protected areas effective. And the reason I'm highlighting that word is this comes back to the thing that you keep on upvoting here, is how do we make marine protected areas effective? So the purpose of this is very different to the next session. The purpose of this is to showcase international best practice examples. Like, some of you have been asking very Irish-based questions, which is understandable. Another one that is that is very popular here, 20 times it's been upvoted. What one piece of advice would you give the leader of any country in relation to action for the ocean today? So, we're going to hear a range of those by virtue of what we're about to hear. So, the first person that I'm going to bring up here, and I'm going to ask you to give her a very warm round of applause, is Belinda Bramley. She is co-founder and director of the Protected Areas Foundation and Stakeholder Engagement co-lead for MPA Europe project. Will you please welcome Belinda to the stage?
So thank you, Susan. Thank you very much to the Fair Seas team for the kind invitation to me to present today. I'm really delighted to be here with you all. So yes, I'm from the UK, and I'm co-founder of the Protected Areas Foundation, which is a relatively new UK NGO, and our charitable mission is to support and scale community-managed marine protected areas. So we focus on community groups that are working at already designated MPA sites in the UK where we don't yet have the effective management. And we work collaboratively with the statutory nature bodies and the governments to achieve that for the long term. And if the eagle-eyed amongst you might spot that in our logo is the flapper skate. So it was really nice to hear a mention of that critically endangered, iconic species for the UK as well as for Ireland. I'm also a part-time consultant, and I've had the great fun and privilege to co-lead stakeholder engagement for the MPA Europe project. This is a Horizon-funded project just coming to an end. It's been running 3.5 years. We've engaged with Fair Seas, with Oliver from the ministry, from the department, and we've engaged right across Europe, and I'll talk a little about that. So I thought I'd start with a definition of what we're talking about. So IUCN defines a protected area as a clearly defined space, recognized, dedicated, and managed through legal or other effective means to achieve the long-term conservation of nature with associated ecosystem services and cultural values. So yes, primarily it's about biodiversity, but it's also about people, it's also about culture, it's about livelihoods, and it's about the wider ecosystem values and services, including for climate, that protected areas offer. And in April, UNEP reported that 10% of the ocean is now protected. We use the term MPA ubiquitously, but I think there are 2 kinds of MPAs fundamentally. There are developing MPAs. They're either proposed or they're designated. They have boundaries, they have goals, but they're not yet operational. And then you have operational MPAs that have management plans, hopefully they have management bodies, and some of them may have ongoing monitoring, community engagement, and management evaluation. So I think distinguishing between developing and operational MPAs matters for managing expectations of stakeholders and maintaining public trust. Only operational MPAs can be expected to deliver positive outcomes. And expanding MPAs without investment in human and financial capacity will lead to suboptimal conservation outcomes. This was a warning from 10 years ago, and it's still true today. The main reason MPAs fail globally is lack of capacity and lack of finance. So, although 10% of the ocean area is designated as protected, you'll see in that red circle there that 1.3% of the global ocean is designated in protected areas where management effectiveness has been assessed. So we have a long way to go towards effective MPAs. So the MPA Europe project took all of Europe's seas and applied systematic conservation planning using all of the data available in the European and global biodiversity repositories to say, where is the most biodiversity? So that when we extend MPA networks across Europe, we know where we can fill in the gaps to make the network coherent. And we engaged with almost 180 national and regional stakeholders, including OSPAR, the other regional seas conventions, the member states, including Ireland. We engaged with ministries responsible not only for MPAs, but also ministries responsible for marine spatial planning, and often they're not the same ministries. And what we learned from stakeholders across all of Europe's sea basins were there are examples of suboptimal MPA designations following sectoral allocations first, often for renewable energy within MSP processes. There are widespread concerns about insufficient protection levels in existing MPAs. There are misconceptions that MPAs might need to move because of climate change, but actually the scientific results show that most species will stay in the bulk of their ranges, so that if we have a coherent set of MPA networks across Europe's seas now, it will withstand the rigors of climate change and species being on the move. We also heard concerns over fisheries squeeze and their full and fair participation in marine spatial planning, and we heard about capacity constraints. So Europe is behind, fundamentally, on marine protection for all of these reasons and more, I suspect. We have just produced our policy brief. There's a short version of the brief at the back of the room on the tables if you'd like to take one. It's also available on our project website. We have a slightly longer version, which is a deliverable with the European Commission, which will be available in a couple of months. And we have 10 recommendations in there on MPAs. I've just picked a couple here. Firstly, the designation of MPAs should involve local communities and industries, particularly fisheries, should involve local knowledge of species and habitat distributions, and be coordinated by local and national government to ensure social equity and compliance. And secondly, MPA planning, aims, management and reporting would all be clarified and simplified if we all followed an international standards approach, such as the IUCN categories and the MPA guide. So this is a slightly busy slide, but it's actually really helpful for taking away which are the key tools and when to use them. So the IUCN protected areas management categories can tell us what MPAs are intending to achieve on the left-hand side there. What are the intended outcomes? The MPA guide can tell us what we can expect from MPAs, depending upon their stage of establishment, whether they're developing or operational, and the levels of protection within an MPA. So that can tell us what we can expect. But we can only gauge actual outcomes from MPAs by in situ monitoring, day-to-day work, assessment. And there are various tools, such as the MET tool, the Management Effectiveness Tracking tool, which looks at how effective is my management being in delivering the objectives that I wanted to achieve with my conservation measures. But if we want to look at international examples of effective marine protected areas, then we can look to these examples on the right. So Minna's already mentioned the IUCN Green List program, and another similar program is the Blue Parks program from the Marine Conservation Institute. And these programs assess MPAs with a range of criteria, including sound design and governance, stakeholder engagement, and ecological effectiveness. So what are best practices for developing MPAs? Designating coherent MPA networks that represent the wide range of biodiversity across the ocean is clearly important, and this is where tools such as the open access maps that MPA Europe has produced should be super relevant for all member states in Europe and certainly Ireland. We should co-design SMARTY objectives, specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, time-bound, inclusive and equitable objectives for our MPAs with a balance of interests. And we should combine local ecological and cultural knowledge with scientific knowledge. And this is a really nice example from Canada. It's the Great Bear Sea MPA network that is being designated at the moment across the state of British Columbia. The MPA network will cover 30,500 square kilometres of ocean when it's fully designated, and aims to protect up to 50% of that network will be strictly protected. What's really nice about this is that it's a partnership between the Government of Canada, the Government of British Columbia, and 17 First Nations. And it's got sustained funding through philanthropy and government contributions that are falling into 2 endowment funds to support this process. And here, traditional knowledge is being surfaced through hundreds of community interviews and door-to-door visits, and this is being combined with the scientific knowledge and the socio-economic knowledge. So we have all these different knowledge layers to inform where the MPAs should be and what their objectives are. And Indigenous culture is the governance mechanism for balancing conservation and sustainable use. So finally, best practices for operational MPAs. We need equitable, flexible and transparent governance. We need co-management with local stakeholders, sustained resourcing, regular performance analysis, and ideally, regular management effectiveness assessments. So in Scotland, we have a very nice marine protected area around South Arran. It was instigated by 2 members of the local community that were tired of the state of their seas. They persuaded the local scallop dredgers to stop dredging in a small area, Lamlash Bay. After 13 years of campaigning, they succeeded in securing a wider marine protected area from the Scottish Government, which is 250 square kilometres. And a new study out this month has found that those strictly protected areas have twice as much species richness. This is benthic biodiversity in a soft, muddy sediment setting. Twice as much richness, 3 times as much infaunal abundance in those highly protected areas. So this is a living lab for research, and it's for us all to understand what good can look like in the marine environment, because we've got accustomed, certainly in the UK and elsewhere, to a very degraded baseline. So this is shining lights on past baselines and also how MPAs support carbon storage. Another nice example is the Isle of Man MPA network. On the right-hand side, that map there, over 50% of the 0 to 3 nautical mile zone is within marine reserves. And this inshore MPA network is a result of a unique co-creation between fisheries and conservation bodies. So the very first one at the top in the northeast there is the Romsey Bay Marine Nature Reserve. It's zoned. There are 4 zones that are conserving particular species that are habitat-forming species. And one zone is the Fisheries Management Zone, and it's managed by the Manx Fish Producers Organisation. So it's managed by the fishers. Another MPA down in the southwest came out as a result of a fisheries dispute. So there was a dispute over an area about who could fish there. So the 2 fishery organisations agreed to leave it alone as a fisheries restricted area, and that later got turned into a marine nature reserve. So this is an example where long-term trust and positive relationships between fisheries and conservation can be opportunistic sometimes in creating MPAs. And then finally, in Italy, the Torre Guaceto MPA is a very nice, long-standing example. It's on the Blue Parks list. And again, the office there worked very closely with the fishers very early on to resolve conflicts about fishing and invite them in to co-define the fishing regulations, so that now the fisheries are more profitable, the ecological recovery has happened, the fishers are involved in the monitoring of that MPA, and they're part of an advocacy campaign to quadruple the size of this MPA from 22 square kilometres to 90 square kilometres. So just to summarise, and I think all of those examples show that trust, long-term relationships really matter, and sustained efforts matter in these MPAs. So we really need to accelerate progress across all MPA stages, and that needs investment in finance and capacity. And international examples, I think, show that effective MPAs are built on trust, long-term relationships, a willingness to try new approaches while ensuring all voices are heard, respect for long-standing traditional local knowledge and culture, and learning by doing. Effective MPAs are in everyone's interests. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed for that, Belinda. A couple of things stood out to me there. The stark difference between developing and operational MPAs, and the point that operational MPAs actually refer only to 1.3%, which is quite a distance away from the 30%, and that's something that we will be delving into a bit more. She mentioned that the two key things that hold back MPAs are lack of capacity and finance. The question is, if you turn those around, does that mean you can have more operational and effective MPAs? Then she also said, while the question or the hypothesis is, do they change due to climate change? Then, as Belinda said, species like to stay where they're at, if given the environment to be able to do so. 2 MPA Europe policy recommendations. Number 1 is involve local communities. Number 2 is establish international standards. In addition, she referred to the Great Bear Sea MPA network, whereby she spoke about Indigenous culture is a governance mechanism. And she also said traditional knowledge was also combined with socio-surface knowledge and enormous local knowledge that was conducted through one-to-one interviews. 5 elements of best practice, she said: equitable, flexible and transparent governance. I've seen SMART goals 100 times. I haven't seen SMARTY goals, actually, where the I and the refer to inclusive and equitable. It's an interesting development in that, on that acronym. Second one, she said, is co-management with local stakeholders. Number 3, sustained resourcing, regular performance analysis, regular management effectiveness assessments. And then she gave us 3 examples from Scotland, Italy and the Isle of Man. So now I'm going to ask Adriano to appear over here on our screens. As I say, we did hope that he was going to be able to join us. But if you could please give a very warm welcome to him anyway, Marine Spatial Planning Specialist, Blue Azores and Oceano Azul Foundation. You are very, very welcome indeed, Adriano.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Fair Seas for the invitation to this discussion, this important discussions. Especially to Dónal. I know how much he tried to get me into Cork, but unfortunately I was not able. Nevertheless, I will try to take you on a journey from the designation to the implementation of the largest MPA network in the North Atlantic, the Azores MPAs. 300,000 square kilometers of ocean protection. Half of them are fully protected and the other half highly protected. So the program started in 2019. Three partners joined together around the vision. This vision is that there was the need to protect, promote and value the blue natural capital of the Azores. Alongside this vision, we also share a conviction that a true sustainable blue economy can only happen when the ecosystems are able to support maritime activities and still remain resilient and healthy. And this is a clear distinction between what is sea economy and what is blue economy. What does this mean? It means that for the Azores, the 30 by 30 target is not the end line, but actually a tool for us to protect 100% of our maritime space, together with other tools such as marine spatial planning and the true blue economy perspective. So after the designation of the areas, the partners assigned a new MOU together with another supporting partner, Blue Nature Alliance, with these three main goals. So to implement effectively the network of MPAs in the Azores, to review and integrate the coastal areas into the Azores Marine Park, then to ensure that these marine protected areas have financial resilience in the future, and also the last one, but not least important, to support the fishing sector to adapt to this new reality. Throughout the process, from the designation to the implementation, we rely on three main pillars. So one of them is, of course, we rely on the best available scientific information. Everything that we do is science-based. We use participation throughout the entire decisions of the process. We did that in the designation, and we will also are going to do that in the implementation of the marine protected areas. And of course, science informs the participative processes, and these two processes inform the decision making and the action. So for that, we started by structuring a participative process that started with the identification of priority areas of conservation through a systematic conservation planning. This systematic conservation planning is based in a set of scientific conservation objectives that were then discussed and approved by stakeholders. After this process finished, we went to the drawing table, actually drawing the lines on the maps together with stakeholders. So this was a co-design process where the main objective was to comply with that set of conservation objectives that I mentioned before. Of course, after this process, there was also the decision making sure that in the end all the scientific objectives were met. So in terms of the participatory process, the first thing we needed to do is to develop a common vision, to present the scientific data that are underneath the priority areas for conservation, to discuss and approve the conservation objectives that became the mandate for the entire participative process. As I said, to create a collaborative design of every solution that we undertook, and to identify complementary measures and challenges. This took us 19 months, throughout 14 meetings, representatives of all sectors of activities in the ocean, and a very important step that I want to really highlight this because it's where things start to come up, to be a reality, is the scientific objectives that need to be provided by science. So we have 17 specific conservation objectives. I will not go through all of them, but just to refer a few. 100% of known vulnerable marine ecosystems, 75% of shallow and deep water seamounts of the Azores. We have connectivity considerations, climate consideration, protection of percentages of habitat suitability for commercial species. So this was the basis for us to create a network that not only protects the areas themselves, but could provide benefits for the entire maritime space of the Azores. This is actually what we accomplished in the end. to the participative process, a very important tool that we use, and the next speaker, I believe, will talk more in depth about this, was C-Sketch, a participative mapping tool that allowed stakeholders to actually make proposals of areas and assessing the performance of those proposals in face of the conservation objectives. And also to discuss and to analyze the trade-offs between the conservation objectives and the impact of those areas in the activities. So after this process was finished, we went to the legislation. This legislative tool has some innovative aspects that I want to share with you. So not only designate the areas with the regulations of the uses and activities that are allowed inside each level of protection, we also combined the definition of the categories of IUCN with the typologies of protection of the MPA guide as international standards. Then this legislation also set the next steps and the legal timelines for the effective implementation of the network. The first thing we needed to do is to approve the fisheries restructuring strategy, and also to nominate the management authority and the consultative council composed by stakeholders in order for us to make sure that the entire process is being constantly consulted by them. After these two processes, we approved the management strategy, which is basically the guidelines that will guide us for the management plans. The law entered into force in January 2026, and we will have until the end of this year the approval of the management plans, the approval of the execution and financial system, that is the system that will change the way marine protected areas and marine protected areas management will be funded in the region, and also how these funds will be spent. And until 2028, we need to include 2029. We need to include the coastal MPAs into the network. So in terms of the management strategy, we identify the strategic guidelines that we needed to operationalize in the management plan. So things like protect and restore biodiversity, ensure sustainable use of marine natural resources, promote environmental education, ocean literacy, and so on. I will not, for the sake of time, to go through the entire strategic guidelines. But we came up with this document that will guide us throughout the management plans. And also, finally, this is where we are at the moment, all hands on deck on the drafting of the management plans. Of course, we need to undertake a characterization diagnostic report, which is normal in management plans. But we also need to come up with an action plan, which is actually the actions that we need to take further down the line in order for us to keep maximizing the benefits of the network. We need to come up with a participation and engagement program. We need the monitoring and evaluation program, and, as I said before, the execution and financial program. Another important aspect of these management plans are the regulatory frameworks, because we are going to densify the regulations that were already established in the designation legislation, in order for us to make sure that even if an activity is compatible with a level of protection, we set the standards on which each activity can occur in order for continuing to be compatible. Another important aspect that I would like to highlight here is also that this regulatory framework is going to ensure that we will increase our capacity to enforce and surveil the areas, including navigation behaviors, so that we can start using technology that already existed, high accuracy rates detecting activities, into the enforcement of the areas. And that's it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Adriano. And he started off by making a pretty significant distinction between sea economy and blue economy. He said everything that has been done within the work that they do is science-based. And when he spoke about the participatory process over the 19 months, he started off by saying that it was important that they had a joint vision and then present the scientific data available. And two other things then, he said that they put particular emphasis on specific conservation objectives and then approved the fisheries restructuring strategy. So, and a lot of ground covered there in that session. So next up, I'm going to introduce Zafer Kizilkaya, who is the chairperson of the board, Mediterranean Conservation Society. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Good morning. It's great to be here from the blue Mediterranean. And Mediterranean is the place where the Western civilizations emerged, just because of a couple of resources. One of them was fish. That's the most overfished seas in the world, at least more than 4,000 years. So let's look at it. What's Mediterranean doing? Protected areas in Mediterranean, 8.23. Is it? Let's face with it. If a marine protected area is not fully or strictly protected, it is just a paper park. This is the reality. Fully protected areas in Mediterranean is just 0.06%, and this number has been staying there over 15 years. So no one could convince me that this number even can reach 1% before 2030. So Mediterranean is unfortunately the kind of, one of the less protected areas. And where we work, combination of 6 marine protected areas in southwest corner of Turkey. The reason we work there, because it's refugee for endangered species. We have Mediterranean monk seal, less than 400 individuals left in Mediterranean. After Atlantic right whale, it is the most critically endangered marine mammal in the world. And we have sharks and other endemic species. This is from the paper we published in Science a couple of years ago. In the past, you can see the oceans, and the present, what it is. Possible future scenarios, if we fully protect it with proper enforcement, we could get closer to the pristine state. Highly protected, still we are okay. But lightly and minimally protected, this is just an illusion. Everything is just a paper park. So what we have done in Gökova Bay in 2010, because in 2008 we had a research with National Geographic and Spanish Science Council, and Gökova Bay came out to be having the least fish in the entire Mediterranean. And over a year, more than 200 small-scale fishers, one by one, we convinced them that the fully protected areas is a must for their future, plus 300 square kilometer industrial fishing banned area covering all those fully protected areas. So it is still the largest no-bottom trawling area in entire European Union waters. Enforcement. I have been working for marine protected areas over 30 years. I learned 3 things in these 30 years. Enforcement, enforcement, and enforcement. Who is going to do the enforcement? In Turkey, Coast Guard. But Coast Guard was so busy with stopping illegal human traffic and saving the life of all those Syrian refugees, drowning, trying to flee from Turkey to Greek islands. They said that this is none of our priority. We don't have resource, time whatsoever. So we decided to establish our own Marine Ranger program with the small community members. So we equipped them with the fast boats, with the close communication with the Coast Guard. We have female rangers too. So we have 8 boats, and we have been doing a lot of, enforcement every day and every night. So this is the most effective thing. And they have special software in their smartphones. They can choose from the menu what type of illegal activity they just witnessed, and we can follow them from the computer, as well as Coast Guard can follow them from their computer, as well as Minister of Agriculture can follow all these details from their computer. Even though we cannot find them, Minister of Agriculture and Coast Guard could find them later, so there is no escape. So this is the weekly and monthly report that I could sort it out from the data from our ranger's phone, which sites of the MPA has more concentration of illegal activity and from which sources. So we are changing our protecting sheen and patrolling activities according to that. In 2012, it was like this. Lots of ghost nets, no fish, almost just a couple of small fish, and all these millions of kilometers of long lines just lost, nothing. In 5 years of protection, it just turned into that. Exactly the same location. Just 5 years. Cleaning all those ghost nets, having a proper enforcement, the same place, sponge colonies are coming back, fishes are coming back. So what happened? From 2008 to 2017, fish biomass increased 14 times in fully protected areas. This is because of the enforcement. If there is no enforcement, there is no benefits for the biodiversity. And we have another challenge, increasing seawater temperatures. Look at that. We have a temperature loggers from surface to 40 meters. In 2015, the thermocline level was 22 meters. In 2016, thermocline goes down to 27. In 2017, it was almost 35. After 2020, thermocline was below 40 meters. Now there is no thermocline at all. So in just 10 years, the seawater temperature rise was just immense. And look at that. This is the day catch of small-scale fishing boat in our MPA. 272 fish came out of this fishing net. Only this scorpion fish is the local. The entire catch was invasive species coming through Suez Canal from Red Sea. So this is just a big collapse in small-scale fisheries because these fishes, many of them are edible, but no one knows them how to eat, or no one ever tried it. So we started a program from this, culinary school. There's a competition how to cook the best recipes. Now we are working with over 30 Michelin star restaurants in country. In the last 4 years, we sold more than 20 tons of invasive species to these restaurants, an amazing amount of alternative income coming to the small-scale fishers. This is important. Between 2013 and 2021, invasive fish biomass increasing 2.1% every year, whatever you do, right? No fishing zones, fully protected areas, have 15.5% fewer invasive species. So intact ecosystems, big predators just chasing those invasive or preying on them. So fully protected areas increasing the resilience of marine ecosystems for sure. So if the number goes like this, before 2030, 30% of the whole fish biomass in Eastern Mediterranean will be invasive. So we have been monitoring Mediterranean monk seals from real-time cameras. These are very high-resolution cameras, and there is nobody in the caves. And all the cameras are equipped with the AI. So the AI just identifies every single individual. When we started at the project in 2010, there were only 2 monk seals. Now we have 19 monk seals. Similarly, we have the highest, sightings ever in one cave with 7 members. Same thing, we have been working on the sharks. Again, a solar panel system, computers and recorders, and there are cables going down. And this is our AI-equipped, high-resolution cameras. So the system just counts every single individual of sharks. Our MPA is the only MPA in Mediterranean having a healthy shark populations whole year round. So now we know, at least in the Excel sheets, how many different individuals of sharks are passing through in front of our cameras. There's no bait here, nothing. It's just fully protected areas. Even swimming, even cruising is not allowed in that place. So the spillover effect. We have a big community of fisherwomen. We have 70 fisherwomen professionally working more than 300 days in the sea. And the size of the fish before was just only 10-15 centimeters. After the protected areas working well, now the size of the fishes are getting giant. So when we go that, the every day's catch is just amazing. This lady told me even when she was a child, there was no fisheries in the bay. So fully protected areas definitely supporting. Look at the variety of fish species in the local restaurants in our MPA. If you go somewhere else in Turkey, there are only cultured fish. So this is also very important because for the food security. All these gains will be at the risk without enforcement. Our rangers are, all day and night have been working on the enforcement. And the threat to biodiversity are the bottom trawlers. Bottom trawlers are the most, damaging fisheries method. So we have been fighting against them. And this is the potential loss of $20 million if we stop enforcement. Look at that. If we stop enforcement today, the next 3 years, because they are going to plunder the sea fishes in the protected areas, there will be increase in the incomes. But after that, when the fish is just gone, the damage at the end of the 10th year is $20 million only for small-scale fisheries. Plus biodiversity loss, plus all those flagship species loss. Thank you.
Well, I could just summarise that in one word, really, which is enforcement. But to do the same as I've done for everybody else, you've presented really visual slides there, but one of them being the past, the present, and the possible futures depend on a level of protection. You said that you've learned 3 things in 30 years, enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. And in that very last slide there, you put a value on that of $20 million by 10 years, just on small fisheries alone. You said you particularly highlighted what happens when effective enforcement takes place, and you also mentioned about the entire catch, except for one fish there, was all invasive species, particularly as well highlighting the role of AI in real-time cameras and the spillover effect, more and bigger fish with 300% increase in income. So I'm really looking forward to talking to all of the speakers, and I'll be doing that on the panel with Minna as well, so make sure and keep the questions coming. What I'm going to do now is introduce our final speaker for this particular session before the panel discussion. Again, he also tried to get here, but he is now going to be appearing up here on screen. So this is Will McClintock, who is the Senior Fellow, National Center for Ecological Analysis and Synthesis, University of California, Santa Barbara. Please let him know we're watching him and we're thinking of him.
Good morning, everybody. It is a real pleasure to be invited to present at this really important conference. I'm so sorry that we couldn't be there in person. The weather gods were, I guess, conspiring against us. But it's nonetheless great to be here to tell you a little bit about C-Sketch, which is a participatory mapping platform for MPA planning. And this is a tool that's been around in one form or another for the last 20 years and deployed all over the world. This map just shows a few of the places that I personally have been able to deploy it, and is meant to illustrate that it's really useful in a wide variety of geographies, contexts, and cultures. It does have its roots in MPA planning in California. So 25 years ago, more, in 1999, the state of California passed a law mandating the creation of a new network of MPAs in state waters. And for a few years, they really tried but struggled. They kind of went about stakeholder engagement in a way that I now consider sort of old-fashioned. That is, a group of smart scientists and managers got together, created plans that were very scientifically sound, trotted them out in front of the public to solicit feedback in public meetings, and they were hated by most people, almost all. Fishers didn't like them because they felt as though their most important fishing areas were being taken away. Conservationists felt as though too few of the important habitats were being protected. And so despite the fact that they were actually pretty well reasoned, met science and policy guidelines for ecosystem protection and minimizing short-term impacts to fishers, people didn't like them because, in essence, they felt as though their values and their ideas were not properly reflected in these plans. After that series of failures, in 2004, we started to develop and implement tools that allowed stakeholders to express their values, express their ideas for where areas should be protected, and then on their own, through analytical reports, evaluate the trade-offs between their designs and other stakeholder designs. Through that process, 128 new MPAs were created and signed into law. Each of those was evaluated and met science and policy guidelines, but also reflected the ideas and values of the local stakeholders and rights holders. So it was that experience that really instructed me that yes, stakeholder engagement is important, but a particular style of stakeholder engagement is most effective. And I feel that boils down to participatory mapping, which is just, nowadays using digital maps to point to areas, draw areas that indicate places of value or importance, right? Because that could be a fishing ground, that could be an area for conservation that is rich in biodiversity, and then express one's values in terms of where they go, where we go, and how we use ocean space, and then ultimately what ideas we have for where protected areas should go. So let me give you a couple of more recent examples. Like I said, we've done this in a lot of places, but here's a nice example in Belize, where they're creating marine protected areas in the context of marine spatial planning. My friend here, Israel, is sitting with a fisher a couple years ago. And he started out this conversation by simply explaining to him what the government was doing, what they were up to, and how this was the first opportunity he would have to really begin inserting his values and his knowledge into the planning process. So he begins by socializing the MPA planning process in Belize. And then after a period of time, once he's gained his trust, the fisher will start pointing the map and saying, okay, I fish here. I use this kind of gear. This place is most important to me during this time of year. This other place is important to me in a different time of year. And over time, he's contributing to a map that describes the distribution of valued places for stakeholders. In this case, we're looking at a commercial fishing map, or fishing map in general. But the maps also represent things like the distribution of valued tourism areas or recreation areas or areas important for cultural uses or even just spiritual purposes. Those maps are then inserted into a planning process in a variety of ways. They could be used as cost maps in prioritization exercises. They can simply just be used to see where people go and how they value space. So that's one kind of participatory mapping. We call these ocean uses and values surveys. And then another kind of participatory mapping is where people are using that information, right, those value maps, alongside ecosystem services maps or maps describing the distribution of ecosystems and even administrative boundaries and so on, and then using sketching tools to draw and explore potential marine protected area sites, and then share those with others and collaboratively develop a comprehensive proposal for marine protected areas throughout an entire study region. So this is a simple thing. Both of these things are so simple. Anybody can do this if they have a computer and a connection to the internet. And that's important because the experience of actually drawing these things and sharing them and proposing them leads one to have a feeling of proper inclusion, which is fundamental to getting these things across the finish line, right? The final decision makers want to know if these things are well supported, and if they can see how these plans were developed and who developed them and what data they were using, how they represent stakeholder values, they have a greater chance of being adopted. The latest sort of spectacular example of this is the one that Adriano described previously. So this is the network of marine protected areas in the offshore Azorean EEZ. And all of these were drawn by stakeholders in real time in meetings, tweaked, modified, and evaluated in real time so that in the end, these are truly MPAs that represent the ideas that came from stakeholders and, of course, the latest available good science. So this is the punchline here. The participatory mapping experience allows you to socialize a process, let people know this is what's happening in your area. It's also a great way to gather essential data and knowledge that is usually completely non-existent, especially in the near shore. Knowing where people go and how they use space, how they value space is not something that's usually known in any real detail. Ultimately, the MPAs that use this kind of information will reflect the values of ocean users and the ideas that they offer in the collaborative geodesign process. And because of that, when it comes to adopting these MPAs, you're going to experience less conflict, more buy-in, and a greater chance of adoption. This kind of technology used to be really expensive to develop and took quite a bit of time to create, which kind of delays MPA planning. The good news is this sort of thing is now free and available at csketch.org. This is a software service where anybody can create a CSketch project and build the kinds of tools that I just showed you. Thank you very much. Once again, it's great to be a part of this panel, and I look forward to further discussion.
Okay, so just before I walk through a quick summary of that, I'm just going to invite Minna, please, to join me up here, Belinda to join me up here, and Zafir, if you could, all three of you just join me up here, please, that would be great. So, again, it comes back to the same thing has come up in each of the 4 presentations at this stage, the role of public participation, but particularly Will drove this home with maximal public participation. And success looks like 128 new MPAs, he said. Of course, the key element of what he was talking about there is participatory mapping, and doing that in 3 ways. Number 1 is to there's a lot of syllables in this word. Participatory mapping in the context of matching then with goals and objectives of different stakeholders. Secondly is socializing the ideas first, so that then you can avoid having a lot of conflict later and more so focus on collaboration. And thirdly is this technology is available to anybody. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is, as you can see, I have 5 people on the panel joining me from all over. So you can see, both of who we're looking at there in the background as well. Okay, what I'm going to do is go straight to audience questions. There's 34 of them in here. And I'm going to start off by asking one that has come in very recently, been upvoted 3 times. Minna, I might put this one to you. How could effective management and enforcement work for offshore MPAs, which are not easy to monitor or access on a regular basis? So particularly putting the emphasis on offshore.
Am I mic'd?
Yes.
Magic. Thank you very much for that question. I think when it refers to the areas beyond national jurisdiction, right? The truth is that in general, multilateralism policies needs to be facilitated rather than punitive, right? So at the moment, all the decisions regarding monitoring, control and surveillance of the BB&J agreement is yet to be decided by the Conference of the Party. And I think that is a question that is very valid, because a lot of countries that have high seas adjacency or high seas pockets are exactly asking those questions. We don't have a Coast Guard, how are we going to monitor our sea? And of course, a big help will be AI and technology, which is really forthcoming. I think these things do need to be also public funded. At the moment, we see mainly philanthropy filling that space as well. So I think that is a key challenge and a major concern for a lot of state parties. And this is why it's so crucial that we need to ensure that the special fund under the agreement can help deliver on not just the establishment creation of MPA, but really the management and the monitoring, control and surveillance of MPAs.
Okay, so not easy, very needed, possible more so now with AI and technology, and then there's also the funding mechanism behind that as well. Is that fair? There is several questions coming in here that are very much directed at you. Your name is in front of them, but I'm going to pick the one that has been upvoted 9 times. The support of rangers for enforcement seems critical. How was this management approach established? How can we learn from that, and what frameworks do we need to set up now to support MPAs?
Thank you. So when the Coast Guard told us we cannot do enforcement on these circumstances because we are dealing with the stopping illegal human trafficking, and when I decided to establish this Marine Ranger program by ourselves, I went to the minister and he told me, government never ever outsources security jobs to third parties, he said. And I said, I am not asking legitimacy from you. This is my constitutional right, and also all of yours. In a case of any criminal activity, we have rights to stop that activity. We have the right to document those people. So I'm just using my constitutional right, I said. And he looked at me, go ahead then, he said. So this is how we started, using our constitutional right to defend our seas. So, of course, we have chosen the best rangers from the community who knows everybody, who knows all kinds of illegal fishing activities, and they're all full-time, and they're also passionate. So this is not a kind of full-time job for someone that you are looking for. These people would like to protect these waters. They fished before, and now they would like to protect it. Of course, they are paid, but they're so patient. They're not like, a Coast Guard or Minister of Agriculture patrolling boat goes out patrolling once every week or once every month reluctantly. This is not something like that. We need people who really would like to protect these areas. Of course, this has a cost. This has a risk. Our rangers were shot, our rangers were beaten. This is not a kind of easy job. But we have to do it, and now I think we stepped a long way, and we left the tough part behind. And now Coast Guard is supporting us, and everybody in the country sees us as a part of Coast Guard, right? So this is very important. So now we have a protocol with the Minister of Agriculture. So that's why, we already have our legitimacy. But this is a civil society initiative.
Okay, so constitutional rights and work with passionate people, of which I'd say you'd fit in very well. Okay. Now, Belinda, I'm going to go to you on this one. I have 42 questions at this stage. They're flying in. I'm going to read it out first, and then I'm going to slightly broaden it. Given that Ireland faces EU legal action for failing to manage its existing protected sites, how can future MPAs be expected to be effective when current ones are not? While, of course, there's an Irish dimension to that, one could ask that of any country within the EU facing fines. So what's the difference there, Belinda?
Well, it's not an easy question to answer. I think there's all sorts of reasons why we've been slow in Europe. We've got the extra layer of the Commission. We've got the common fisheries policy, which is a complication for marine protected areas outside territorial fishing waters. We had legislations coming in at different times, so the birds and habitats regs came in. Then we had the Marine Spatial Planning Directive. And you have successive governments with different priorities. So unfortunately, marine protected areas everywhere suffer from political priority being very low, except in the Azores, where the president is right behind that MPA network. And in the Seychelles, where I've worked before, the president was championing the blue economy. So when you have senior political leadership, things can happen like that. But the other place you can have things happen is at the community level also. And I think communities get fed up with nothing happening, take matters into their own hands. It's all voluntary, it's all funded by philanthropy. So things still happen, and the best things happen when they're done, I think, locally. And we should learn from that. And we should learn from island states who've been doing this because it's everything to them, the sea. The economy entirely depends on the sea in a lot of these island nations, for fisheries and tourism. That is the economy. We should learn from those countries, and we should learn from the communities about how to get it done. But we can't carry on with this top-down approach that isn't working.
So senior leadership, and then when there's a lot of action at a community level, but particularly it's political will, whether that's at a macro or a micro level. Okay. Adriano, this one has come in here directly for you. The Azores is a unique case. People living on the islands are very connected to place and to the ocean. How did this shape the success of the MPA process? How was ocean literacy promoted?
Well, we do have some. I showed you the main actions, main objectives, but we have supporting objectives as well. One of which related to education and literacy. So one of the programs we have for education is what we call the Educate for a Blue Generation. So basically, we train teachers from the first 4 grades of school and provide materials to those teachers to bring the ocean into the daily lives of students. This is one way. We also have a lot of initiatives with fishermen, with other stakeholders, keeping the discussion around marine protection on top of the agenda of those stakeholders. Because let's face it, in a perfect world, we would not need to do enforcement. What we would need is compliance. And that can only be achieved through education and literacy, right? So I know that it's a longer term, but we need to focus and invest in compliance, in enforcement, but we also must not forget the compliance part of it, which is basically everything to do with communication, education, and literacy.
Okay, thank you very much for that. This has been asked for any of the panelists. Will, I'm going to go to you on this though. Have any of the panelists experienced difficulties in using AI-generated data as evidence in legal cases involving enforcement? This is an issue in other fields of law. So, Will, have you had that experience? Because you showed examples of using AI for identification, but what about when it comes to enforcement?
Let's see. I have not personally used or seen examples of AI used for enforcement. I've only used it in planning. And in that case, there haven't been any legal challenges to the use of AI-generated data, but there have been quite a bit of pushback sometimes from stakeholders not trusting that information. That's not to say that the information isn't accurate or good, verifiable, but sometimes I've seen some pushback. But as far as enforcement, that's outside my wheelhouse.
Okay, so consideration of those elements is important, but AI becomes a bit bigger story here. Minna, I'm going to put this to you. This kept getting upvoted while you were speaking, and then while the Taoiseach was speaking, and in one way you've answered it, but I just want to put it to you again very directly. 20 upvotes. What one piece of advice would you give the leader of any country in relation to action for the ocean today? You were speaking in front of one today.
Yeah, I think Andriana's point in terms of ocean literacy is kind of the basis of foundation. If I may, just to add to what you were saying on the AI, just a question right now on compliance, I think it also needs to be it's a kind of reverse burden of proof. For example, whether it's AI or real data, the problem isn't the evidence put forward, it is the actual enforcement. So where I come from in the Baltic Sea, for example, there are hundreds of cases every year when they can show infringement of fisheries boats, whether it's satellite, whatever, the timing, the images, etc. So whether it's AI generated or not, that is still an issue. The issue is really then enforcement. And occasionally when, let's say, fishermen, for example, are fined, is rarely paid. So what can we actually change? We want to be a little bit proactive. I drove over the bridge in California, the Bay Bridge, on a rental card with my Swiss driver's license, came back to Switzerland, and then in my mailbox I had a ticket, or they say you didn't pay, so either you pay or we just deduct $25 from your account. I mean, in the sense, in the sea, we can see who has the licenses of the boats, but it's still not enforced. So that is a challenge, not just in the national waters, and of course that's going to translate as well to the high seas. So I think, again, let's really make sure, how can we incentivize to make sure you have that kind of compliance as well. I think that's key. But going back to your point on the key piece of advice, I do think that in order to have all stakeholders on board, I think ocean literacy is often overseen, and I think we need to invest in that.
Where? In what area of the education system? Is it a college? Is it residents? Where? Because it's a broad term.
It is, but I think it actually goes for all levels, right? You also heard Taoiseach saying, like, you know, all stakeholders that have to, well, but if you don't have that kind of awareness, so it applies to businesses, to school children, all across society. I think we've seen increased political momentum for kind of the ocean, but also public awareness is increasing. So I would say ocean literacy is education at all levels and sectors.
Okay, so ocean literacy and also using technology, as you mentioned, your story there of going over the bridge. Thank you for telling us about your driving. Of course, you weren't driving the car, we know that. But from the perspective there of in the hired car where like technology could identify that something was happening. Okay.
Well, getting it closer to real time.
Getting it closer to real time is one thing, but actually enforcing it at the time is the other. Now, and you know, it's important we get all these questions to you all. Belinda, this is another question here that I'm going to put to you because I just want to make sure I remember this correctly. You were speaking about the MPA where Indigenous culture was the governance mechanism. Yeah, okay, so this one is definitely for you. How do MPAs deal with future evolving use of the marine area? For example, some Indigenous practices would not be marine friendly.
So I think it's the collective. I think it should be a collective process to design the objectives for the MPA, and that should involve local people, all the local stakeholders. As I said in the definition of a protected area, it's not only about biodiversity, it's about people, culture, ecosystem services. It's increasingly about climate benefits and climate regulation. And my advice to the governments would be, you know, IUCN have said protected areas are the most effective tool for dealing with the biodiversity and climate crises with the required urgency. And we owe it to our children to deal with this matter of marine protection. So it's much broader than just conserving a feature, which we think about in Europe. But to come back to your question, we need to collectively define the objectives, and then if you have an operational MPA, you have an equitable governance arrangement, new things happen, new pressures arise on the marine protected area. You know, Zafir has seen this with the invasive species. You have to adapt management all of the time. You need a cycle of assessing the management against the conservation objectives. How is your management doing? And you're adapting and you're evaluating it continuously. It's an ongoing effort. And so new things will come up. They just do.
So governance playing a key role here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Two parts to this question, Zafir. The first one is somebody wants to know and has been upvoted 3 times if you would move to Ireland.
I don't think so.
You don't? I'm not really sure about how I handle that one now. Okay, we'll give it the second part so it might be easier for you. How did you protect your enforcers at the beginning?
Right. We had a contract, actually, unwritten protocol with the Coast Guard. Coast Guard says, you know, go and do your job. If something goes nasty, just call us, right? So immediately, if the party who is just doing infringement over there refuses to leave or trying to, you know, fight against our rangers, they immediately call Coast Guard. So Coast Guard just tells them, give the phone to the guy, right? You know, I'm going to fine you for one thing now, but if I come there, I'm going to fine you for 100 things, right? Which they can do. So this is how we, you know, protect our rangers at the beginning. And now, some of the days, Coast Guard officials going patrolling in our boats. So when our ranger boats are coming to you, you don't know whether there's a Coast Guard inside or just our rangers. So this is a kind of co-management, and sometimes Minister of Agriculture officials. So now we had a big co-management enforcement with the government, Coast Guard, and, you know, community members.
Okay.
But we have one interesting development. That was the women power. All the illegal fishing ever done, we have seen done by men. I have never seen any woman doing illegal fishing. So
what does that tell you?
Yeah, that is very interesting, because when a man was confronted by a male ranger, he has a tendency to fight against, right? But when a man confronted by a female ranger, he just freezes. I don't know why. So,
oh, well, we know why.
so we discovered this 3 years ago. Now half of our rangers are female.
Only half. Yeah. I'd put them all out there.
Probably full in the feature.
Yeah. Why don't we swap jobs? I'll go out and sort them and you can move here. How about that? Okay. Will, to move into less tricky territory here, how do the mapped areas of value to stakeholders, especially fishers, ultimately meet criteria for MPA designation? So I'll just repeat that. How do the mapped areas of value to stakeholders, especially fishers, ultimately meet criteria for MPA designations with your participatory mapping?
Right. Yeah. Thanks for the question. So the criteria for mapping is in every place I work criteria for developing an MPA is similar to what we've heard described earlier. Developing those criteria is a process, a collaborative process with the stakeholders. But usually those criteria include things like protect 30% of all these key ecosystems while minimizing the short-term impact to ocean users, including commercial and recreational fishers. So those heat maps that describe, the valued places for fishers are used to, in various kinds of ways, avoid unnecessarily impacting the fishing community in the short term. So if option A protects all the key ecosystems at the right amount, as does option B, but option B overlaps fewer of the valued fishing areas as defined or described in those heat maps, then option B is the option that has less of a short-term impact will meet the criteria. And we can do that in various kinds of ways, as I mentioned, in using those heat maps as cost layers to reduce the cost to various stakeholder groups, including fishers. But yeah, that's basically how we use them.
So it sounds like that is a form of scenario planning. Am I right?
That's right.
Option
That's exactly.
A. Okay. Adriano, this has been upvoted 10 times. What do you believe is the biggest challenge in ensuring an MPA does not simply remain a paper park?
Management plans. So for some reason, worldwide we lack this fundamental step. It's because it's not easy to do, because part of this management plan has a very costly component, which is environmental monitoring and evaluation, especially in offshore areas. But it's a fundamental step for us to actually mean something when we say adaptive management. That is a word that we normally love so much to put in our projects, in our plans, but then there's no effective adaptive management because of that lack of investment in monitoring programs and evaluation programs. Because first we need to know what is working and what is not working to change. And we should not be afraid of changing. As long as this adaptive management is not an open window for environmental drawbacks, we should not be afraid to change the networks, the design of the networks in case of some areas are not working. But I would say monitoring is a very important and important step that takes a lot of money, which I would like to name costs. I would like to name investment, because if you frame it around investment, you are focusing on the benefits, on the gains. And of course, if you are an investor, you want that your investment have the fastest and the biggest return possible. And that can only be done with effective MPAs. So that's why monitoring is so important.
So yeah, monitoring is important, but it sounds like what's really, really important is the adaptive management. And when you say we shouldn't be afraid to change, you mean we being those enforcing as well? Sure.
The planning process, the decision makers, the design of the MPAs themselves. If we put an MPA in an area that is not producing benefits, it should not be there. We should change it, right? But for that, we need to assess if that MPA is working or not. And normally, within the process, that step normally fails.
Okay.
To show we need, even because we compromise with stakeholders to invest in an area by not fishing there. So we are obliged to show to those stakeholders that their investment is producing benefits.
Okay, Minna, this sounds like a philosophical question, but it can mean something very practical for the various people that it touches. It has been upvoted 16 times, which is, do you see the capitalism or neoliberalism as a fundamental cause of the difficulty in making useful changes in our oceans? And how do we really affect change when having to work within these systems? And I think this question stems from the conversation that we had earlier about economic viability and investability. And even one of your answers to me there earlier on about AI and technology was publicly funded and philanthropy. So we talk about the blue economy as distinct to the sea economy. So capitalism, neoliberalism, is it a tension, or like everything else we're saying today, can it work together?
Thank you very much. Yes, a big question. I think it comes back also to that mindset, and we're not going to achieve things doing a project by project. We need a systematic change and a total kind of reset. So I don't have the answer, but the way we've been heading, or historically, is not favorable. And I think, it's, as I said before, we are the generation that we know the impacts and we know the value of nature. So it's really up to us. How can we actually change that? I don't know if the current neoliberal governments will be able to do this. I think it does need a completely shift in thinking in the model. And basically, it all comes down to values, I would say. I think this is a key.
But that's hard, isn't it? Because everyone has values. And there's another question here about trying to pursue this agenda when a lot of governments, and indeed a lot of people around the world, are facing cost of living challenges. I mean,
but I think
there's also that as well.
But if we bring it back to what we're talking about here, which is really the marine protected areas of governance and so on, and we have global targets, we talk about how do you avoid a top-down and talk about enforcement. I think if it's really locally anchored, beneficiaries identified, etc., and you're part of the process, then you will have that compliance. And I wanted to allude to, and I think Will's example was a good one, because using, for example, the green list standard, it has the 17 criteria set out. So then they have that kind of global framework, and then 50 indicators. And it has the key 4 pillars are good governance, which means that you're actually ensuring that the decision-making is fair. It looks at the sound design and planning, and it involves those steps, looks at the kind of the ecological, socioeconomics, but effective management, but most importantly, measuring the conservation outcome. And although we have a global standard, we need to have tailored local solutions. And that's why the one who's doing this independent verification of both data and performance are done by local expert panels in different regions. So you have that adaptability. So I think that is really the standard in the global framework, which is a benchmark consultative and working with all stakeholders, see the benefit, and also congratulating California because of having these multiple sites, which is what we need. We need to create a network of effective and being able to prove, and you can measure outcome, which is inclusive, embedded in foundation, which is inclusive governance. I think those are the key ingredients for success.
If I distill your whole message down there, what I think I'm hearing you say is nobody needs to start from the beginning and trying to figure a lot of this out. Is you can learn from frameworks and best practices and examples. You don't, as the Chinese say, if you want to know the road ahead, ask those coming back. Will, you're involuntarily nodding there with everything. Is there anything that you'd just like to pick up on there on Minna's point on that?
Sure, and actually just underscore some points that Minna and Adriano have made, and Belinda for that matter, everyone. Monitoring obviously is incredibly important for the adaptive management process. And usually when we think about monitoring, we're thinking about scuba dive surveys, environmental monitoring, remote sensing tools to count critters and measure abundance or biomass and that sort of thing, to see if these MPAs are having the effect that we want. and then making adjustments necessary to maybe improve them. What we don't normally think of is monitoring how the values people have specifically around ocean places change over time. And that's really critical. What I mean is we need to be constantly evaluating how people's values change so that when the adaptive management process begins, where we start adjusting the boundaries of MPAs, for example, we know, again, who's affected and how by those changes. California is currently undergoing this adaptive management process, which they've been doing for the past 15 years, and they are kind of stumbling, I would say, because they don't have that information. When people say, oh, that's really going to affect me in a negative way at a stakeholder meeting, they don't really have the information to back that up or to truly evaluate it in an analytical way. So that's just my plug for thinking about monitoring and beyond simply monitoring, the natural systems, but also monitoring how the values of people are evolving.
Okay. Belinda, I'm going to go to you on this one. Upvoted 8 times. What has been the most effective approach of working synergistically with communities and the people to drive protection? Like you had mentioned the door-to-door interviews, for example, or surfacing the socio information. Is that's obviously door by door is slow. Perhaps that is also the most efficient and effective. So, as I say, what has been the most effective approach of working synergistically with communities and the people to drive protection?
I think the examples I looked at that I gave in my presentation, and I think Zafar has a very nice example here in the Mediterranean, is where it's often locally led. These arrive from 1 or 2 people that start a conversation, and so they're from the community, and sometimes they're fishermen themselves or ex-fishermen. So for the Protected Areas Foundation, we're working with a group in Ullapool where there's a former fisherman that was concerned about the state of the marine environment and has been working with local fishermen and other stakeholders in that marine protected area. So I think the best synergies come when the fishers are in there from the very beginning. And, and I'm talking about fishing because it has been the major pressure on marine biodiversity globally before we had pollution and climate change becoming more and more apparent. So I think it often starts with 1 or 2 key individuals from the community that just decide they're tired of the status quo, and then they build consensus, and they're usually good bridge builders.
But we could say that for any community group, couldn't we?
Yeah.
Zafar, evidence, this has been upvoted as well. I have 51 questions at this point. Evidence from elsewhere in the world shows that community-managed protected areas have higher levels of compliance. And just to pick up on that word, because Adriano said enforcement leads to compliance via education. So with that context in mind, how do we ensure that long-awaited MPA legislation facilitates this?
Well, when it comes to fish, what I have seen, whatever the education level of the people, they can't stop. They go and fish, right? Related with the previous question you asked to Belinda, we did socioeconomic surveys every 5 years with every single individual living in the MPA. What we have seen, the average age of fishers, 52 right now. Mm-hmm. None of the fisherwomen's son or daughters will be a fisherman or fisherwoman because they're studying at university, they're interested in something else. So slowly and slowly we are losing the small-scale fishing activities because they're switching to tourism whatsoever. But they are being replaced overwhelmingly by recreational fishers, which we don't know the numbers, which we don't know their impact. So right now, that's the biggest challenge in front of every single MPA, everywhere in the world, these recreational fishers. Even United Nations, Food and Agriculture organizations refuse to investigate what is the impact of recreational fishing in Mediterranean level.
Okay, let me really understand the problem here. Is it recreational fishing or the data associated with recreational fishing?
Recreational fishing. We even don't get to the data part yet.
Okay.
We don't know their impact.
But given as well, you're saying about the average age here being, did you say 50?
52.
52, but the next generation won't be. I'm going back to this point about ocean literacy again. What, and even Belinda's point there about how communities evolve and what they want to evolve as well. What do you think the intergenerational justice conversation is in these communities?
Intergenerational justice. Yeah, the newcomers, first of all, they're not interested with, fishing or ocean-related things. They're more into tourism and more, they're different mind setting, not like us, right? There are a couple of new generations coming to work with us, having much higher, education level and different family backgrounds. So they would like to be part of the marine conservation. So that gives us a new power from the, new generation, not on the community level. We don't get much younger generations in the community because, they are totally concentrated on different type of careers in their life, not being part of the conservation. Only 1% or 2%.
Okay, so the next generation wants to be part of this. Minna, I'm going to put the last question to you. It hasn't come in, but I feel it's going to become an elephant in the room, so I want to address it. We've talked a little bit about AI, and, obviously for AI to work, it needs water and energy. And therefore, when it comes to, I suppose, I'm back to the point of intergenerational justice, or indeed resourcefulness in general, how do we make sure that the sustainability requirements of using AI in a sustainable way don't become part of the problem along the way? And particularly from a legal standpoint as well, how do we make sure we get this right? Because we're at early stages of this at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's something that we are becoming more increasingly aware of, and especially even in our own daily life, how we use AI much more. We've done partnership with some providers like Skylight, etc., that you can use AI. I think when it comes to kind of the governance and the legal aspects of it, it's still behind. I mean, because AI is advancing so quickly. Same thing with chemicals that also come out to market. The legislation kind of falls behind. I think one key issue would also be, which I think possibly could be quite messy, is like IP as intellectual property rights, AI in the high seas particularly. For sure, this is an absolutely revolutionary and essential for monitoring and control of those, and could be a great tool like big data and AI for conservation, especially in those remote areas. But I think that the legal framework is still it's emerging in that. So yeah, it's a kind of really interesting area that a lot of the international lawyers are talking about.
We wouldn't have talked about this at all back in 2023 when we were sitting here 3 years ago, whereas now, I mean, even to pick up on the EU there, Belinda, I mean, the reality is now Anthropic is meeting with EU leaders to talk about MITAS from the perspective of cybersecurity. These are new and developing themes. Well, just to give you the metrics here, I have 53 questions remaining. However, I've no time. So here is the summary of what we've taken from this conversation. We finished where we started, Minna, with that there can be a big help with AI and technology, but that needs to be publicly funded and with the help of philanthropy. Then, Keynote, you spoke about constitutional rights to defend your seas. Then, Belinda, you were speaking about that there's lots of layers to this conversation. What can move things along fastest is political, whether that's at senior political levels, in the case studies you mentioned, or at the community level. Then, Adriano, you said that we need to educate for a blue generation. Enforcement can turn to compliance via education, a point that I reinforced, Keynote. Then also, when it came to ocean literacy and technology for enforcement, it's something that Minna spoke about, and incentivising the right behaviour. Also, another term that you said, Minna, is that culturally, this needs to be facilitative and not just punitive. Then also, then Belinda, it was Adriano said, an MPA, what you need to do is define the objectives and have governance, but make sure that that you have got adaptive management and that the management itself is not easy. Then, Keynote, when we were asking you about rangers, you said, go and do your job, get a woman in particular, and if it gets nasty, call the Coast Guard. You won't need if a woman is there, so we're fine. In the case of participatory mapping, when that question was put to you, Will, you also said that scenario planning can really help understand the competing challenges or opportunities of looking at different groups. Also, as well, we were inviting Keynote to move here, and he's thinking about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, that wasn't down on my notes. I know everyone sees it, but anyway. Look, see that? In addition as well, Minna had said that we're not going to get systemic, and I pointed that in bold, systemic change by looking at things project by project. Also, Belinda, you had said that monitoring shouldn't just be about the monitoring of the MPA, but the values of people, particularly in an Indigenous culture. Synergistically bring people with you from the beginning. And you also mentioned in the community that you were looking at, Kay, for the average age is 52 of the people in the fishing community. The next generation is interested in this marine protection agency area, but also they're having agency in the conversation because their own economic future might be different. And then finally, Minna, you had said AI and chemicals are moving faster than legislation. It's something we really need to watch. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've gone all the way from Santa Barbara to Cork. So thank you very much indeed to all 5 of you for a really wide-ranging discussion. Thank you very much. And so we are now at lunchtime. Where just want to invite you to go is lunches at the next door tables in the foyer or in the Millennium Hall, but you're very welcome to bring lunch back in here. We'll be back on board again with our next session at 1:30 p.m. on the dot. We're running right on time, like I say. Please do enjoy your lunch, keep the questions coming, and please do have your conversations as you go. Thank you. Okay, everyone, so we're going to get started now. If we can ask you all to settle in with us for the afternoon. First up, I'm going to ask the AV team, can we switch over the screen, please? And yes, thank you very much. Okay, so can I ask you all to take out your phone again? And this time, I'm going to ask you, what is your top takeaway from this morning? And I'm going to say the same to everybody who's joining me online, joining all of us online, to hold up your phone. If you've already joined us, you'll be already there, of course. And so we're just asking you the first question, which is, what is your top takeaway from this morning? Okay, so let's just see here what you have to say. Thank you all for, so just for anybody who's just joining us back online. Okay, great. For anybody who's just joining us online, I'm asking everybody here in the room to take their seats again. And also, I'm asking both you online as well as everybody in the room to hold up your phone and to let us hear from you at this point. What is your top takeaway from this morning? Okay, so a couple of points here. One is that everyone is in the same position. One is the importance of learning from others' experience. One is that women should rule the seas. Thumbs up to that. One is action. Okay, there's 28 answers at the moment. There's 197 of you that have joined. So I'm just going to give that another couple of moments. Enforcement is here 3 times. Okay. And let's just, so there were 36 of you have answered at this point. 39. Okay, I'm just going to let that creep up. So I'm going to explain what's going to happen in the next session, whereby we're calling this one Stewardship, Governance and Marine Protection. Now the format is going to be different again. So what's going to happen this time is we're going to have a keynote address at the beginning. So Sean Renane is going to be presenting in a keynote style. Then after that, we are going to hear 4 presentations. I'll explain who each person is, and they are going to be taking us through a couple of different ideas. And then after that, we're going to have a panel discussion where I'm going to be talking to the 4 people who put forward each of those positions. Now, I went down and I checked. I've been checking anyway throughout, but there have been 70 questions that have come in so far. I've been making my way through them. Sometimes, as you've seen, I'm summarising them or I'm paraphrasing them, but please do keep them coming. They will absolutely be the basis of the panel discussion that we're going to have in a little while. Okay, thank you very much for all of the answers that have come in so far on those action plans, those takeaways from this morning. I have another question for you a little bit later on as well. Right, so first and foremost, I am now going to ask you all to give a very warm welcome to Sean Ronayne. Go ahead.
Hello, how are you doing? Can you hear me all right? Perfect. So, these moments are, it's a moment of privilege to be able to speak for something that you love so dearly. So I've written down some words, and I'll read it out for you here. Ireland is an island nation set in the wild western edge of Atlantic Europe. We're people of the sea, and this dates back to the beginnings of our culture. We need only look to the king of the mythological otherworld, Cllr, son of the sea. These ever-changing waters provide a rich offering of wild encounters just begging to be absorbed. Growing up in Cobh, in the heart of the sheltered, ecologically eclectic Cork harbour, I was always destined to have a particular fondness for the marine environment. And to this day, I feel a strange sense of loneliness when I find myself inland. I feel like I've wandered somewhere I don't quite belong. A return to her ever-shifting chameleon blues brings a spring back to my step. So many of my formative memories come from the waters that envelop my hometown of Cobh. One that penetrates my very soul is that of the Cllr echoing through the estuarine channels of Rosslag. Its plaintive, haunting, bubbling song would carry across the mudflats on every adventure. And to me, it was the embodiment of that wild world I wandered. This is a sound, once heard, you can just never forget it. It ekes out a special kind of forever memory deep within, triggering a physical response, raised hairs, and a flutter in the belly. So here's the Cllr. Can you play the Cllr, please? Thanks. That's great. Enough Cllr. So I mean, it's just a beautiful thing, and this was a part of, very much a part of my childhood and who I was and who I am today. And then every year I'd eagerly await the arrival of the great silvery shoals of little sprat into the shallow refuges of the harbour. They first revealed themselves as a shimmering beneath a calm sea surface. Mackerel were never far behind, moving in great streamlined shoals like a pack of marine wolves. I was blown away by the spectacle of their jumping, feeding rituals. The sea boiled with life as thousands of fish trashed the surface, ambushing from beneath, sprat scattering in all directions. My father recalls even more impressive numbers. As a child, he had a sweeping view of Cork Harbour from his bedroom and remembers breaks of mackerel so big that they stretched for many kilometres across the vast surface waters of the harbour. The collective sounds of thousands of fish leaping and slapping back onto the sea was so great that it often woke him on warm summer mornings. I tell these stories because they shaped who I was and they shaped my relationship with the sea. But they're also stories about abundance. And abundance is something we've become dangerously accustomed to losing. Each generation knows a little less. In my class at school, I wasn't the only one spellbound by the waters around us. Conor Ryan, who would go on to become a world-renowned cetacean expert, sat next to me. Through conversations with Conor in class, I learned that Ireland was emerging as one of the premier places in Europe to see whales. Even better, the Cork coastline was at the forefront of it all. Around that same time, an ex-fisherman from Sussex named Colin Barnes had reached a crossroads in his career. Colin had worked as a commercial fisherman in the English Channel during the 60s, but he became dismayed as he watched it grow barren through overfishing. He moved to Ireland in 1972, where fish stocks were still abundant, and here he adopted more ecologically friendly fishing methods. Then, during the 90s, he watched fish stocks decline here too. He'd had enough. During his years off the Cork coast, Colin had noticed an abundance of whales and dolphins, and in 2001, he took a big risk and he established Ireland's first whale-watching business. People thought he was mad at first, but then word spread, interest grew, and before long, Colin could barely keep up with the demand for his boat trips. At its peak, he told me he went 8 full years without a single blank trip, and he described to me the sea as heaving with animals. And I remember going out with him, and he said, if we don't see a whale or a dolphin today, I'll give you your money back.
It was just incredible. As a raw 17-year-old, I joined one of Colin's trips for the first time, and we approached a feeding congregation of enormous fin whales, animals far larger than the boat that carried us. It was the first time I genuinely felt like a visitor in the realm of others. And Colin was so skilled, he lined up the boat with the current, killed the engine, and we slowly drifted towards these whales. I'll never forget the great arching backs of them as they signaled a deep dive, and then we waited. And suddenly beside us, there was an almighty blast of air rocketing skyward. The mist towered above the sea like a spouting geyser. We were so close I could smell the breath of the second largest animal on the planet. And it wasn't pretty, I can tell you that. Colin's Red Letter Day came in 2004 when he witnessed an extraordinary congregation of 90 fin whales, 15 humpback whales, many minke whales, and hundreds of common dolphins. He recently described it to me as a slice of Antarctica. The early parts of this conversation I had with Colin, I saw a light in his eyes as he relived these incredible memories he'd amassed. But as our chat progressed, his demeanour and tone changed to one of frustration, anger, and deep sadness as we reflected on a public statement Colin made himself in May of 2025. And this is what he said. Sadly, our world-class whale watching is now a thing of the past. A number of huge trawlers have overfished the sprat to the point of near extinction in West Cork. There is nothing left for the whales to prey upon, so they've moved on in search of prey elsewhere. And over the last couple of years, our trips have become totally disappointing. And in this light, I'm truly saddened to say we're closing down for good. This was an enormous shock to me, as it was to many. We went from a world-class whale-watching destination to an impoverished, near-empty sea. You'd imagine it would ring alarm bells in those in power too, but little has changed since, really. This wasn't just the closure of one man's livelihood, but the collapse of an entire marine ecosystem in the name of profit and greed. Let's not forget why sprat, a keystone marine food species, is fished in our waters in the first place, largely to be ground into fish meal for commercial fish farms. But it's not just the whales and fish. The birds that first made me fall in love with our seas are in trouble too. Across Ireland, 23 of our 24 breeding seabird species are now either red or amber listed birds of conservation concern. Puffins and kittiwakes are now considered globally vulnerable. This is dystopian. Many of the pressures at the core of all of this are the same ones we've been talking about for decades. Overfishing, habitat degradation, disturbance, and pollution. Climate change intensifies many of these pressures, while bird flu has further delivered devastating blows. And despite Ireland's commitment to protect 30% of our land and sea by 2030, we haven't even reached 10%. Furthermore, much of this 10%, it's only designations on paper, and they lack any active binding management plans to legally restrict the destructive activities which degrade the sea. They're paper parks. For a nation that prides itself on being a maritime country, this should stop us all in our tracks. We should be enraged at what has been and continues to be stolen from us. Our seas, just like the land, are treated like an ever-giving commodity. Whilst many take what they need and do things responsibly, a small minority just can't take enough. No end in sight, no thought for the future, just a lust to gorge themselves at the buffet because they can. But how can they? Because our policies have allowed them to. Let's not forget, not only is there no life in a dead sea, there's also no careers in a dead sea. There's no beauty in a dead sea. I recently saw, this is where MPAs are vital. I recently saw a wonderful example published online detailing the recovery of the South Arran MPA in Scotland after a decade of a ban on bottom trawling, which saw 3 times the amount of organisms in comparison to surrounding waters and 2 times the number of species. And this is what we need to be aiming for ourselves. What we must remember is the oceans, they're not just for people who have an economic stake in them, they're for all of us. And even that statement has a pang of anthropocentrism to it. You know, the oceans, they support a whole array of lives that deserve to flourish in their own right, whether or not us humans see their relevance or value. Why can't we see the importance of maintaining a sustainable relationship with our waters? If we keep on taking and abusing, the result is collapse. We've already seen this in real time in West Cork with the decimation of the sprat stocks and the dramatic decline of the whales along that coast. The West Cork whales are the canary in the mine, and the canary is stone dead. We know what killed it. We even saw it dying. So why aren't we responding appropriately? How much evidence must we gather before meaningful government action follows? How much thinking is required? How many photos with handshakes do we need to take? Big ribbons, broad smiles, little rectification. Nature is dying at a rate we've never seen before, and it's all because of our unchecked actions, and perhaps even more so, our inactions. Too often, all too often, our concerns are heard, commitments are promised and announced, but little changes because the decline continues. We see it every year, we see it every generation. Do you think the whales care for our humming and hawing, our justifications for destruction, or our endless taking? Or the enormous mountains of word soup that seals not only their doom, but our own too? 3 years ago, at the first Fair Seas conference, we were told MPA legislation was imminent. We're still waiting. I'm not here to make enemies or to throw digs. I'd much rather be out looking at birds, believe me. But, I'd also like to live in my own home. I guess that's a speech for another day. The time for treading on eggshells has long since passed. What are our government doing? We've no more time to waste. People like me shouldn't have to persuade people in power to do the right thing. Every single one of us should recognize that protecting our seas and nature itself is essential, something that would benefit every person alive today and every person yet to live. I want to play you my second sound here, please. That's okay, we can stop there now. That's the sound of my beautiful little daughter, Laia. The arrival of Laia into the world changed everything for me. This is why I don't speak with a filter. I don't mind. The time for filtering our words and pretending to be something it's long since past. I find myself wondering, what kind of an Ireland is Laia going to inherit? Is she going to hear the bubbling calls of the curlews like I knew myself? Will she know coast alive with seabirds? Will she know gigantic fin whales? Or will these become stories that her generation only hears from people like me? My father spoke of mackerel breaks stretching for kilometres across Cork Harbour. I smelled the breath of the second largest animal on earth as it swam through seas of utter abundance. Those experiences shaped who we are, but they didn't belong to us. They were passed on to us. We inherited them. So what do we intend to pass on to the little Laias of this world? To those of you with the power to change things, I ask you to ponder on the following. Do you truly believe in infinite growth and extraction? Do you think an economy can exist on a dead earth? We're erasing the foundations of a livable planet and jeopardizing our children's futures. Doesn't this worry you? The fire has already started, it's spreading, and it's accelerating. So, will you fuel it with procrastination or put it out with direct action? It's time to strip away the excuses, the distractions, and the lip service. No more half measures to pacify and delay. The solutions exist. The scientific warnings are very clear. The only question now is whether those with the power to act will finally do so. To those of you drawing this out, you know who you are. You have the power to make it or break it. People are ready for change. Nature's ready for change. We've all been ready for a very long time. So for God's sake, do the right thing and do it now. Thank you.
Well, a most passionate and articulate speech there with some multimedia involved too. So Sean talks about where Cobh has been enveloped by the lapping of the waves, and then he talks about when he went out on sea that he felt a bit lost coming back to land. Interesting yet again, for the third time today, we've heard somebody talk about shaping one's relationship with the sea. Some were really emotive images there that he came up with, like the sea heaving with animals, or being a visitor in the realm of others. The one time I remember feeling that way was I was snorkeling the Great Barrier Reef on the coast of Australia, and I remember really feeling like an intruder in that underwater world. I can certainly share that view. But then, of course, he did a word that's very, very striking there is he points out that the situation now is dystopian. And the question that he puts to you is, to those of you in a position to change things, will you fuel it with procrastination or direction? And so, Well, now we move on to stewardship, governance and marine protection, specifically the individual presentations that were going to happen. So I'm going to first of all call on Grace. Grace Carr is the Marine Advocacy Officer from the Irish Wildlife Trust. Will you please welcome Grace to the stage?
So, Díodh, Falsharov, August, Gurmila Maigiv, everyone for joining us today at this critical moment for marine conservation here in Ireland. So my role today is really to highlight the severity of the situation that our marine ecosystems are in and some of the facts and figures that are behind that. So many of you in the room will already know that our marine ecosystems are not in a good way and that it doesn't paint a pretty picture. But there are lots of mechanisms that are out there in order to turn the tide on this. We just have to actually do it. So I have a lot to try and get through in 8 minutes, so I will just get stuck straight in. So we were first promised national marine protected area legislation in the 2020 programme for government. And before that, under EU law, Ireland was supposed to have a network of marine protected areas designated in our waters by 2012. Neither of these things have happened. And in fact, last month, the European Commission has started the process of initiating legal proceedings against Ireland over their failure to do this. So you'll often hear the Irish government saying that we have over 9% of our waters protected, but this isn't actually true. We have over 9% of our waters designated as protected areas, and this is our Natura 2000 network. But none of these areas have got effective site-specific management plans that are being implemented to protect the species and habitats that are found within them. So in reality, we've really got 0% of our waters protected. And this is proven by the results of the latest Article 17 report. So this report is produced by the National Parks and Wildlife Service, and it looks at all protected habitats in Ireland, and the last one came out in December 2025. In that report, it showed that 12 out of 14 marine habitats are not in good ecological condition. And out of that 12, 7 were considered to be in bad environmental condition. And that's more than doubled since the last reporting period in 2019, when 3 habitats were considered to be in bad condition. So the reasons behind this are because we're not managing the areas, so the habitats are degrading, but also we've got more information and more data on these habitats now, so we know more. And with this extra knowledge, we need to start doing better. So how exactly do we do better? We do need to have new national ambitious marine protected area legislation, but we also need to start managing our Natura 2000 network, because if we don't do that, we won't be able to have an ecologically coherent network of marine protected areas in Irish waters. And we don't want to be in the same position that we're in now, several years down the line, where we have designations and then we're waiting 5, 10, 15 years for any management plans to appear. So with the new marine protected area legislation, we want to see management plans that are released at the same time as the marine protected areas. And these management plans need to be very clear about what needs to be protected, how exactly it's going to be protected, and who's responsible for this. Because at the moment, it's not very clear who is responsible for protecting our areas at sea. And another key point as well will be that new marine protected areas need to tie in with those in the north of Ireland, because we're one island, we're one environment, and we have the same marine life that's all over our country. So the MPAs need to work together in order to protect them. Another really key tool that we have is the EU Nature Restoration Law. So our habitats are now in such bad condition that it is no longer enough to simply just protect an area. We actually have to put in restoration measures to try and bring it back to good health again. So the main targets under the Nature Restoration Law are that there are restoration measures put in place on at least 30% of degraded habitats by 2030. This increases to 60% by 2040, and all habitats in need of restoration by 2050. Now, it's been shown globally that one of the best ways to restore the marine environment is through passive restoration, and this is basically the removal of human pressures. So that is essentially strict protection, and that's why we're also asking for a target of having at least 10% strict protection included within the new Marine Protected Area Bill. And this will need to be done with early and ongoing stakeholder engagement with everyone involved and anyone who might be affected by this. We also need to make sure that there's cross-border coordination between land and sea, because nature's all connected, And there's no point in putting restoration measures in a coastal area and then allowing pressures from the land, like agricultural runoff, to enter into the water and then undo all the work that's been done. So Ireland's waters are not just our coastal waters. Our marine territory is absolutely massive, and it runs the whole way out to the continental shelf. So this offshore area is shared EU waters. So national marine protected area legislation cannot put management measures in these areas. And there are a lot of EU vessels that are fishing in these waters. So the only way to actually manage these is to go through EU legislation such as the Common Fisheries Policy. And this is through a process called joint recommendations. So it's where a country puts forward the management measures that are needed to protect the offshore habitats and species that are found there, and enters into negotiations with the other countries that have fishing interests in that area, and then they need to come to an agreement. So Ireland has not once ever initiated a joint recommendation to try and protect our offshore ecosystems. So it's a long and complicated process. There's a lot of negotiations, it takes a long time, but that's no excuse not to do it, because if we don't do it, we're not going to be able to reach 30 by 30. And marine protected areas have been shown to help boost fish populations as well. So we need to protect our offshore areas in order to boost fish populations, which will in turn help the fishing industry, and to protect our marine ecosystems. This is all underpinned by good ecological marine spatial planning. So there are many industries that are vying for space in the marine territory, and offshore renewable energy is being pushed ahead as we try and move away from fossil fuels. But we cannot go ahead with offshore renewable energy developments without also designating areas for marine protection in tandem alongside that. And even the wind industry has called for the release of a Marine Protected Area Bill as soon as possible. So we can't have areas designated for ORE, for fisheries, and then whatever's left behind, just designate that as a marine protected area, because that means it won't work. Marine protected areas have to be put in the right place, protecting the right thing, if we actually want to see the benefits that they can bring for nature and for people. So those are some of the pieces of the puzzle. We need to put all of these together. If we fail to do one of these not well, then we're not going to be able to protect the marine environment. And the golden thread that is tying all of this together is the early and ongoing stakeholder engagement. So this can't be another box ticking exercise that doesn't actually come to anything. The stakeholder engagement has to be very principled. It has to be inclusive, include everybody. It has to be open and transparent. And we've heard from many different people today that that's the only thing that works. The co-creation and co-management of marine protected areas is the best way to make sure that people and nature are protected. So I have a very short video now just to highlight some of the amazing marine life that we have in Irish waters. So some of the things that I have talked about today would be enough to kind of make us feel a little bit hopeless about the situation, but we still have so much left to protect here in Ireland. And I think everybody in this room knows and has felt the healing and restorative power that the ocean brings to all of us. And we're the first generation to truly know the extent of the damage that we're causing to it. So it really is our responsibility to make sure we're protecting these amazing animals and habitats, and that we're able to pass on a healthier ocean to the future generations that are coming after us.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Grace. One question that it's come in variations, but one question that came in very directly is, how do we know that what we have got will still be there to protect? And I think it's a particular credit to you that you have put this up there to remind us of that. In particular, Grace said that we need site-specific management plans. We need to understand what is protected, how it's going to be protected, and who is responsible. And when she started off with those startling facts and statistics there at the beginning, it's interesting, often when we hear about cross-border, we think about perhaps borders on land. Grace reminds us that cross-border, of course, there's also a border between land and sea. And within marine spatial planning, there needs to be consideration for offshore renewable energies, fisheries and MPAs, she said, must be in the right place, or to quote her, they just won't work. So now I'm going to invite Oliver O'Calla, who's going to come up here to make his presentation. He's a Senior Marine Advisor from the Department of Climate, Energy and the Environment. Please give Oliver a warm round of applause.
Hi everyone. It's a real privilege to be here today and to hear such amazing speakers. And I'd like to thank the two previous speakers in this session for some really inspiring words and sounds and video as well. So thanks Susan, and thanks to the Fair Seas campaign and conference organisers for the chance to tell you a bit about the work we've been doing in government to deliver on the Marine Protected Area promise here in Ireland. I'd also like to thank all of you here in the audience and those of you tuning in online. Many of you may see yourselves in the mirror here, since you've made active contributions to the MPA process in Ireland so far, through submissions, attending meetings, stakeholder fora, online and in person and so on. So thanks a million to all of you online and here today. I've been given the challenging task by Dónal and Isolde and others to try and capture 7 years of the national MPA process in just 7 minutes. So thanks, Dónal. If there's one thing I've learned in that time I've been involved in the MPA process so far, it's the importance of communication. Some of the slides I'll show you have information in them that I just don't have the time to say really today, but you can always check them out online later in the online recording of the conference. My grandfather's people were from Waterford and were and still are into two things: farming and racehorses. So hopefully as I tell you more, I won't fall at the first hurdle or the last one. So why are we here? For us in the department, it's because good environmental status, or GES under the Marine Strategy Framework Directive, hasn't been fully achieved in our maritime area. There are of course lots of other reasons we're here, but for us in the department, this is one of the key reasons. This is what mandates us to deliver MPAs. As you can see on this slide, several elements of our marine environment that we assess every 6 years are not showing up green, which would mean that they are in GES. And this includes aspects of biodiversity that are not in GES, as you can see in red. So particularly drawing your attention to the right-hand side, lots and lots of fish species and lots of fish stocks are not in good environmental status. So to put it simply, effective area-based protection or conservation measures, such as MPAs, are a way for us to meet and maintain good environmental status in the future, as we've been hearing already today. So what's our plan? At the moment, we'll have heard in Grace's talk just there, the first component part of our MPA network of the future. There are two main parts to us delivering on MPA protection goals in order to reach the government's commitment of at least 30% MPA coverage of the maritime area by 2030. In parallel with that work has been the development of national legislation, as you've heard about, to enable new MPA sites to be designated for an array of other features that are not Birds and Habitats Directive features, but still merit area-based protection, like, for example, the fish species we saw that are not in good environmental status. So both of these parts here on the left and in the centre are essential if we're going to deliver on our 30 by 30 goal. As a means of supporting implementation of new MPA legislation, which will take the form of an amendment of the Maritime Area Planning Act, we now have the MPA Life Ireland project. And this is groundbreaking, I think, and a game changer for Ireland. In a nutshell, this means that we can have the commitment and the resources in place to get the job done over the coming years. And I know it's a time-bound and pressing timeline that we're trying to meet at this point. It's a 9-year project, the MPA Life project, starting to pick up momentum at the moment, and there are 11 work packages in it. But today I'll just focus on 3 key areas of work led by our project partners in Dublin, Galway, and here in Cork. Under the MPA Life project, work has begun to develop the scientific knowledge base and the processes for the identification and effective management of MPAs in Ireland. This work, led by Professor Tasman Crowe at University College Dublin, who's here in the audience, and also with the support of Professors Louise Alcock and Mark Johnson in the University of Galway, have several key elements to it, which I will pick up on later in this presentation, and you'll see some of them in this slide. A second and equally critically important work package under MPA Life, led by Professor Stephen Hines in University of Galway, involves developing the economic evidence base and methods by which we can test and bring about cost-effective MPA solutions for Ireland. while continuing to benefit from the many ecosystem services that our marine environment provides. And thirdly, as we've been hearing about a lot today, it's vital that we embed meaningful participation by all stakeholders, coastal communities, and the public in the MPA process. While this is expected to be an intrinsic part of the forthcoming MPA legislation, it's also being provided for by MPA Life under the attentive and dedicated approach led by Doctors David White, Aoife Dean, and Emma Verling of University College Cork. And while the MPA legislation has been taking time to develop, and the LIFE proposal was in development, we weren't sitting on our hands. Instead, the department and Life and Ocean Science members of the original MPA advisory group have been undertaking a series of intensive studies to identify suitable areas in our maritime area within which future potential MPAs might be possible to bring forward under the new legislation. So this work is happening in advance of the legislation being enacted. This work, undertaken already in the Western Irish Sea, the Celtic Sea, and now in the Atlantic, feeds directly into the work provided for under MPA Life. And so it's forming an initial base from which we can think about taking new MPA proposals forward in the future. These could include areas such as those shown in the darker green on the left-hand side of your slide there, which have been identified as suitable areas within which MPA solutions may be possible. So we have a long way to go. We have a number of years in which to do it, and we're in that design stage at the moment. This involves, this work in the Atlantic, for example, involves this team. It's cross-disciplinary, but it's very much ecological based. We need to expand this to include the economic evidence base and the stakeholder work of the future. This slide sets out the process that's underway at the moment for the Atlantic ecological sensitivity analysis and identification of suitable areas for MPAs in the Atlantic. And you can see the stakeholder participation and engagement are very much embedded into the design and delivery of the work, so that as a project team, we're receiving, listening to, and responding to the views of all maritime stakeholders from all walks of life. It's very data hungry. It involves lots of contributions from a very, very wide array of actors, and we're very happy to have that input. But it's not over yet. We're still looking for more data, particularly in relation to inshore fishing, for example. So how do we get to 2030? What do we need to do? We need to build effective capacity. We need to build effective participation and partnership. We need to build effective communication if we're going to have a decent network of MPAs that we can all be proud of. We also need to embed important values in that process into the future, and you'll see some of them listed here. But we also need to embed things like culture, heritage, youth, and our children. They are the inescapable future. That's what we need to deliver for. And we also, there's a world of understanding that maybe we all need to take a part in so that we can come to common consensus-based MPA solutions that are founded in the best available evidence, in respect and in fairness. Gurmagwiv.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Oliver, and also the questions. By the way, I can see them coming in. I'll make sure everybody will be joining me on the panel. So first off, Oliver referenced the 11 work packages in 198 human years between July 2024 to June 2033, moving towards 30 by 30. In particular, he said he was referring to some of the work packages, including developing the scientific knowledge base, the economic evidence base, but he also said another work package relates to involving people meaningfully, and I quote, he said that government hasn't been, or the department hasn't been sitting on its hands while the legislation has been finalised, is being finalised, and along the way have been conducting the ecological sensitivity analysis. But also the last thing he said is how important it is to include culture, heritage and youth as well. So the next contribution that we're going to have is from John Lynch, and John is the Chief Executive Officer of the Irish South and East Fish Producers Organisations. Please give him a very warm welcome.
Thank you, and first just to thank Dónal and the Fair Seas team for the invitation here today to give what will be a short view from a fishing industry or even the a fisherman's side. I was a fisherman myself for almost 40 years, so with a family background in fishing. So I did decide to start today and go through a little bit of that background, just to put a human aspect to the fishing industry and to explain the job of work we have to do in selecting and implementing MPAs to protect our oceans for the future. This is yours truly on the deck of our current vessel. And I mean, it's in the title, working together. And from my point of view and from my organisation's point of view, we are happy and committed to work together with the Department of Climate, Environment and Energy to develop MPAs to protect Ireland's oceans, seas and coastal communities. On the history side of things, my heritage, as I said, and background is in fishing. Bottom middle is my father, who moved to Holt in County Dublin from Castletownbere in 1953 at the age of 14 to work in the fishing industry in Holt. He came by boat because the weather was on the west coast, as many of you know, is severe in the winter, and the vessels at that time were small. So they moved to the east coast from Dunmore East and on up to Holt with fishing in the winter time mainly. On the left is, with the fish basket, is myself, and just 1 or 2 years ago. And the same on the bottom, myself with the wire, and my brother, who now fishes out of Holt as well and also has his own inshore vessel of less than 10 metres. The other guy here is also from Holt. He's a good friend of the family, and he fished with us for a good many years. He now actually works as you won't believe this one, he works as a fishery officer for the Welsh government. So there you go, you never know who you have on board. This again is our current vessel, and is currently skippered by my brother, my youngest brother, and my son are the two skippers on board the vessel, with most of the crew coming from Holt, one Eastern European, so all EU crew. The fishing over the years has, of course, seen a lot of changes, and the seas themselves have seen a lot of changes in terms of stocks, temperatures, recruitment. All these things have had, have our impacts that we see and are impacted by the changing environment that we're experiencing currently. The fisheries in Europe now, it is managed under the Common Fishery Policy by the European Union. So we don't have a lot of control over what we fish and what we don't fish. Our stock, our catch allocations are given to us from the European Union. And just to show you how small the Irish industry is, Irish fishing vessels in the European Union have 13.6% share of the quota. So all the rest of the quota, all the other 83 point whatever it is, 0.4, is fished by other European member states. We need to bear this in mind when we're developing MPAs, as once we move outside the 12 nautical miles, as was mentioned earlier by Oliver, I think, it becomes an issue where we have to get those areas approved at European level. The fishing industry is also currently experiencing a lot of spatial squeeze from ORE, and now we have MPA, so we need to work really hard to get this thing right. The climate and environment are important, and there are also aspects that have to be taken into account. The awareness from the fishing side there is an awareness from the fishing side that stocks have to be looked after and have to be rebuilt, and also that certain features in our ocean do need protection, but this should not be to the detriment of an important fishing industry and of our coastal communities. There is also a perception, that fishermen and fishing industry are against marine protected areas and that we only do damage, but that is not the case. Yes, fishing does do some damage, but everything we do in life does damage. We come here today, we have done damage, so we have to assess those impacts and measure them and contend with them for what they are, It's also important, in reducing those impacts is important, and how we reduce them. We need to balance our food production with our environment. We need we need to reduce our carbon footprint, and actually wild-caught seafood is a very low carbon footprint, so it's an important aspect in our life. The fishing industry has been working, through BIM to try and reduce that impact on the environment through different work that we have been doing with the board and that kind of thing. So we've been working on things such as square mesh to let juvenile fish out, and semicircular ground gear to reduce bottom impact, pair seining to reduce fuel consumption, and even gone so far as to start implementing skids on scallop dredges to very much reduce up to 80% the impact on the bottom from scallop dredges. Also, every vessel in Ireland is signed up to the Fishing for Litter campaign, and this is a very important aspect for all fishermen. They're very proud of the amount of litter. Many hundreds or thousands of tons of litter have been brought in by the fishing vessels over the years. This is an important part of our daily life. In ocean stewardship, we believe that just pure consultation is not quite enough. We think that there are many examples, in the past where the fishing industry has been disregarded, and we did describe this at length in our submission to the Oireachtas Committee last January. We would like in the future, and we see this being developed now with the Department of Climate, Environment and Energy. We'd like to avoid a top-down approach and, just aimed at meeting what we would call arbitrary targets. I think we need to be realistic about what we can achieve. Nevertheless, we do need to achieve these things. I think that the model for us is the co-design, co-creation, and co-management. I think that the fishing industry can fill many of the data gaps that you will see. Even in ecological sensitivity analysis, we see data gaps. For some time now, our own vessel started when I was a skipper, but the crew were also very much involved. Had our own tagging program. We seen some specimens coming in, and we said, it would be great to tag these specimens and have them recorded properly, so we know where they are, what they are, who caught them, where they were caught, and where they were released. And then if they were caught again, we would know. And some of them were actually caught again. So we've been tagging since 2014. We've been tagging taupe. We've been tagging angel shark. We've been tagging the flapper skate as well, all in the Irish Sea. So believe it or not, they are not extinct. And I have, as they say, the photographs to prove it. And the tags recorded as well. So that for me really, is most of it. I think, we need to have, we need to use the fishing community's lived experience, and it's important also to point out that fishermen and fisherwomen also depend very much on healthy seas and healthy oceans. For our future, and I put up here a picture of my own area, the peninsula of Howth in North County Dublin, and you can see how connected we are to the ocean, and how dependent that whole community is on the ocean. Now, not everyone in Howth anymore is a fisherman, unfortunately, but you can see, how the ocean is open, but the land is very much impacted. There's not a lot of that land in Howth now that's left untouched. So you just have around the cliff and up in the middle of the mountains. The rest is all farmland, building land, housing land, golf courses. So there's not a lot of that untouched by human contact. So I mean, if we when we take that into the sea, we can't expect that all at sea remains untouched also. We need food production areas at sea, and we need them for our coastal communities and for food security. And I leave it at that. I think I think it's important to say that the fishing industry is not against marine protected areas, and that we are willing to work with the relevant people and with all of the stakeholders to design them, create them, and manage them. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that, John. And two things stood out to me there. One is just the changes that we're seeing around the world. He talks about EU and CFP, and he particularly mentioned the quotas there, spatial squeeze, also awareness and perception climate and environment, and he said ocean stewardship is made up of 5 things. Consultation is not enough. It needs to be a community-led approach, co-design, co-creation, co-management. He said levering and leaning on fishing communities' lived experience, and a point that he reiterated round about 3 times very directly, that fisheries depend on healthy seas too. So we have one more presentation before we go into our panel discussion, and this is from Robert Walsh. He is from the Northern Ireland Marine Task Force. He is the Northern Ireland Marine Task Force officer from Ulster Wildlife. Please give him a warm welcome to the stage.
Just double checking I can see over the thing. I'm usually quite short for these sort of things. So hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this amazing conference. This is actually my 2nd time in Cork, and I'm equally amazed as I was the first time. Thank you for the kind introduction, and yes, I am indeed the Northern Ireland Marine Task Force officer, representing a coalition of environmental NGOs working on developing marine environmental policy for Northern Ireland, and I wanted to share the progress in the North, given that we're sometimes put on a bit of a pedestal for how much we are for how much we're classed as being further ahead in terms of legislation than in the Republic of Ireland. So, a little bit of a timeline. Since our establishment almost 20 years ago, and until 2011, we very strongly campaigned for a robust Marine Act, which finally came into place in 2013, which led to further campaigning activity to ensure the establishment of marine conservation zones and an inshore MPA strategy. Proving that activity consisting of 4,000 letters from public to politicians, and even a roadshow which highlighted the importance of species and habitats for these marine conservation zones and the network on wider, really paid off. But that was a decade ago. How far ahead are we? Let's do a deep dive into where we got to and see what needs to be done still up to 2030. So, as you can see, our marine protected area network is quite extensive, surpassing the 30% required designation under the Global Biodiversity Framework by 2030. Whilst this is amazing, given the busy marine space in Northern Ireland, there's still a long way to go in terms of establishing management plans and conservation management plans for our SACs by 2028 and 2029 respectively, under the Environmental Improvement Plan, which came out a year and a half ago. We have additional designations compared to the Republic of Ireland. Areas of special scientific interest and marine conservation zones join the fund for intertidal and uniquely important benthic species respectively, such as the ocean quahog, which is found in Belfast Lough Marine Conservation Zone, which is currently subject to pressure from anchorage from large commercial vessels. We still have gaps within our marine protected area network. An analysis which was done in 2018 highlighted gaps such as native oysters. So if anyone suggests that we've completed this, there's still a lot of work going on 8 years on. We also have some proposed designations, such as the Carlingford Lough Marine SPA and the East Coast Marine SPA, which have yet to be finalised and complete with management plans. These came into place in 2019. These were put forward in 2019. For all of our MPAs, the threats and pressures have been identified through conservation objectives and proposed management opportunities. I've actually moved this. I've done this the wrong way around. Aha! Whilst we may be further ahead in terms of our marine protected area network, we're now looking to implement management measures to address these issues. Address these issues, which will be outlined in the next slide, to our updated marine protected area strategy that came out in February up to 2030. We are, however, further behind when it comes to our marine protected area, our marine plan. Still in draft from 2018 and 8 years on, with only a marine spatial map available, but no guidance framework for developers or stakeholders to use this yet. This has now left Northern Ireland as the last nation within these waters to even have a first iteration of their marine plan, but part of our focus for the next 5 years is to carry out a gap analysis once this gets published. For all of our MPAs, the threats and pressures have already been identified through conservation objectives and proposed management options documents which are connected to each area. So we know what we need to manage. We just need to do the implementation. And here are some of those identified impacts. Most of you will be familiar with the fisheries prohibitions which came into place in January 2023, leading to bans on demersal and static gear in 9 out of 48 of our MPAs. And these were put forward by the fishing sector. We've still to establish if these have been effective, mainly due to other unmanaged pressures, as you see here, such as water pollution, climate change, and underwater noise. And alongside these bans, we also have non-extractive zones, such as the scallop enhancement sites, which provide a constant supply of larvae for recruitment for commercial fishery success. Returning to the fisheries management measures outlined earlier, a knowledge sharing and collaborative forum, CoFish, was set up. This group is co-chaired by environmental and fishing sectors, with DERA sitting as the secretariat. As I currently stand, I'm the current chair of CoFish, and each term lasts for 2 years, alternating between the fisheries and the environment sector. The group was set up to assess the effectiveness of the measures brought about through the 2023 legislation. This collaborative forum and the knowledge that has been shared has been used to also now develop fisheries management proposals for our 3 offshore MPAs, South Rig, Queenie's Corner, and the Pisces Reef Complex, and may extend to include the impacts from marine spatial planning in the future. So when we map out what the legislation currently is in the pipeline and what we have available, and how these will mitigate some of the previously identified threats and pressures, it's easier to see how we can actually deliver management measures for our MPA network. Collectively, these would create a suite of management measures within an MPA network, MPA management plan, or an action table. But this is only part of the solution. We need to see all of these actions being delivered and implemented for our MPA network and against the delivery of national and international statutory obligations. In summary, there's much still to be done in terms of delivering a cohesive, connected, and well-managed MPA network, such as marrying up existing and developing management mechanisms to address specific pressures within our marine environment. So, for the development of the Republic of Ireland's MPA bill, I would share these words of wisdom. Link existing policies and strategies to the management measures of your MPA network, especially if they regulate gaps. Deliver good, transparent, and communication with stakeholders at the outset, ensuring a collaborative forum is set up for knowledge sharing, such as CoFish. All new designations should have management plans in place alongside publication and designation, not after. Deliver on national, international, and global objectives, bringing with stakeholders together into the development, including the public. It's taken me 3 years to understand why our progress sometimes gets put on a pedestal over the past decade plus. But through collaboration, transparency, and urging ambition to protect our seas, we have adapted over time with how we progress to ensure that we're on the right track, a little bit slower, to ensure healthy, productive, and resilient seas. I want to thank the task force officers who came before me, including Fair Seas' very own Dónal Griffin. There's still much work to be done, especially on a transboundary basis, and we'll continue to work with Fair Seas and within the Irish Sea Network to ensure that all our shared seas have a transboundary approach, because as we all know, some species never see the lines we draw on maps. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Robert. And can I ask Grace to join me up here, Oliver to join me up here, and John to join me up here as well, because we're going to have a panel discussion now with you all. So there was certainly an extraordinary journey and timeline up at your very, very beginning slide there, but also the red dot, all roads lead to 2030. I was struck by your point at the beginning as well about 4,000 letters from the public to politicians. Did I hear that correctly? 4,000 letters. You also then mentioned the list of threats and pressures among our seas. It was about your third slide in. But it wasn't until your second last one that you also highlighted that there is a list of suggested management pressures as well. And also, it's something you mentioned over and over again is the role of, under CoFish aims, is knowledge sharing, just how important that is. Before I join this panel myself to sit down and start asking the questions of them, I just want to highlight that there was 11 upvotes for this particular comment, which is love Sean's unfiltered way of communicating and 3 clapping emojis. And also there was 9 upvotes for a fantastic speech. Well done, Sean. So I just do want to reference that before, because Sean won't be joining the panel. However, I have plenty of questions for all of you. Anyway, I can tell you, so far, now that I've read out those last 2, 76 questions are remaining. You're making my job very easy here today. I didn't need to do any preparation, just turn up and look at this and I'd have been fine, to be honest. It's really, really great to see this. Okay, so Oliver, I might start with you. Let me go back here. There is, lots of questions in here, but particularly there's 2 I'd like to put to you. We'll go for 2 for the price of 1. How does the department aim to ensure these won't just be paper parks? That's a reference, obviously, to the MPAs you were talking about. What are the specific management, monitoring, enforcement plans? And the second question, this was upvoted several times, does any work package in the MPA Life project involve management of existing MPAs?
So I'll answer the second question first.
Okay.
As the MPA Life project is designed at the moment, it doesn't stray into the management of the existing Natura network per se. That the responsibility for that would come under the National Parks and Wildlife Service of the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage. But we are working and collaborating more closely with them than ever before to try to see how we can align the new MPAs that come under the legislation with the existing network and also align the practices around those. So I'll answer the first question now,
okay.
which basically when a new MPA proposal is brought forward through the DMAP process as intended under the legislation, we will have the conservation objectives and the management measures for those sites identified as part of that process. So we've been listening, obviously, to speakers today and over the last number of years to how we should do the management aspect of the work. And we very much feel that in the legislation we should be writing that in as a provision straight away, that the management actions that go with the site come with the publication of the site from the get-go. So part of the co-design framework will be co-designing the management measures as well. And so rather than what we've seen in the past, for example, with other sites and other jurisdictions, is that the site is designated and people forget about it for 5 or 10 years and then think about the management. Well, that's not the direction of travel we're going to go on with the new legislation.
Does management also imply compliance or enforcement?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So structures and mechanisms for enforcement and management are going to be embedded in the legislation and are part of, obviously, the design of the legislation that will be captured in the general scheme.
Okay. John, this is aimed directly here at you, and it has just been upvoted twice in the last couple of seconds. John, there is constant misalignment between all parties and MPAs. In your, obviously that's a statement on the part of the contributor. In your view, what is needed for a consensus and to ensure fisher interests are part of the overall solution? First of all, do you agree with the first part, that there is constant misalignment between all parties and MPAs?
Well, there's probably a perception of misalignment more than misalignment. You know, usually people have their own their own perception of what's going on and what needs to be done to rectify it. I think from a fishing point of view, what's important is that we avoid in implementing MPAs any unintended consequences, because unintended consequences could leave the environment in a worse state than it currently is perceived to be. If you take fishing effort from an area that is currently a zone where there is a lot of fishing, that's it. It's a high density zone for fishing for a reason, because there's fish there to catch. This happens quite a bit with sedentary species like prawns and shellfish. If you move that effort, if you put an MPA into that area and move that effort to another area outside of that area, it may take double the effort to catch the same quantity of fish. You need to be very careful of that, because the quota will be the quota, whatever it is from year to year, depending on the scientific advice. But if you remove a percentage of that catch from the area where it is currently fished, where the stocks are available, to an area where the stocks are not quite as prolific, you will increase the effort to catch the same number of fish. That goes without saying.
And then, therefore, leading to the unintended consequences, as you point out.
Well, if you increase the effort at sea, you're increasing what is perceived at the moment to be damage.
And thus the intensity that was referred to earlier. Grace, a different question has come in here. It's just been upvoted 6 times, and it is a recent study highlighted a lack of ecologists and environmental specialists. Sorry, as they come in, they move down here on the phone. How will we... I'll start again. A recent study highlighted a lack of ecologists and environmental specialists in Ireland. How will we realistically achieve designation, engagement and management of MPAs without the workforce? Like talent pipeline, what do you see here?
Well, there's a lot of civil society. There is a lot of experts. Maybe, I suppose we could always do with more. But and so many people in this room right now are experts on different habitats, species. So, and then the fishing community as well, they're experts, they know their areas really well. So, yeah, while we could always do with having more experts, we still do have a lot, so it's bringing all of those together and hearing everyone's voice that we do have. That's going to be really important.
What was your own educational journey to getting to this point, and did you see that there was plenty of options for you to get here?
My own education to get here. So I studied marine biology and then did a master's in marine biology as well. But there was a lot of people in my sort of class, and there still is a lot of people, as far as I'm aware, in university students studying marine biology. So hopefully there'll be a lot more experts coming in, and more people are becoming aware of the ocean and the difficulties that it's facing. So that's probably going to be sparking more interest, and hopefully we will get more people becoming ecologists.
Yeah, and that's obviously the point here, is just to think about how to encourage more people into the talent pipeline as they make their choices now for the ways in which they want to move forward. A question definitely for you here, Robert, which is if additional, it's been upvoted as well twice, if additional resources were available tomorrow, what would your top 3 priorities be for improving MPA management in Northern Ireland?
Enforcement, monitoring and adaptive management, feedback loops. So we monitor and assess every 6 years, but if something happens within 1 or 2 years in, you're not going to get that picked up until the next cycle. So being able to assess part way through, you can catch and you can course correct through adaptive management by having a feedback loop or system in place to encourage the recovery or return to favourable condition.
Okay, so enforcement, monitoring and adaptive management, just like was mentioned in session 2. Okay. Oliver, can I ask you, will you tell us more about the MPA Life project and potential timeframes for the new sites?
Okay, so the MPA Life project, as it was designed, has 3 phases in it. First, and each one is 3 years in duration. So the project started in July 2027, and we're in the middle of phase 1, which is basically building capacity, setting up the team and the structures to enable us to deliver MPAs. But we've already sort of jumped ahead because of the delay in the legislation coming through. We've jumped ahead into phase 2 and started that work of identifying suitable areas that we could potentially have MPAs in, so that when the legislation comes in place, that we're back on track, essentially. So that's the nature of it. There are 11 work packages in it. A number of those are project management related. They're led by the department, things like communication, evaluation and impact, policy areas as well. But the real engine room of delivery of the MPA Life project is the ecological evidence base I described, led by UCD, the economic evidence base, so the cost-benefit work where we're essentially looking at suitable areas and proposals and evaluating with stakeholders and all participants the value of going with one design or one site versus another, and the sort of the economic aspect of that. And then the third key work package led by UCC is the fostering social license, which is essentially lots and lots and lots of engagement in all forms over the coming years. So for me, a key thing really is when we get to the end of the Atlantic study that we're doing at the moment, we'll then have covered in a first sweep the maritime area to look at suitable areas. But for me, 2027 and 2028 are going to be really, really intensive because we're going to start to work on actual proposals. We're going to be in the engine room at that point where we're saying, okay, what about this one and this one? What are they valuable for? What are the costs to industry and society of going with these ones versus these other ones? But also, and this is a connection to Northern Ireland and the UK and our other neighbours, when we go with these sites that we are selecting and bringing forward as proposals, how do they relate to what's already out there in Portugal, in Spain, in France, in Iceland, in Norway, in the UK? So we have to actually make that connection into the transboundary space, because many of the things that we're protecting or intending to protect move, hundreds or thousands of kilometres. So we are a small part in the Northeast Atlantic of a much, much bigger puzzle, and we have to make sure that the piece of work that we do, with the benefit of experience of other countries and things they've learned and not learned, we need to make sure that our piece is a valuable piece of that larger Northeast Atlantic puzzle.
And can I just ask briefly, are all 11 work packages live now?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah,
okay.
More or
okay.
less.
Okay, so John, this question, again, I'm guessing it's directed at you. No-take zones are often proposed as a way to protect marine species and habitats. Does the panel, so I'm putting it to you, does the panel believe no-take zones are a viable fisheries management option?
Well, the short answer would be yes, but you have to select them correctly. I think when we're designing MPAs, I think part of the co-design process and involving the fishing industry is that we select a feature that needs to be protected, whether it's a species or a hard feature, and we manage the marine protected area in line with the feature that's being protected. So if it's a bottom feature, it's a no trawling zone. If it's a species or water-based species that bottom trawling doesn't catch, why are we stopping bottom trawling? The management needs to be aligned to the features that are being protected.
Okay, so it's understanding what you want to do in the first place as opposed to
I think that's where we need to start, before we get into enforcement and things like that. Yeah.
Which it sounds like, Oliver, it's being done in parallel. That's the objective here. Grace, can I ask you, what sort of costly mistakes could be simply avoided by doing things, really learning from best practice, from things we've heard today, or even leaning on civil society, like you mentioned? What could be avoided?
So I think in the past, a lot of decisions have been made with a very sort of short-term economic lens on it, like, thinking of in the next year or this political cycle, and we're not actually taking the long-term look at things, and that has caused a lot of damage. So if we don't have like environmental protection as the highest priority, that's going to end up being very, very costly down the line. So taking that long-term look at things and making sure that the environment's healthy, because if we don't have a healthy environment, then we're not going to have good industry, good businesses, we're not going to have a good economy, and we're already facing some of those issues now from past bad mistakes. The fishing industry is struggling in ways and stuff because things haven't been managed well. So taking that long-term look and realising that a lot of us here want to protect nature because we love it, we're a part of it. There's no question why we shouldn't protect nature, but some people don't have that similar mindset, and it maybe is more of an economic look. But even if you're looking at it from an economic way, it makes complete sense to protect nature and restore nature as well. It's been shown that for every €1 that's invested in nature restoration, you get benefits back that are anywhere from 8 to 38 euros back. So it makes complete sense in that way, really.
There's alignment then between the right thing to do, or the love of nature, as you say, and the environmental argument, but also the economic one as well.
Yeah, and the ecosystem benefits that environments give to us as well, it's priceless.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Robert, is NI and the rest of the UK applying the same approach to identifying and designated MPAs? If not, why not?
In terms of designating and applying the management?
Yeah, so if we take GB and if we take NI, is the same approach being applied? Or does that thinking even arise?
There is, in terms of achieving 30 by 30, yes, there is that joint collective approach across the UK, which is that it's being classed as an entire network, not just Northern Ireland and the sum of all its, some of the devolved nation parts. And that the transboundary approach doesn't just apply in Northern Ireland to the Republic of Ireland, but also to Isle of Man, Scotland, England, Wales. I'll be completely honest, I haven't looked at the principles for each of the other devolved areas, but I know that designation is a devolved matter for each region. But there is a lot of discussion. We, Northern Ireland Marine Task Force, we would sit on the Environment Links UK side, which is the coalition of the different environment links in Scotland, Northern Ireland, UK, England and Wales. And marine protected area management is one of those things that we're trying to collaborate more on, looking at how much is designated, how much is effectively managed, and what are the gaps in terms of management. Okay, so I suppose this keeps coming back to the fact that water doesn't recognise a boundary, whether it's north, south, land and sea, NI, etc. That's what it comes down to. I just want to reflect back out to you. The answer Grace has given to me about the first point has led to several more questions about talent pipeline. It really seems to be something that a lot of people are quite concerned about in different ways. Oliver, this question has been upvoted 7 times and it's directed to you. Is the delay of MPA legislation a hindrance to the progress of the MPA Life project?
Short answer, no. No, I mean, we're underway, we're building a team, we're conducting the ecological sensitivity analysis work. I think if we get to the end of the year and we've delivered that last sensitivity analysis as that first sweep of looking for suitable areas in which we could have MPAs, I think at that point, we're getting to maybe a bit of a pinch point in relation to the legislation, because we want to bring proposals forward. But I mean, we could do another 2 years of work if we had to bring those proposals through to fruition and do all the stakeholder part and still wait for the legislation. But really we should, if we're shaping things properly, we should do it informed by what provisions are in the legislation. So for us, the publication of the general scheme for that MPA, that amendment to the MAP Act, I think is really important, because we'll see the sort of lines on the map, the frame that we're working within, and then obviously that will eventually lead to hopefully an enactment of the bill itself. After maybe next year. I'm not sure what the timeline is on delivery of the bill itself, but the first step is to get the general scheme right and publish that. So that'll obviously inform what we're doing.
Okay, so the actions are being taken independent without needing to be relying upon the legislation at the moment, assuming that it's coming.
Correct, because we're in the same division. Mm-hmm. So the LIFE project is within and led within the same division of Department of Climate, Energy and the Environment. So we're obviously very informed as to the development of the legislation, and obviously were as well in the previous draft legislation as it was developed. So many of the provisions that we're talking about here today are already in that former draft legislation and are being moved into the amendment. As described. Okay.
Just to let you, the four of you know, since we sat down, 34 questions have come in. That's since you started speaking, since we sat down. That's the reason I'm trying to keep up with them here as best I can. This one is for Oliver or John. Where does that? Yes, John or Oliver. So John, I'll put it to you. Ireland's small-scale inshore fishing fleet has dramatically declined over the past few decades. How are we going to implement MPAs in a way which revives these coastal communities? The focus there, of course, being on the coastal communities in particular.
Yeah, I think maybe that the small-scale inshore fleet has changed, but I don't see that it has, well, certainly not in the harbours where I represent fishermen. Certainly the small-scale fleet would seem to be doing quite okay, you know. I think they have a good model, you know, and however, they will obviously have, they're most vulnerable, I think, to the implementation of MPAs, because they are least mobile and they do actually need protection in that regard. I can think of one member that I have, and he is 22 or 3 years of age. He's a less than 12-metre vessel, and he does bottom trawling out of the place that the Taoiseach mentioned today in his speech. Cork McSherry, yeah. So he bottom trawls in an under 12-metre vessel out of Cork McSherry. And he's extremely worried about the implication of MPAs. You know, he fears for his... He's a very young fisherman, 22 or 3 years of age, you know, and has made a considerable investment in a vessel and in equipment and, you know, in getting himself trained up and all that kind of thing at such a young age. I think that we need to avoid, you know, putting people like him out of a living and out of a livelihood and maybe driving them out of the industry, which is the worst case scenario, you know. And I think, you know, we need to cater in a special way for the small scale fisheries. I think they have to be accommodated in a reasonable manner within this whole process.
If I build on that then, Grace, I mean, all day we could go, and we could go for days bouncing around between different stakeholders and who needs to be protected. But how do you think cross-sector or cross-stakeholder conversations can genuinely be useful as opposed to simply consultative?
So, yeah, for them to be genuinely useful, they need to start early, like we've all said, and be ongoing throughout the entire process, but also bringing in the difficult conversations early on as well, not just kind of talking high level, because there are going to be difficult conversations that we're going to need to have, and people have got genuine worries. So making sure that everyone's thoughts and opinions and their worries are taken on board, and then trying to figure out management around that. And again, the underpinning is that, you know, we need to have the healthy environment in order to have the healthy industries and healthy economy then. So if there are any activities that do need to change, that there's support there in place for them. There needs to be funding and financing to, because it's scary for anybody, like in any sort of career, if you were sort of being like, oh, geez, I might have to change my career path. That's scary for anybody. So people, fishing community should be supported if an area needs protected and, you know, something has to change, then they need to be supported to make that change through the funding, through resources, making sure there's fair quota allocation across the whole fishing industry as well, so people are able to diversify fishing. There's lots of different things we can do, but yeah, it's going to be an ongoing thing. We need to make sure that it keeps going, because things are constantly changing as well. So keeping up that conversation and having the feedback and just building up that trust as well, because, you know, the trust has been broken in the past. So at the end of the day, we do all want the same thing of having a healthy environment, having lots and lots of fish. So yeah, getting that trust and conversation ongoing into the future.
Do you think is the issue that there is more of a perception of misalignment, as John mentioned, than actual misalignment? Do you think it's that part of the problem is different parties don't think other parties understand them or even are open to their points of view in the first place?
Yeah, I guess there's that, like John had said, yeah, the perception of misalignment, because we were in the Joint Directors Committee there in January, and a lot talking about marine protected areas, and the fishing industry and Fair Seas and Irish Wildlife Trust, we were all saying the same thing, that we all want the healthy seas, that we want the co-management, co-creation. I think in the past, you know, sometimes, you know, NGOs and maybe the fishing industry, you know, they kind of get pitted against each other, like we're against each other, but we're not. Yeah, so it's that misperception there.
Okay. Robert, this is directed directly at you. Voted 3 times. Robert, many of the measures listed are strategies and action plans. So this is going back to your slide. What evidence is there that additional plans rather than the implementation of existing measures are the key gap in MPA management?
So a lot of the threats and pressures that are identified there, such as water pollution, relate to either direct discharge into a body of water or coming down from further upstream in terms of freshwater inputs. So having the inclusion of river basin management plans as part of the ability to address some of those pressures by having measures, actions in place that happen further upstream, you can reduce at least part of the pressures coming down into that to help manage. I don't think we need any more strategies and plans. I think we need to actually look at the actions of those and start implementing those.
But aren't you well into that since Northern Ireland is ahead?
The thing is that we have had a history of political instability. There's no avoiding that. And that has slowed things down. So a lot of those plans and strategies that were on the board have come out in the past 2 years, are being developed in the last 2 years.
And there hasn't been a sitting government in Stormont?
No, not for, I think it was down in 2022 for 2 years. It was up for a couple of years before that, and it was 2017, 2018. So there's been stop and start, which hasn't really allowed the correct allocation of funding resource to deliver on a lot of these.
I think that that's an important message as well. I spend a lot of time in your part of the world, and I think that can often get missed in the narrative. Oliver, this is one of the most upvoted questions of the day, just to let you know that. Great. Will there be more funding to support research, long-term monitoring and management of potential designated and implemented, hopefully, MPAs? This needs national support and policy drive. Now, this question may have come in before your contribution, so perhaps you feel it's been answered, but I just don't want to avoid it since it's had 14 thumbs up here looking at me.
Yeah, so as we design the network and bring that to fruition with proposals and then into the future actual designations of MPAs, we will have to build in finance for enforcement and monitoring, no question about it. They will be central to delivery of effective management and effective MPAs in the long run. So that is going to need to be, the government is going to need to resource this process into the future, long term.
And I suppose if I could just pick up on the point there about changing governments. I mean, we've had a lot of, I would say, political stability at the macro level, and obviously the departments have more stability again. But at the same time, we all know that there can be changing political tides along the way. How can we make sure, or is it? How does the department make sure that the long-term vision that it sees can be executed independent of the changes that happen along the way?
That's a good question. I think, for me at least, sort of getting involved in the practice of it, I think we have to build a core team within the government, within the department, that is actually responsible for this work. We can do a certain amount with partners and do a certain amount with, through contracts for services and so on. But really, we need to have a core MPA delivery mechanism within government. And that is what MPA Life is there to help set up. So that's really important. But outside of that, a really, really important part of the MPA Life work is actually boots on the ground regionally. So there is provision there for us to have MPA liaison points or hubs, in a way, around the coast. And they are the actual connection between that core MPA delivery mechanism within government and within the department and actual stakeholders and communities that we're serving. That's going to be very, very important. So I really like the idea around rangers, for example, that we heard about earlier on, and it's not new, that's a concept that's around the world in different places. I think there are lots of ways that we can help deliver, for people and for nature, using sort of innovative tools like that and resources like that. So it doesn't all have to come from within government. We can join up with other partners. And in terms of the funding mechanism as well, we don't only have to look to the National Exchequer. There are programs like the LIFE programme, for example, but there's also currently the European Maritime Fisheries and Aquaculture Fund. So there are other tools, financial tools that we can use to help deliver a long-term process and a long-term establishment of an MPA network that works and is monitored and enforced and so on. So that there is a work package in the LIFE project to look at complementary funding and leverage complementary funding as well as we roll out the network.
Well, I think this panel deserves an award for making me work hardest trying to manage how many questions were coming in here. As I say, I sat down, was it 71 or 72? I had 113 at this point. You're unbelievable. It's wonderful. So here's my summary of what we've just spoken about there. Is in answer to the question about is the current framework in your own department looking at existing MPAs, you said not directly, but that's because it's shifting to another department, but that there is cohesion between those two areas. Also, then after that, John, you said unintended consequences can lead to a worse outcome. For example, you were making the point there, if an area was to change focus and therefore it would take twice as much ground in order to fish in order to achieve the same income, same output and thus income, I suppose. You were also saying that there might be more perception of misalignment rather than misalignment itself, a point that Grace picked up on afterwards. When I asked you about talent pipeline, Grace, you mentioned that we don't need to just look in terms of education, but to the knowledge in civil society as well. As I say, lots and lots of questions about that afterwards. When a question came in for you then related to what, if you could pick 3 things to improve this in Northern Ireland, you said enforcement, management, and enforcement, monitoring, and adaptive management. Then, going back to you, Oliver, what you said, then in relation to the question around timelines, you said at the moment it's very focused on building capacity, and at the end of the Atlantic study in particular, you do think that 27-28 will be very intensive, and you also mentioned with another word I learned today, interaction with trans-boundaries all across Atlantic and Europe. In answer to the question that I asked to you then, John, around no-take, you said, the question was, do they work? You said yes, but they need to be designed correctly. And then when I asked you about how to avoid costly mistakes, Grace, you said the problem is in looking at the short-term economic lens, and you quoted that figure that I hadn't heard before. For every euro invested was it nature conservation, or is there another term? Restoration. Then you said that can lead to between 8 and 38 euro back. Doesn't matter the difference between the two. It's very positive. Then going back to the point then about the 30-30 plan, we would back to you on that, Oliver, and you said it's about looking at the whole entire network. And in answer to the question I asked you about, is the legislation not being finalised yet holding you back? You said, in essence, it's not, but also that the monitoring and the legislation as it's being planned is coming together, not one in front of the other. Then when I was asking you, after that then, John, around how to take care of fisheries in certain environments, you said we also need to think about the least mobile one, and small-scale fisheries in particular could be lesser mobile, and you gave us the example of Court McSherry. My dad's from Timoleague, he's probably related to your man you're talking about. And then also when it came to, is there going to be what more resources are going to be or what can be done in particular to advance this forward, and to have real, genuine cross-sector collaboration, Grace, you said funding, an understanding of quotas, but people need to know that it's ongoing. You then mentioned, Robert, about the when Stormont was down, that while actions and strategies and plans were up on the board and agreed, if you can't unlock the capital due to government not functioning, that can be a problem then. And then finally, in answer to the question about long-term thinking, then Oliver, you said that is being enshrined into the way in which that is going to work, but also it's not just about working within government guidelines or indeed even within the Exchequer here in Ireland, but looking at, broadly speaking, more European funding. So, on that note, thank you very much for covering it. Not low and wide ground, but some of that was quite tricky, and I very much appreciate your honesty and your interrogation. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your time. Okay, 3 o'clock on the dot, so we have our last coffee break of the day, and then we're going to come back for one more panel discussion, and I'll explain to you what's going to happen from then. Enjoy. Thank you. Okay, everyone, if I can ask you also to settle in for our last session, please, and thank you. So, I'm now going to introduce my next panel, and again, the format is going to change. So I just would like, for anyone who's there at the back of the room, please do come on away up, take your seat, and we will get started here. Still voted? No, it was first. Okay. Yeah. So, like I say, we're about to start, and this discussion is going to have a very, very different approach to it. So, can I just ask the team for one last time, will you just pop up Menti there, please? I just want to make sure that anybody who has just joined us, yep, okay. Now, if I could ask, please, that anybody who wants the Menti code again, for anybody who's just joined us, anybody who's joined online, you can go to menti.com and put in the number 4713-7667. Thank you. If I can ask conversations to come to a close, please. Thank you very much. Okay. So just again, at this point, as you can see down here, the bottom right-hand corner, I have 114 questions that have been submitted. Please do, of course, keep them coming. I'll keep putting them to them. Part of what my job here to do is to very much represent what you would like to be said. So please do hold me accountable to that. Thank you very much to the AV team. Okay, so here's how this next part is going to work. This time you're not going to hear any presentations. What's going to happen is I'm going to invite 5 different people to come and join me on stage. I'm going to ask each of them who they are and what they do, and that's the way in which then you'll get to meet them. Some of them are well known to you already anyway. And then I'm going to put a couple of questions to them to frame the conversation to get us started, and then right after that I'll be handing straight over to you, and I'll be keeping an eye here on what's coming. Now, the purpose of this conversation is we started off this morning with Minna with a very global view. Then we moved into international best practice. Then we moved after lunch into how does this work here in Ireland, particularly among various different stakeholders and communities under the title of stewardship and governance and marine protection. But now it's right down to all of those various people in the communities around the country and around the island and beyond that we really want to talk about. So the purpose of this discussion is to have a stakeholder panel discussion to reflect on the themes and the lessons emerging from earlier on today, exploring practical considerations, collaborative pathways and the potential benefits of well-designed marine protected areas in Ireland. So now I'm going to ask Karen Dubsky, Louise Overy, Patricia Cumiskey, Maureen Ainu and Brendan Curtin to please join me on stage, and will you please give them a warm Cork welcome. Thank you very much. Perfect. Now, okay, thank you very much indeed. You're all very welcome. Brendan was just telling me before he walked up on stage how lucky he feels. Blessed art thou among women, Brendan. And he gets the closest seat to me too, right? Let's see. So I'm going to start off I'm just going to read out your title first of all, and then I'm going to ask each of you to tell us who you are and what you do. So, Karen Dubsky, founder and director of Coast Watch Ireland. We'll start with you.
I crawl around the coast. Coast Watch is a network of environmental groups, individuals. We are seeking jointly to do informed public participation in environmental management, particularly in the coastal zone. And we are very much focused on compliance assurance in the context of today's event. And I'm one of the leads in a Horizon project, which is EU Horizon project, which looks at compliance assurance with enforcement at the very end, the kick bit. That's it.
And again, to pick up on the point that I just want to reinforce from earlier, that compliance comes after education, which starts with enforcement. So very much in line with that. Thank you. Louise.
Yeah, so I'm very lucky to live in a wonderful coastal community. I lecture on wildlife biology, which is the same degree I did. But I'm also vice chair of the Irish Elasmobranch group. So we try to raise awareness about Irish sharks, skates and rays. And then as part of that, I lead Angel Shark Project Ireland, which is part of, I suppose, an international effort to try to safeguard the angel shark for the future.
Okay. Patricia?
Hi, everyone. Really delighted to be here. My name is Patricia Cumiskey. I work with ESB, and I'm working on a project called Tanua, which is an offshore wind project. It's a 900 megawatt project off the coast of County Waterford. I'm what's called the Development Consent Director on that project. So basically I look after stakeholder engagement and the consenting strategy for that project. The project was awarded back in December to ESB and Ørsted, who are in JV partnership. Yeah. And we'll be developing it out over the next couple of years. So we've recently just been awarded our Maritime Area Consent, our MAC, and a Maritime Usage License to carry out surveys of the site. So we are starting this year with commencing our environmental and what's called geophysical surveys. So the project's really at early stages of development, so I think it's a great time to be here and at these discussions on stakeholder engagement, because obviously we're very keen to discuss the project with many stakeholders.
Okay. Maura?
Gurmahad Susan is Mishamadani Ainu Canasi Noamara, head of Noamara Ireland's Marine Development and Innovation Centre, a subsidiary company of Údarás na Gaeltachta. So those of you who aren't familiar with Údarás na Gaeltachta, is the region authority responsible for the social, economic and cultural development of our Gaeltacht areas, those areas in Ireland that still speak the Irish language. And the main objective is to preserve the Irish language and pass it on to future generations. If we look at where those areas are located, almost 90% is on the Irish coastline. So Údarás developed this Marine Innovation Development Centre to accelerate place-based jobs in our Gaeltacht area.
And I feel incumbent to ask you, is that a lobster on your ring finger?
Yes.
Right. That is called being dressed for the occasion. Right. Brendan, tell us who you are and what you do.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invite here. It's great to be here. My name is Brendan Curtin. I'm from Aquaterra Boat Tours. We operate from Valentia Island in County Kerry. We operate marine tourism around Skellig Michael, Park na Shuntanamara, Valentia Island, and over around the Blaskets. I suppose what we do really for the last 7 or 8 years has been showcasing the extraordinary beauty of the Iveragh Peninsula and South Kerry, telling the stories of the people and the livelihoods of those that live there in the lighthouses and the coastal communities. We're also a partner in the Great Lighthouses of Ireland, and we really love showcasing that rich history, I think, to both visitors from international and domestic visitors.
Okay, so across various different areas you're coming from, in fairness, that has been characteristic of my panels right throughout the day. So, Callum, I'm going to start off in your case. Like, we talk a lot about stakeholder engagement and listening to everyone, bringing everyone along. I mean, there's nobody disagreeing with that. But what do you think has to be true, really, in practice before things can change in reality?
Here in Ireland, we should adopt everything here everybody else said. Like the Turkish example of Rangers. So that when you get a system which works, even in 1 or 2 areas, and people trust that enforcement will actually work, that there's clarity, that you can't have somebody digging away at a protected site for 5 weeks with nobody acting. When that changes, and that has to change now, because we have MPAs now, when that changes and people have clarity and trust that there's a way forward, then we can have everything else rolling nicely.
Well, clarity is in one way easier, I think, than building trust. But trust is a hard one, particularly if it's been broken in the past. So, and it's easier said than done. What do you think really needs to be in place for trust to happen?
Trust has loads, I mean, most people have relationships. It has lots of elements to it. That you are respected, that you're not talked down to, that what you have to say is of interest and adds to the situation. But trust is also that if somebody says, and we have this now, we have marine protected areas. It is absolutely essential that we protect those now. And we need those ranges, which we had in Turkey. Exactly that, because our National Parks and Wildlife Service doesn't have ranges with boats. And if something happens in the sea, nobody does anything. So that is trust that the system works. Trust is in the pudding. I can put the ingredients together, but if nobody is going to put it in the oven and cook it, then I don't trust that that cake will actually work.
Okay. I'm between the fish and the cooking and the... you said that over the place there now. Right. Louise, in your case, you live in the community where you're also doing your work, and that isn't always the case when people who are working in the areas where they're trying to build towards MPAs. What do you think people miss if they don't live and breathe in the same community as the people that they're seeking to engage with?
I can tell you that some of the best conversations I've had is over a pint of Guinness. But yeah, completely. I think being able to be there, see what they're, spend that time with them. And I think one of the issues with a lot of stakeholder engagement is it's very short. A lot of funding cycles are very short. They might only be 3 years, 4 years. And then that program moves on and that community is still there. And the next program starts and the whole thing starts again. So I think actually, maybe building into funding cycles, longer term engagement, longer term relationships and trust building, that would be really, really important. And yeah, just actually coming down and spending time with the community, meeting them on the pier. I think Dónal said that was where some of his best work actually happened, was just going down and hanging on the pier, not with an agenda, but actually just to listen and truly listen.
Google called that a listening tour. So that's what you're saying. Go and have a pint of Guinness and walk down at the pier and have a listening
Or coffee.
tour.
Coffee's fine too.
Okay, all right. Yeah. We are very diverse and inclusive around here. All right, okay, thank you. Patricia, how were you able to take Louise's advice when it came to engagement with the local community, particularly in the context of the offshore project? You say now you're at the MAC stage. How was that achieved?
So I suppose the project for ourselves was just awarded back in December. And before that, there was a whole government process to identify the area and the sites. So that kind of took place over the course of about 18 months. And there was strong, I suppose, stakeholder engagement in that piece.
Would you mind explaining what strong stakeholder engagement meant in the context of that project?
There would have been a lot of, and this was before the project was awarded to an individual developer, so there would have been strong engagement with the industry, where the industry worked with the government to look and identify sites. There would have been engagement with the fisheries and the environmental NGOs. There was a mapping exercise on constraint analysis, and a lot of this information was fed then into a process to identify 4 areas off the southeast coast, so off Waterford. So Tonu is the first of those sites to be designed and developed. So that whole process happened over the period of 2023 and 2024. And then when those 4 areas were presented to the Oireachtas, they were endorsed by the Oireachtas as development areas for ORE. And then there was an auction that happened over the period of 2025 when we were selected. But since we've been selected, I suppose we've commenced our early engagement. So we have, for instance, started, and it's more informal at the moment because we are required to do formal engagement as part of our consenting process, but we want at this stage to have the conversations on the quay side. So meeting with the fishermen, meeting with the communities. So we're working to, I suppose, from the ground up, looking at those opportunities rather than, I suppose, commencing a very formulaic and method of stakeholder engagement at this point. So we're really getting started and listening to how people want to engage and how best they can engage. And we want this to be an ongoing process. This isn't something that we say, right, we're done and dusted, we've got your opinion, thanks very much, we're out the door. So this is what we're planning to do. And we've got pretty much another 3 years till we're submitting a planning application. So it's at this stage that we can really take on feedback and points of view from the community as to what they don't do and don't like. And we are having hard conversations. We are talking about, look, the site that's there, that was what was established by the government. We can work within that. And how do we do that? Rather than saying, well, I suppose, there's elements of it that we can work with and change, and there's elements that we can't. And we're putting that on the table to say, look, these are our red line boundaries. So I think that's helping us have real conversations as well.
Is there a challenge then? I mean, we talked today in a broader environment about energy security. The Taoiseach earlier on mentioned about reducing reliance on fossil fuels. We look at, obviously, energy prices, and there is a sense that we should have all this done yesterday.
Yeah.
And at the same time, I'm hearing you say the consultative process happened between 23 and 24. Is there a tension there between how much the public wants something, but how long it takes to actually develop this stakeholder engagement? And so communication takes on 2 different lenses then?
It does, but I suppose, and I think what we need to balance between is doing things right and doing things fast. And I think what we want to do is do things right and efficiently. I think that's the way we want to do it. But yeah, look, there definitely are. There's people who want us to go a lot faster on this. But the reality of it is we know it takes 2 years to do bird surveys, so we understand the bird use of that area. We know that it takes 2 seasons of summer surveys to carry out the geophysical, the geotech, and the benthic surveys, so we can understand the benthic habitats at those sites. Yeah. So, yes, we will do things efficiently, but we're not going to go fast and get it wrong. We want to get this right.
Okay. Maura, can I also pick up on a point that Louise made there about funding cycles being short? I mean, if there is a 2-year project, even the surveys alone might take up to that. How do you make sure that the resources that you're allocating and the timing of the capital that those resources are being allocated actually match what's the right thing to do?
I suppose projects only go so far. It's the people and the institutions that's behind them. So that's why some of the work that we're doing and the great example from Fair Seas and the work that they're doing, building trust in the communities and with state bodies and political goodwill, because funding comes and goes, it only gets you so far. It's that institutional memory. People and communities often get really annoyed. They start, expressing their fears and their concerns. Like we've seen a lot with what's happened in SACs, and particularly in Connemara, people feel that they've been actually pushed out of their homes almost. They can't get planning permission because they're adjacent to an SAC, but a wind farm developer can come in and put in a turbine the size of the Eiffel Tower. So it's the whole, if they feel that they're not listening to, so it's the people, if the same institutions are involved from the start and talking to them. It takes years. I remember my first meeting with the local shellfish co-op, and now we've got a co-fisheries management plan together. But those meetings, it was me, the only female in the room, with 88 fishermen. And there was a war going back and forth where they felt that the state was trying to take these grounds from them. But what we were trying to do is put the scientific background behind them and the data so that they could actually get more funding, help them restore the native oysters, if that makes sense.
And so what turned it from a war, the way you describe it, into the point of where now there is what there is? I mean, was it time? And not just the data and the science too. I would imagine.
Time and trust. So once we said something, so Karen mentioned trust earlier. Trust is so important. If you say you're going to do something, it means a lot to these local communities that they're listened to. So you often have stakeholder consultation where it feels to some people that they're just ticking an exercise. It's a 6-week process. Versus when you're there listening to them and building a co-management plan with them, they're really a part of the process. By profession, I'm an accountant, and I even got into their accounts with them, trying to get them to record things properly. They now state and throw back in my face accounting standards themselves.
Yeah.
So that's the relationship that's been built with trust.
Okay. Brendan, you've been on both sides of the house here. You're now running a business, but you used to be working in government. Will you, I should say in the department, just an important distinction. Would you mind taking me through the perspectives that you have from being on both sides?
Yes, Susan, I suppose I've 20-odd years experience of being at sea. Started off with the Naval Service a long time ago. Recently just finished with the Department of Transport and Irish Coast Guard. So I suppose I've seen it from many sides of how people want to use the sea. We talk about having a shared area, what other uses there are there, all the actors that are in place. As a nation, I suppose we're sea blind, and we're nearly tone deaf too at times about how we actually interact with the sea. I think we talk about innovation. Innovation generally comes from private industry, and it comes from the bottom up, and maybe governmental bodies tend to be more on the reactive side rather than the proactive side, probably heavy on bureaucracy, process, checks and balances. It doesn't allow speed and agility to thrive, but I suppose that is the balance, that everybody here is a stakeholder, whether it's governmental, non-governmental, private industry, or users, recreation. Everyone here is a user, everyone has a point of view. I think that we talk about stakeholder engagement, that it can't be just a nice tag word to use. It has to have meat in it. And oftentimes we talk about socialising. It's very much a hurdle we need to get over. We tick a box and we move on. So it's about, I think, everyone appreciating each other's challenges, how they go about their business, the processes that they have. Many of these things come down to timing, about good timing, and we talk about funding, things being in place. It's about timing, I think, getting the right people in the room at the right time when the opportunity exists, and bringing everybody together. Because if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, you want to go together. And I think that really has to be the motto.
Can I ask you to explain to me, what does it mean that we're sea blind and tone deaf?
I think as a nation, for an island nation that's on the western extremity of Europe, we often forget about how everything arrives here, how people, how commodities, how our energy gets here. It comes either in a cable, on a ship, or it means over an ocean, most likely. And I think we have a huge reliance on that, but we're very inward looking. As an example of that, I live down on Valentia Island. recently I was standing on the shoreline doing a job, probably there for 6 or 8 hours, doing a bit of gardening and landscaping. Nothing passed me in that harbour, one of the most beautiful harbours in Ireland, if not the world, safe, secure. Nothing moved. There's something wrong. There was no one sailing, there was no one fishing, there was no one boating, there was no one on a jet ski, there was no one on a kayak. That's not uncommon in Ireland. There are some beautiful harbours around here, around Ireland, that we're not using. So as a nation, we like to see a photograph, we like to see it in a brochure, but do we actually go and spend time in our beautiful outdoors? We have recently got Park na Siúnta na Mara, I suppose in the last 2 years, designated in Kerry. What does that mean yet? We don't really know, but in the future, that will be massive. There is other opportunities around Ireland for that. We need to embrace the blue economy, but also embrace the outdoors, rural living, and the opportunities that we have for education and for healthy living in the coastal areas.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to turn to the questions now that have come in here. Callum, I'm going to start off here with you. Capacity building has been much discussed. Projects such as MPAs mobilise groups to have the necessary conversations. But how can we convert these project groups into the sought-after capacity?
Oh, sorry, yes, me.
Will I read it again?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So capacity building has been much discussed. Projects such as MPAs mobilise groups to have the necessary conversations. But how can we convert these project groups into the sought-after capacity? So how do you turn conversations into action?
Well, I think there's a huge capacity, actually, which was in coastal communities. If I look back, Lough Swilly, the management which was done locally by the fishermen, deciding even on closed areas themselves for native oysters. So that capacity is getting old, but it's still there to a certain degree. And I think we stood on it, and we didn't recognize it, and we still have enough time now to resurrect it and work with that, because you can't have just a few officials. You have to pull that together into a new model. So, for example, in Coastwatch, we have a scheme of finding seagrass, not officially known seagrass, but seagrass which locals find. And we have a mix of people between fishermen and so on. And then the finder may turn into a minder. And in Lough Swilly, for example, not any of the seagrass beds were touched by the fishermen because they knew how important it was. So that sweep into something which is 1 generation ago was still widespread, even across Lough Foyle. We need to harness that, bring that back, and then add significant funding for things like a ranger program, so that we can also get enforcement. I would get rid of those jet skis altogether. But
That's also for another day. Okay, but I like that phrase, the finder turns into the minder. And that's an interesting way of starting that conversation. I think this is for you, Louise. There's been little discussion about human disturbance and its impact on coastal and marine wildlife. How can this be addressed to help ocean restoration? Like John earlier on said, you know, there's always going to be damage done. There's damage done by people even being here today. But there is that point. How do we balance that, our very presence and its impact on coastal and marine wildlife?
I think a lot of that comes down to communication. People won't, or we only care for what we understand. We only love what we understand. So I think if they're not aware, so I think it really comes down to us as communicators and educators to share what's below the water, what impact that they might be having. Nobody means to pollute generally. Nobody means to trample on seagrass. So I think it genuinely comes down to education and just sharing our passion, and you know, hoping to have that ripple effect. And as you said, enforcement is important. But I think if you give people the tools of education and the knowledge themselves, they will police themselves.
Mm-hmm. You know, you're based in MTU, and I'm just, you know, we've heard a lot today about ocean literacy, as I say, in response to Grace's answer earlier on today. was lots of questions then around talent pipeline and skills, and will there be the people to do these jobs? When you say share education or share your passion, do you feel that there's sufficient mechanisms to do that, whether it's through a university or through the organisations you have? What do you think, Louise?
There can always be more. There always needs to be more. I get the most enjoyment out of going down to the beach, hunting for egg cases with kids. It revives me, gives me hope again for the future. So I think just if everybody here decided to do one event each, just imagine the impact that we'd all have in our respective fields. So I think we can always do more. I mean, we have institutions, we have universities, we have the ocean is now coming into the curriculum as well in the other levels as well. So there are mechanisms there, but I think everybody, we can all share that and share our passion and try to spread that message.
Okay. This is pretty direct question for you, Patricia, but it's definitely for you. So, state-led baseline data for the South Coast DMAP is public. Will ORE developers commit to keeping all future project-level environmental survey data completely open source as well? Now, I'm not asking you to make a declaration on behalf of ESB here today. just to be sure, just to let you know, I'm not throwing that at you, but the essence of the question I would like to put to you.
Yeah, and look, we do have a responsibility already within our maritime usage license and our maritime area consents to share that information. And I suppose, that information is used to inform that planning application. So I suppose we will be sharing it. I'm not sure if people in the room have looked at some of the phase 1 applications, but again, that information is available with that planning application and at that time. But, we do want, if there's particular data that we can share with researchers, etc., we will look to work with people and because we are part of that South Coast DMAP, initiative. There are a number of objectives in there that we must meet, and some of them are with respect to, I suppose, ensuring nature restoration on the site, etc. So, we'll be looking to carry out research, to inform that as well as part of the overall project. So, I think there will be lots of opportunities to share data, share best practice, understand from each other in doing the project, as well as once all of the information is publicly available through the official channels with the planning application.
Okay. Maura, a question has come in here directly for you as well. It's been upvoted 3 times. Maura's point about enforcement of planning in terrestrial Natura 2000 sites contrasts sharply with lack of planning enforcement in marine Natura 2000 sites. Why is this, and how can this be fixed?
A lot of it is actually lack of monitoring. It's been mentioned here a few times today. We've seen, for example, Cllr Bay SAC, work has been done 15 years ago, baseline studies were done, it hasn't been monitored since. Nobody's taken into consideration that species move. We were working on a project where we got divers out to verify, where these species were. And it was completely different to what was actually on the map, what was recorded 15 years ago. But the planning authority refused to take our data with videos and photo images. It's absolutely crazy. So monitoring is so important. And because of some of those issues, it's built, lack of trust with people. So that's why it's so important with the whole stakeholder consultation and building trust again.
So we're back to the monitoring again.
Completely.
Monitoring and management are coming at the same time as identification.
Yeah, it just brings me back to that whole, does anyone remember that Donegal catch ad, where their idea is stored in a filing cabinet? That's how we, the local community, often feel. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Brendan, upvoted 6 times. How was Brendan implementing the voluntary code of conduct this tour season? Has it massively changed how he is running tours?
Yeah, great question, actually. It's the first year, I suppose, the voluntary code is in place. It was launched earlier this year. But in practice, it's something that we've been doing, and many, if not all, the other boat operators in the area would have been doing, is slow speed, keeping distance, not crowding dolphins and whales, and particularly not pairing boats up, 2 or 3 or 4 boats together. So it's something that's been done. I really welcome what it is, and really the feedbacks that will be offered in, I think, September and October time. It will really bring it forward to fully implement it around the Irish coast. So it's a really positive initiative, but something that we've been always operating anyway. If we had a bit of finer weather at the moment, we'd be able to see more of them, but the rough weather is precluding a lot of that. So.
And so it's made, has it made a difference, or when you say you welcome it, why?
It standardizes.
All
So
right.
everybody. So what we do in our operation, when I'm skipper, when I'm driving, I know that the boat operators, the other operators who are going to be close by, are going to be watching for the same whale, same dolphins, that they'll be doing the same thing. So I think it's about standardizing it, and it's a very positive initiative.
Okay. Catherine, I'm going to ask you this one. It keeps coming up again and again. There is a skills gap in Ireland for marine scientists, ecologists and E&V specialists. Now, this question obviously was designed for Patricia. What can the RE sector do to support capacity development? But it's come up so often in the last after lunch. Can I just ask you about that? What do you think, is there first of all, do you see a skills gap? And secondly, what can be done around it over and above ocean literacy, like encouraging more people into this space? What do you think?
I think I'll just come back to the same thing again. When I go as a marine biologist into an area and I want to find something out quickly, I try and find the nearest fishermen or others who are on boats and understand, but particularly fishermen in the Waterford estuary. They would know exactly which way, what current goes at what time, and where the salmon holes were, where they were resting. And the skill isn't our education in university. The skill is to translate that to the ground and to be able to not extract information, but work with people for jointly doing something with that information.
Mm-hmm.
And that is quite often missing.
It seems to be, you're picking up on Grace's point, which is that it's not necessarily through the formal education channels. Maura, I think you have something to say on that, first of all.
Yeah, I think what Karen said is perfectly true. It goes back to the fishermen and those who have the experience. We recently secured funding to run a multi-generational education course where we've got funding for podcast material where the younger children can go and record the older generation, where their stories are, where they say that they fished or that they harvested seaweed, but that they'll actually get the opportunity to go out. We've received funding for an ROV and a little boat, and also microbiology labs so that they can actually go and take some of that species and investigate it. So we're trying to bring it back to the younger generation again and get them really excited. It was only 12th of May, 2 weeks ago, we had a Marine Day for the local school children. They asked for this, right? Because I've been told on numerous occasions that there's people with PhDs who've never touched a fish in their life.
Wow.
It's so crazy. So by bringing school kids in, it's just amazing. They get to touch lobsters, crab, and one kid at the end of the day said to his teacher it was the best day of his life, right?
Wow.
So these are the people that we need to inspire to get interested in the sea.
Well, there's another group here. Just to mention, this is a comment. Shout out to Ireland's multiple young Instagram videographers who have brought so much attention to Ireland's marine wildlife and showcasing it. We need to work with them to encourage ocean literacy as well. Now, Louise, I better ask you this question because this is turning red here. 12 upvotes. Louise, what's your favourite shark? Can we please answer this?
Oh, damn, that's a tough one. Well, I suppose I've got to be an advocate for the angel shark because, well, who doesn't love to have their dinner brought to them? Lie in bed all day and wait for dinner to come to you. But basking in the sun doesn't sound too bad as a basking shark either. So I don't know about you guys in the audience, but I'd love to chat to you afterwards and see what you all think too.
That sounds like
a question for you. What's your favourite shark?
Oh God, I couldn't possibly disclose that on a stage like this, Louise. It sounds like, but asking you that question sounds like the toughest question of the day. We can handle multi-stakeholder, intergenerational justice, but Louise's favourite shark, different story. I am going to. There's a lot of questions in here for you, Patricia. I'm trying to, as I know we're approaching the end of the conversation, I'm trying to paraphrase them or at least condense them, and I kind of can't. So I may as well just ask you one of them.
Go on.
Are current consenting systems adequately equipped to address the cumulative impacts of multiple offshore renewable energy developments?
Oh.
Now, again, that question is asked in a closed way of are they? Perhaps I might broaden it by saying, how are you adopting the consenting systems to think about the cumulative impacts of multiple offshore renewable energy developments?
Well, I suppose like, I suppose the challenge has been for the first phase of the project, so phase 1, because all of those projects were being proposed at the same time. And by like how they worked together was, by sharing data and sharing that information, and that was then submitted to the consent authority. From the point of view of the South Coast DMAP, I suppose we will have the benefit of the outcome of those assessments and analysis, and hopefully, a number of them will have received planning by the time we're submitting our planning application. So we'll understand what projects are actually going ahead, which ones we'll need to look at from a cumulative impact assessment point of view, and which ones maybe aren't going ahead for whatever reason. I don't know. We can't tell that future yet. But, so I suppose for our project for Tánua, we'll be looking at that, but we'll also have the benefit of the fact that under the South Coast DMAP, there is a requirement for what's known as regional level surveys to be undertaken by the department. And these will be surveys. Those surveys are due to be commissioned in this year, I believe, but we're waiting to hear about that. So we'll have the benefit of that additional information coming in and informing our planning assessment as well.
It sounds like, pick up on Brendan's point about timing. Timing really matters here. Planning as distinct to development, as distinct to output, as distinct to community engagement. If they're all stages, nothing really ever happens, so they need to be done in parallel, and that can cause its own complication.
Yeah, it does. And I suppose, it is, with all of these things, like Ireland, while we're in Ireland and while we have a significant history from a maritime perspective, we aren't really a maritime state. So, we have massive gaps in some of our areas of the maritime and data, etc. So, the projects that happened on the East Coast, it was the first time that type of information was collected. And so, I suppose we're learning while doing at the moment, and this is the challenge. But I think, those projects, when they went into planning, the engagement was between them to understand what was the outcome of their assessments and how did it look from a cumulative impact point of view.
Okay.
I suppose, and that's what they fed into the planning system.
Yeah, I suppose it goes back then to the participatory mapping too, is that there's also a scenario analysis to do there. I will say again, people are coming back to me again and again on the skills again, looking at it from various different perspectives. But there's another point that is coming up here. Yes, upvoted 12 times. Brendan, collaboration is critical. How do we encourage working together, overcoming frictions between industry, NGOs, advocacy groups and government? What tips do the panel have? Can I ask you, rural tourism, in fact, rural life at all? As I mentioned, my dad is from Timoleague. I grew up in a village. I wouldn't necessarily call that rural anymore. It's not urban either. I'm a bit in the middle. But I know what it's like for most people to move away from where they're from, let's just say, both in this generation, my family, and the one before. And you've decided not to be that. So what do we need to consider when it comes to rural lifestyles, rural tourism, rural entrepreneurship, etc., in the context of that collaboration?
Yeah, just to clarify, I suppose I did move away. I came to Cork for 12 years, and I've gone back, I suppose.
You're boomerang.
Yeah, boomerang. So I've gone back and set up the business in 2019 with my wife, and it's been a positive step forward since then. I suppose that the big thing about living in rural Ireland, that it is very different to living in a city. So you probably drive further, you spend a lot more on the road, a lot more on diesel. They're the basics, but you've a smaller community around you, but you lean on the people that are around you more. So you build up that trust that Cameron's talking about. You generally know everybody, you know most things that people are up to, and they know what you're up to also. But I think it's about the piece about collaborating. We're not going to go far on our own. So I think it's about coming together. Ireland is a young country. We still sometimes get bogged down in what we're doing. We're very protective, and we mightn't talk about out loud what we're doing. And I think we need to be not more transparent, but we need to be more forthcoming, I think, with how, as an island nation, our maritime strategy is going to go forward. And I think we've got to look at the real big picture here. There's many things that are in clear sight that we can fix, and I know MPAs are going to be really, really good in the future. When we get there, a lot of them are probably over the horizon, where many of us never see. some of us have seen, and over the horizon has its own issues. We need to be able to own and control and manage our own territory waters and our EEZ. Now that includes what's on the seabed, what's in the water, and what's on the surface. And I think, as a nation, we need to have a better maritime strategy about how we do that, because it's at the top that will be decided, and it comes down, it filters down to what we all do, down to a parochial level, where we can all work forward, we can take advantage of the opportunities. But when we're all working at different paces and the timing is different on different project streams, that collaboration doesn't fall into place and it doesn't dovetail together. So I think it's very important as a nation, as an island nation, we are so reliant on the maritime industry and the waters that are around us. We need to have a better appreciation, but also better control about what we have in those waters.
I've just a point in here. This is the 150th question of the day, by the way. Yes, exclamation mark. We need a vision and an ability to see the big picture and hold complexity. I honestly, I could have filled another hour with what's coming in here, and it's interesting what's starting to happen now is people are disagreeing with the questions that are sending in the road. You're having a whole other conversation there. That really is the epitome of engagement. Okay, so Cahin says, everything that has been discussed here today should be adopted in the first place. In the two things she says that are particularly needed are clarity and trust. And when I push back on saying I think clarity is easier to achieve than trust, so then I asked, what does trust mean? She said, where people feel like you're respected and you are being listened to. And she says, we need the Rangers from Turkey. In addition, she also said that when it comes to the education and skills point, that's what you do, is find the nearest fisherman. The skills aren't necessarily in university, but all around us. And you gave that fabulous example of, particularly when it came to seagrass, about the finder turns into the minder. Louise, you highlighted the challenge of if the funding cycle is short, that longer-term engagement should be built into the model, even if the funding doesn't last as long, but that the longer-term engagement is built in there. And you talk about spending time with people, genuinely spending time with them, for example, on the pier. It's something that Taoiseach said earlier on that I said I knew would come up again and again today, is about what happens at the surface of the water influences what happens below. But if we can't see it, then we won't know. So as you point out, it's important to share what's going on below the water as well, and to share your passion. Patricia, you walked us through the whole area of strong stakeholder engagement. And when I pushed back on that and I said, well, what does that mean? You said in engagement between industry and government, a longer consultative process. That had happened between 23 and 24, being presented to the Oireachtas, understanding how long it takes to take surveys. And you said that you can either do things right or do things fast, and you want to do things right, and that takes time. In addition as well, in answer to the question that somebody asked about, will you be sharing the data? You said you will, and phase 1 is available on the website at the moment. There was loads and loads of questions that were coming in there afterwards, so if you're open to taking more of them, I'm sure there's lots of people here who are willing to talk to you.
Yeah.
Then Maura, when I asked about the question, picking up on Louise's point about short funding cycles, you said that finding projects will only go so far. It's the institutions and the people behind them. And then you told us the story of you and the 88 fishermen and how you won them all over. That's really ultimately where we got to. And I said, again, how did you do that? You said common trust versus tick-the-box process. And then when it came to looking at why certain things weren't enforced, then you said it goes back to the lack of monitoring. And then you gave us this lovely example of where some primary school children said it was the best day of their life as they went and had that sensory experience with what's going on under the water. Brendan, you said by having both sides of the experience, well, sorry, no, both was too limited. My question was too limited, actually. You've had many experiences between the Navy and being in the department, as well as now being in business. And so you said you see how different people, I was interested that you used the word use the sea, not experience the sea, you said use the sea. And you said that we are sea blind and tone deaf, and explained why, actually, and even the whole idea that there's nothing moving on the water in front of you, and how that's, as you said, there's something wrong there. You say many things come down to time and timing, and in answer to the voluntary code of conduct, you said it's the first year of it, and that you very much welcome it. And when I asked you why, you said because it standardises things. And you had this lovely, pithy, inspirational line: if you want to go fast, go on your own, but if you want to go far, go together. Ladies and gentlemen, shared seas. Now, while I might be summarising all day, the man of the moment is going to come up now to give you a summary of the entire conference. So I'm now going to invite Dr. Micheál Ó Cinnéide. He is Director of the Irish Ocean Literacy Network and previously with the EPA Marine Institute and Rinamara. And he is going to bring us to a summary of what has gone on here right throughout the day. Please put your hands together for Dr. Micheál.
And thanks to Dónal for calling me back. I'm going to talk briefly about today and a little bit of comparison with 3 years ago, and then at the end just a few thoughts about where we might be going. And after that we'll be going for ice cream and all the rest of it. So, as a few people have said today, including Dónal in the morning and others, and Grace said it as well, it's 3 years since we were here in this room, and here we are again. So what does that remind you of? So I looked for wisdom to the great Samuel Beckett. And this is the sequence of conversation that happens over and over again, at least 8 times in that play. Well, shall we go? Yes, let's go. We can't. Why not? Well, we're waiting. We're waiting for Godot. So, in a way, you could say that's where we all are. It's a kind of frustrating place to be. But, you know, you have to think that a little bit more deeply about it. That's the human condition. It's not just MPAs. And this is the scene, if it's, you know, shown, and it's been shown many times, and nothing much happens at one level. The only thing that happens is a guy produces a carrot out of his pocket and eats it and passes it around. I'm going to give this one to Jack later on. So it would appear that not much is going on, but actually it's a discussion of human life. So that's a way of thinking about where we are. But some messages from today. There's a phrase in Irish, Tá rá thaobh ar an rí, an thaobh gal san thaobh buí. There's 2 sides on the king, the bright side and the dark side. So this is some messages on the bright side from today, listening to the speakers and listening to your reactions to the speakers. First of all, many people, in particular, I think Oliver and Robert from Northern Ireland and various people talked about this idea that we've been on this road for quite a long time now. And I think it's a really positive thing to say that thanks to the courage and the vision, and that phrase was used by the Taoiseach, and the energy of the people in Fair Seas, but not just in Fair Seas, a lot of the other groups in the hall, 5 years of learning. We're a lot further on than where we were 3 years ago or 5 years ago. And again, thanks to our international speakers helping on that. Another positive, to my mind anyway, is at least that both the Taoiseach and the Minister, Timmy Dooley, who was a bit more in detail about it, were saying, we have this Maritime Area Planning Bill, we have nearly got the heads of bill, or the general scheme as they call it, ready. And in that, which I think is really important, there is a provision that local groups can propose MPAs. I thought that was really good when I heard that, and that this process of co-design, there's some reference to that in the bill. Now that's kind of reading between the lines a little bit. And you could argue that maybe they should have said more, and that they should have had it ready now, but they don't have it ready now, but at least it's quite close. As I understand it, it's ready to go to the Attorney General's office, which is another story. But at least it's very, very close. I think that's a lot further along than where we were maybe 6 months ago. But then again, like Beckett said, we're back to where we were. MPA Life, I thought, was a really important contribution. And I want to thank Oliver and thank the people who are involved, all the groups around the room, Tasman Crow and the folks from UCC and so on like that. 9 years, 25 million euro. And that really, to my mind, is part of a 3-track approach. So we have the campaign from the NGOs and communities, plus we have the legislation, plus then in parallel we have the MPA Life project. When you look at those 3 together, that gives you some confidence, I think, because each of them support the other or have the potential to do so. And then finally, I think it was Grace and a few others made this really important link to the wider nature restoration project, law, movement, challenge, massive challenge. They've looked for 700 million a year, and there's been other conferences like Home Tree Conference and so on, and that lately. So there's some momentum behind that, and the Marine is obviously part of that. So you could say, yeah, fair sailing, reasons to be cheerful. But it's never just like that. There's also squalls, submerged rocks. I said this to Dónal some time ago. The fishermen in West Kerry, they always say, Feiramacht and Fochis, F-O-C-H-A-I-S. Fochis is a submerged rock. Just appears every so often, depending on the tide. Keep an eye out. There are always such submerged rocks. So first of all, the legislation could be, will be, maybe delayed. What we're going to see is the general scheme sometime. And Oliver said, it'd be great if we had it, done and dusted by the end of the year. Well, that's optimistic. It'll probably be next year because of bottlenecks in drafting and all the other bills that are there in front of it and so on like that. Then you have the whole process, as we heard. Most of today was very good in terms of the realities of designation and management plans. One without the other, without all three, are not worth except the paper they're written on. So I think that that's a reality that will need to be tackled. And Karen and others said it at the last session here again. We have had a succession of offshore and local MPAs in various parts of the country for 2 decades with very little management plans or none. And so there's a whole lot of work there. But again, the positive side of it is that Oliver and a team of really good people within the department, many of them are here, and also in the universities are working on that. Then the other potential squall or submerged rock, depending on how you think about it, not necessarily, but John Lynch and others talked about this whole thing of a squeeze, spatial squeeze offshore and around the coast of Ireland. There's no doubt about it. The fact that the MPA is now part of this wider DMAP process means it's part of a much bigger, complicated jigsaw. So that whole thing will take place. The economics, there was a question earlier on, I think it was to Minna, can all this coexist with capitalism? Well, it has to. But capitalism drives all of the other things. I listened to the Taoiseach a few weeks ago, the speech he gave at the Ard Leis Fianna Fáil, and he talked about the 5 priorities for the next, decades. And of those 5, they were all economic, more or less. They weren't about the environment or climate or anything like it. So even though he has a personal interest in it, very clear, it's not necessarily hardwired into the government. I think a lot of people in this room know that. So economics is basically the bedrock of what's driving marine spatial planning. And then public acceptance was mentioned by Will, the guy coming in from California, and by many others in various different ways, unless you have a really patient, slow process of bringing people with you. And I thought the Taoiseach was very good on that. He said, because he's been thinking about this, we can't be imposing all this work. It has to, in some way or another, be sold to people. I think that's the political wisdom and reality of it. And lastly then, which is a really significant issue, Oliver spoke about this, and I think Grace earlier on, this whole idea of EU fishery support, Article 11, which is a provision in the Common Fishery Policy that Ireland, Inc. cannot designate offshore outside of the 6-mile limit without going through the process of making a case through the European institutions, getting support from every member state, and it has never been done, as we heard earlier today. And it was mentioned in a review of the Common Fishery Policy that Oliver helped to write a chapter on a few years ago. Some of us, like John Lynch, were involved in it. It hasn't really been tackled. That is a major thing. So if you think about it, what does the 30% look like in practice? 24% of it is going to have to be offshore. Therefore, the 20 or 24% of it will need this process of Article 11 submissions. That is a big process. So even though we have great energy going in the MPA Live project at the moment to gathering the data for designation, the socioeconomics, the scientific and so on, it's not clear yet that there's anybody working in any serious way because it's the next phase, obviously, of EU fisheries. So all those things are squalls or submerged rocks. So the reality of it is, it's not one or the other. Both these realities are true. It's like the Carlsberg ad. It's not just A and B. We're in a beer-drinking town here, and you have to think about that, that it's both. So again, in summary, where are we? Epilogue, and where do we go? I think the important thing is to keep going. That's what you learn from reading this guy here. And by meaning keeping going, first of all, I'd be delighted personally to see the Fair Seas continue to do your work, but maybe in a different way. If you think about the local communities that may well end up wanting to propose their local areas in the future, be it in Cork or Kerry or Galway or Donegal or whatever, they need capacity to be able to build a case, working with MPA Life while it's there, and then afterwards to go to county councils, persuade the county councils. That's a big job for local communities. So national campaign groups such as Fair Seas and others really will be important in work like that. I'd also, encourage the really fantastic people that are involved in the MPA Life, and then Conal O'Connor and Tim O'Higgins and all these guys who are here in the room, and Niamh, who are going to be involved in the drafting. Keep going, keep with it. It's going to be a hard, slow process over the next few years. And maybe, Dónal, in 3 years' time, we'll be back again. But that the difference would be that it would be jointly sponsored by Fair Seas and some version of MPA Life or Marine Institute or whatever other government body wants to, because the legislation will be there for sure. May not be there in 6 months, but it will be there in the next few years. Then we'll have moved on. And you'd want to have local communities in this room giving their examples, hard examples of what's working, what's not working. So I think I'm an optimist. I think that it's going that way. But again, let's go back to Mr. Beckett. This is what he says, when they're all waiting for Godot, and then there's this conversation, what did Godot say? They're trying to figure out. He said, well, he couldn't promise anything. He might have been talking about MPA bills. Or that he'd have to think it over. He'd have to consult his agents, his books, his bank account, before taking a decision. It's the normal thing. So that's life, that's how it works. And I'm going to give this textbook now to Jack. Thank you.
We have come almost to the end of today, so instead of summarising any more, I've that job done now, and before I hand over to Jack, I want to address a few gaps in the questions, because there's a couple of areas in my own, we'll say, professional life that I might just finish up with, giving you the context on. I, over the past 10 years, have worked with around about 50,000 teenagers through a business that we call Savvy Teens. And many of them have been across the island of Ireland, but some further afield. And if I tell you the top 3 fears of teenagers professionally, perhaps this will give you the context for your own sector specifically, and see how you can apply the message of come join our particular sector. So the first fear, without question, 40% of the teenagers that we've worked with have told us their number one fear is, what if I study really hard for a job and then I don't like it? And yes, we have the language of transferable skills, and you can do anything, and sometimes the sheer amount of what they can do can overwhelm them as well. Sometimes they'd like if someone just told them what they used to do. My dad, the same one, but my dad's sister in Timoleague, she said that Grandad said to her that you can be a nurse, you can go into the bank, or you can be a teacher. And she went into nursing, she retired 40 years later, and I can't imagine my Auntie Mary ever having possible at all close to the possibilities that I have. But when we go on to the next generation, it can really be overwhelming for them. So when you're selling the message of moving into this sector, the transferability and the scope of what they can do and the impact they can have is a really strong message. The second thing they're concerned about is work-life balance, because many of them have grown up in an environment where they didn't see it. And so work-life balance to them, it's funny when you talk to them about it. Now, when I say I've worked with teenagers, it's typically your transition year, your 16-year-old. I know them really, really well. I don't know a 13-year-old or an 18-year-old, but I know them really well. And to them, work-life balance means being able to spend time with their friends, not always sitting down looking at a desk, being able to do the things that they want to do, and again, having impact along the way. And if there's anything that I've heard from all of the panels here, that's also something that's really possible within this industry. And of course, the third one, far less so in the past than it has become today. They're worried about, will AI take my job? And typically the answer has been, no, AI won't take your job, but the people who can understand AI will take your job. And now we're seeing what's called career ladder erosion, where now that first rung of the ladder, we want them at middle management, we want them with experience, we want them with critical thinking, we want them to review what the AI has told us, but we're not training them in how to do that because the AI can do that bit for us. And that's their fear, and it's real. So again, when I was listening to the references about applying AI or applying AI literacy to ocean literacy, that's speaking their language. So on the point of skills, when you're speaking to young people, the language of them is transferability. If you don't like it, you can do something else in the industry or beyond. is the abilities for work-life balance and travel. A lot of them want to travel. Now, they don't want to move out of their mums and dads' houses too quick now either, I can tell you, because they're pretty nice. But the idea of travel, occupational mobility, and the ability to be able to have a career where AI can, an ability with it can complement it, not overtake them. The second area of my own professional life then is I'm an entrepreneur, have been for the past 15 and a half years. And one of the most transformational things we did is what's called an innovation partnership. And you know, Dr. Mihal there just spoke about the language of economics, and I would agree with that. But I will say that the innovation partnership is a brilliant initiative of how academia and industry really work together. And I just don't know why more companies don't engage with this. But on the other side, lots of you I've been talking to about research projects over the past 2 days. And the innovation partnership is where, as a business, you go to an institution, any one of the institutions across the island of Ireland, and you would then have what's called a knowledge transfer, where you would be engaging with the academics with their research. Now, they don't want to commercialise the research, and we don't want to do the research, so that's how we work together. And the funding mechanism then that underpins that is where Enterprise Ireland puts in 80% of the funding, the companies put in 20% of the funding, and then from there, 100% goes into the university to develop a product or a service or some sort of intellectual property that a company can subsequently license. We did this 3 times, and we were the only small company in Ireland to avail of it, traditionally because of the lack of awareness. But a lot of big companies, foreign direct investment companies, often avail of it because they are aware of it and they go asking for it. So I will say that to any of you that is wondering, well, you know, how do we get funding for this, or how do we turn this into a business, but you don't want to turn it into a business? Or maybe you do, and you're looking for some sort of an edge, is look at the Innovation Partnership and look at KTI, Knowledge Transfer Ireland. That's what we did, because it's utterly under-applied for, and it is a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant initiative of unlocking the money of the state, unlocking the energy of the entrepreneur, and unlocking the ability for the research to find a natural home that goes on further. And then so much more can happen from there. And the last area of my professional life that I want to just talk about briefly is what it's like to be a broadcaster. So I've only been in News Talk for the past year and 2 months at this point. I've been commentating forever. My mother and father certainly would agree with that anyway. But particularly on the airwaves anyway, I've been commenting on and contributing on various different discussions for years. But just to tell you what it's like to be on this side, right? A lot of people reach out to us and say, I'd love to go on your show to talk about me, basically. And when we get these pitches into us, we can't put someone on the radio just to talk about themselves. All what we do need to do is always focus constantly on what do people want to think about. And so I've seen the passion here over the 4 panels, and well, Minna being one on her own. You can hear what the Taoiseach is saying, the language that is using, the framework for government, etc. But if you want more channels to share the passion that Louise had mentioned, just always think about why is it that people would care. And I know you might say, well, why shouldn't they care? And Sean knows that, because sometimes they don't know. Or because they are thinking about the traffic, or the lunchboxes, or their daughter or son who's just after doing their first 2 exams today, or whatever. People are busy. And so if you can make our jobs easier by reaching out to whatever channel you might want to reach out to in order to portray your message, where people aren't in the same room as you, metaphorically or otherwise, just always keep that in the back of your mind. Why should people care? And using that language, you'll really get the engagement from them then. So I'm going to finish up by saying a massive thank you to Jenny and to Margaret. They are floating like butterflies and stinging like bees around the place. They are 2 unbelievable women that have been the event planners behind all of this. There's a woman in Australia who's just been up all night watching us. Her name is Aoife O'Mahony, and known to a lot of you. She was in Cork here 3 years ago. So hello, Aoife. Would you go away to bed for yourself, in the name of God? And also to Dónal and to Iseult as well, who've done a phenomenal job in putting together all of what you've seen today, and some of you as well in various different interactions over yesterday. To the AV team, who've made sure we were always heard and always seen, and sometimes when you couldn't fly people in at enormous expense, they appeared on a Zoom screen anyway. So thank you very much indeed to the AV team and to the venue as well, who've taken great care of us, feeding us every few minutes is how it felt like. What's going to happen after this is you will go out the door, and to the right, there's the ice cream and so on is going to be there. The entertainment is going to continue as well. There's a model shark. Dónal texted me during the week to tell me the shark arrived in Cork. I said, should we not tell someone that there's a shark after arriving in Cork? A model shark is going to be down there, and it has been an absolute joy and a pleasure to be here with you right throughout the day. Thank you for your 150 questions, for the energy that you've brought to the conversation, for the engagement, for the insight, for the challenge. That's super important too. And thank you super personally from me for the opportunity to be here with you today. Jack, over to you.
And folks, Led Hull, very importantly, can we get another massive round of applause for Susan Hayes-Culleton, Led Hull. I have the carrot. We're in good hands, lads, don't worry. Erngé Dulcius Mihal, I love that you brought a book. I actually also brought a book. And now I have two books. I'll have to give you mine. Just one small point of housekeeping. When we do go out the doors, we have a tour of the Tom Crean. There's the ice cream van, and it would be absolutely amazing if we could gather for a group photograph for anyone who is going in front of Banva, the life-size basking shark. Banva is a goddess from the Tuatha Dé Danann, the original mystical peoples of Ireland, and she's been named after her. It's just one very tiny small note for me to close and to say Gur Mahagweh ar fad as bheith linn anseo inov dví sé just harfor. It was incredible, absolutely brilliant. And the book I brought now is another esteemed Irish writer, lesser known maybe. His name was Micheál Kiervig, a fisherman born in 1908 in Ballinskelligs on the Iveragh Peninsula in County Kerry, where I live. And I just thought it was beautiful because today I feel a lot of people might have come here maybe with a heavy heart, feeling frustrated, feeling we're not getting the progress we're looking for. But I personally definitely feel like there's a lot of energy. I think we got new insights into things that other people are doing around the world, and the work that is being done like that by Oliver and his team, and the energy that is there to drive things on, and that it is really being driven on behind the scenes, even maybe when we're not aware of it all the time ourselves. But what Micheál said here in this book, and this was written about 100 years ago, even more actually, about 1916 when he was a child, and he said about fishing his whole life with his father, he said, Ní ravasnav isk, blahi na prati, a rinter and vala na leanta shin, which means there was no shortage of fish, flowers, or spuds for the people of the village in those days. Sadly, over 100 years on, there is certainly a shortage of fish. There's only one part-time boat that is fishing out of Ballinskelligs. It is the largest peninsula in the island of Ireland and one of the most depopulated, unfortunately, with very few opportunities for local young people. But as I mentioned just as I started speaking, right here, right now, in this very room, we have the people, we have the experience, we have the knowledge, we have people legitimately on the ground making the positive change happen in other parts of the world and in our own country that can bring life back into communities all across Ireland. I obviously personally believe that marine protected areas have the potential to do this. I feel like they have the potential to bring us together. It's not always easy, as was mentioned today, but if we can just find ways to work together, to stay together, there really can be a completely different path for the next couple of years on the island of Ireland and for generations to come. So, as we leave here today, I really hope that we leave with a fire in the belly, because that's kind of how I feel. We've been on this path quite a while now. We're still going, but it's time to keep things lit. It's time to keep things going. And for the sake of our seas and communities, not just in Ireland, but what we do here will affect people all around the world. There are not several oceans, as we may see, but there is one giant interconnected body of water that covers 71% of this planet, and all the good we cause today will ripple across the whole entire world and affect everyone who relies on it. But one thing that I think always in these situations is you go to this and you have a million ideas. You have a million ideas and you have a million thoughts. But I was at a brilliant talk recently by Bernadette Devlin McAlliskey, an amazing civil rights activist from the north of Ireland, who doesn't know. But it was a thing like this with big ideas and big thoughts and what can we do and how can we support people? And she said something very simple, because somebody asked her the question, Bernadette, look, that's all grand, right? This is all brilliant stuff, but like when I wake up in Monday morning, when I wake up in Kerry on Monday morning, what am I supposed to do? And she stood up out of her chair and she stuck out her hand and she pointed and she said, you dig where you stand. And I think if we all leave here and wake up on Monday morning and start digging, well, we will be at effective MPAs, healthy communities, and healthy seas in no time. Gur Mahagweh. Okay, Sinead folks, go to Minna Mahagov, time for ice cream, basking sharks, and sea shanties.